Okay, welcome everybody to the day 2 of the ERN conference. My name is Tobias Scholz from the University of Siegen, and I have the honor to moderate this important panel on mental health. Before I'm introducing myself or introducing the experts, I would mention why am I here. So my background is in HR, human resources. So I'm one of those people who tell, focus on your mental health. And also as an academic, I'm not doing a good job at my mental health. So I'm really happy to have people with me that are far more knowledgeable. So first of all, we have Mia Stelberg, who is a professional sport psychologist with almost 20 years in experience. And I think one of the first psychologists working in, at least in Counter-Strike, back in 2016 with Astralis, and helped OG to win some world championships. And I found a beautiful picture on her page with her standing behind Sepp, who was lifting the international trophy. So that's quite perfect, as the other one is Sepp, Sebastian Debs, who probably everybody knows. And if someone is not knowing him, shame on you. What are you doing here? So he recently retired from Dota 2, but he is part of the team who did the miracle of becoming back-to-back winner in the international in Dota 2, which will probably nobody ever achieve ever. At least I think so. But he is staying around in esports and will share his massive knowledge with us. And that's something where I'm quite happy about that. And last, Martina Kubrick, also sports psychologist, and also for a long time in the esports ecosystem. I saw that you are for 4 years at MedLions in January. So also massive knowledge about that. And and what I found interesting on her LinkedIn profile, that she also wants to apply her knowledge to the business sphere. So that is something where I'm completely on board. All of that knowledge can be transferred to the business context as well. So that's the short introduction, and I want to give Mia the first introduction for what is actually mental health and why is that so important.
First and foremost, good day to all of you, and thank you for having me. I'm excited to join the panel. So to add on the sport psychology side, I am also a clinical psychologist. So in that sense, the first 10 years of my career was very much around mental health and well-being diagnostic work and psychotherapy. So in that sense, I have seen many different aspects of the well-being. How we could then integrate that into the gaming world is, first and foremost, the organization itself needs to be functioning in a sustainable way, which means that mental health is already in the values. And mental health in gaming means and looks like exactly the same as it looks like in any kind of environment, in traditional sports or in companies or organizations or even on students. So mental health doesn't vary depending on the situation. All humans are alike and they have very similar needs. So in that sense, we know what we are after. What a psychologist then does in the gaming environment and in the team environment, first and foremost, it is about psychoeducative information. We need to express what it feels and what it looks like to cater and manage their well-being, and also how it affects the performance. So it is about teaching people, it is about asking questions. And I think one of the most important things that what I can do for a team or a player is to pinpoint and follow up on the well-being, that it would be something that we are following up on an every day. So we are planning the schedule according so that it benefits and make sure that we are functioning sustainably. Excess and young people do tend to match. So in that sense, quite often the people in the gaming industry are young, and therefore they are perhaps in their first professional encounter with an organization. And it doesn't matter if you're a player or if you're the staff, quite often people are in their early 20s, in their early 30s. So teaching them to have a healthy relationship to work and to have a healthy relationship of what expected of them and how we are executing things. So detachment from work, work-life balance, overall well-being, sleep, everything that comes from the recovery side of things. And then, of course, quite many successful players tend to have a little bit of a perfectionism there. So it's also about understanding that it is a selected group of people that are usually very successful in the gaming industry. So if you were to be an extremely intelligent and perfectionist, that adds up to 90% of my clients. And yeah, that again is a certain kind of a risk factor. Yes, it does enable success, but therefore we also need to make sure that there isn't too much going on and we have a healthy and a good balance with the teammates, with the game itself, and in also the expectations around that. First, we would also apply that the positivity is there so that we have more positive interactions on a daily basis with the people and what we are doing with. So for me, it's small steps, it's everyday steps, and it is about functioning sustainably and making sure that we are preventing problems. I, as a psychologist, I'm always about preventing instead of fixing problems, because if we do have a problem, we already have failed. So in that sense, put it short, mental health looks like exactly the same thing on the gaming side as it looks on any other side, and the prevention there, the sustainability there, and psychoeducative information to these young people at the earlier stages of their careers to find a good work-life balance. That was my 5 cents.
Awesome, quite fascinating. Martina, maybe a bit more into the esports context then?
Yeah, great. Thank you for having me, first of all. And Mia did a great introduction, of which I took many notes that are really relatable to what I've been seeing as well. Talking a lot about these systems of performance as systems. So in the teams, how do we set up this team culture, which I like to talk about very much, so that I've worked a lot with rookies so that we actually create already the foundation of the house so that when they get in, they can actually have structure around them, because we're talking about esports, and esports is a lot about chaos. So if we, as I would call it, as a company, don't have these structures already set up before we invite people inside, then we find ourselves in a problem, right? And this is what I like Mia saying about prevention, about working ahead, about being one step ahead. And for that, I always put at the forefront the staff, starting with the coach, already involving the managers, and having all of this performance department, as I like to call it, to actually set up good environment for players who are about to come. So I mentioned I had most experience with rookies, and for me, that's the most entertaining. I think teams are the ones with rookies, because then I can see along the last 3-4 years how the rookies have been changing, and I'm very grateful to see that some of the things that have been coming from, I guess, this community of health in esports have been sticking to young people's minds. So I can see already in this generation how there is a big difference. I'm sorry. Okay, this had to happen. 1 second. All right, back. I've seen that there's a difference in how the rookies are seeing the esports and how being a professional esports player is. So they already know some things about mental health. They already know some things about physical activity. And that helps us in the performance department to have these first steps with them, right? So they're not tabula rasa. They're not empty when they come. So we have some already level at the beginning, and that helps greatly, because in the end, it's about day-to-day work, and it's about setting the culture in a day-to-day. And this is the actions of all of us combined. So us as health experts, as performance psychologists, we have, I think, a great say in how can we set up this team culture in helping the staff, starting with coaches, to actually be mindful and aware of everyday actions, of activities, of schedules, of periodization, something that is very hard to do with all of this chaos of schedules in esports. But in the end, it really has a big impact on the mental health. It has a big impact on the performance, something we always need to relate it to, because the first thing that rookies come and tell you is, okay, but how can this help me in the game? All right. And then we need to already start this negotiation process. It's a lot about negotiating as well. And in the end, create some really great foundations for the house in which players can develop as professional esports athletes and as well as people.
Great, quite interesting observations, especially the idea that rookies are having some knowledge at least. And that's something probably Seb can also talk about. I mean, you have a long career and you saw the changes over time, and not only that it is becoming a more stressful job, but also how the companies are changing and all. What are your intakes on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Happy to be here, happy to have the discussion. So topic very close to my heart, because, I mean, as you kind of hinted, back when I started, there was very little awareness. That was probably 10 to 15 years ago, the competing. There was very little awareness, very little structure and kind of framing around the mental health. Just the fact, I was actually telling myself, just the fact that we're having that conversation today is like, it's already been, you know, quite a long road to in the right direction, because mental health, as far as I'm concerned, is really what's gonna be the game changer, the difference maker in high level competition, because you do get to a place where all players are almost equally talented, teams are functional, but then it's really gonna come down to the mental side of things, and how it has been prepared, how it's able to deal with the high pressure that comes with the tournaments, and all of that. And I think it's a particularly tricky topic in esports for different reasons. I mean, from my experience, there is maybe less opportunities in esports than in sports, I would say, to express the energy, whether it is positive or negative, you know, the frustrations or the excitement, to express it in the competitive time frame, because obviously it's a lot about precision, about reactions. So these emotions, you have to bottle them up, and you have to learn how to deal with them, how to control them in the healthiest way possible. And I would say that when you reach the highest level of gaming, it probably meant that you spent a very large amount of time in front of a computer by yourself. So I'd say that in most cases, from what I've seen, most frequently players are pretty bad at managing their own emotions and dealing with them. So this is when the staff around the players are really the true game changers. I think people largely underestimate the impact of whoever helps and supports the players with the mental health and the mental side of things.
So what are things where the staff here, Mia and Martina, can actually help? I mean, what Seb is talking about, this high pressure, I cannot imagine how high this pressure is. It's even too high for me on amateur level. So what are your immediate tips to at least help them like a band-aid?
Well, if I may go first, I would reply to that one of the important things is actually teaching people how to talk. So a big part of my job is to enable good dialogue within the team, amongst the team members and the staff, and also giving tools for people to start expressing themselves. So we all do have emotions, but do we know how to give them a name, what this thing inside of me is actually, what it looks like, what could we call it, and also how can I share it? So in the earlier stages, it's about that. And the funny thing is that then in the between, there is a gap where we are trying to adapt to pressure, where we are trying to establish a good self-esteem, when we are trying to, give them the tools for maximizing the performance. And then again, when we go to the absolute highest top, to the 1% of the elite, then we go back to communication again, which is, for me, it's really fascinating to see. So in the earlier stages, we need to learn that. In the middle stages, there's a different kind of a toolbox. And then again, when we already have everything, fine-tuning things comes within the dialogue, either with the coach and the players, or the players with themselves, or in between, or the staff around it. So it's a very valuable topic, in my opinion.
If I may add to that, there is a great importance in the beginning to find these pressure valves. What are for you the pressure valves that you need to release on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, that will help you actually cope better with these pressures? Because pressures are not going to get lower. Pressure is inside of your mind to start with, right? And it's about what toolbox you have ready to actually cope with this, and also how do you take care of yourself on a day-to-day basis. So this is something that players are not going to come forth first. This is not something that they will do by themselves. So again, I come back to the structures, and what do we as performance health experts actually provide with the systems, with some kind of habits, with suggestions. I don't like to call them tips in the end, because tips are usually used once or twice. So we like to make them into habits, and in the beginning, really work on that with them. That's something I noticed. One thing is when a person learns to do mindfulness or meditate, but the other thing is to do that on a daily basis, right? And I know that all my players know how to meditate, know how to breathe. They have learned this. But now, if they're going to do that on a daily basis, at least in the beginning, not so much. So we need to be there. We need to be present. We need to be active, take initiative to actually do these things with them, so they become a normal part of our day-to-day. So there is no complaints, moaning about, why we're doing this, because they notice how they release the pressure. They notice how much more prepared they come to the official game, to the scrim, right? And also another thing about dealing with this pressure is, how do we as a group take this official game, take this scrim? How do we relate to mistakes? Which has to do with communication, right? So how do coaches respond to when a player makes a big mistake, right? This is also something that we need to have conversation with the staff, with the players. What is our way of dealing with these things? So in practical terms, basically thinking of scenarios, what can happen and what are our solutions to those scenarios, so that the players actually feel prepared. I have something that I can use when this happens, all right? And most of the times, many more things happen, but at least some things that we can think of, we are already prepared to handle. So that has to do a lot with these mini meetings, conversations, setting up these solutions and having the tools ready. And this starts, I think, from the staff, and it builds up and it expands to the players as well. And we just need to be doing that day after day after day. If we skip a day, if we skip a week, already we're not talking about habits, we're talking about, tips and tricks, right? But we actually need to be doing that. And in the beginning, together, everyone as a staff, as a team, and create that into habits, create that into something that is part of our day-to-day.
That is quite interesting, as I'm picking just a question out of the chat that goes to that, and also something we had yesterday the whole time. This from Marquis in Spades. The idea we addressed yesterday on many panels that the main issue is to convince the athletes to do that. Like the idea that Hansama didn't want to eat avocados, now he's eating it because the chef did trick him. I don't know in the end, but did something. But what would you say? I mean, especially nutrition ergonomy, that's the part what we did yesterday. Yes, we need to change habits, but it's how do you convince the players? Maybe how did Mia convince Sepp to do all that? Although I think just tell him and he understands it, but how to convince them, how to get this buying in. As you say, they are perfectionists, and doing something for my mental health is not doing grinding and all. So how do you convince them in the first place?
Maybe I can start with this time. So for that, the thing is we need to understand how does the profile of a professional esports player look like, and what are the experiences that they're based on. Just in one word, I would say that the whole world is fast-paced, and that the results are what we seek right now. There is this the instant gratitude there. We need to delay the gratitude basically for whatever we are doing, especially in the health topics. There are few things, like for example slow-paced breathing, that can make an effect in the moment, but many things we're looking for long-term benefits. We're looking for, the word is sustainable practices that will actually bring you some benefits. But then we have an esports professional gamer, right? And they want it here and now. So what my strategy always is to start with something really small, and that is rewarding. So we can't expect that a person who has been eating for 10 years comes and sits on a table and enjoys the fish. I haven't seen that at least. Or starts to, I don't know, have exercise every day when for 10 years they have been training different habits. And I call them habits because in the end, this is what they become. So starting really small, making it rewarding, having like constant positive feedback about you're doing well, and showing them in a way that we can strategize and think in so many ways. Okay, how is this impacting you? One of the ways of showing them is actually engaging in conversations, because many times they don't stop to think and say, how does this affect me? What is the way that this helps me? They just run through it, right? So sometimes just asking a question can help them many times to understand, all right, this actually does something, this is what helps me. So creating like super small things that they can integrate in their daily habits and making them rewarding, either by positively reinforcing them, either by asking these questions so that you can help them understand. But it needs to be minimum time investment for maximum output. Everyone loves that, right? And it needs to take the least of their time. Right? We can't just expect to come there and I have all the answers for your performance and your health. Just listen to me. And no title is going to give you that. You can be a doctor, whatever. They don't care that much. So we need to start really small and build up. And this is how they actually open up. As soon as they understand that you're not there to steal their time, you're actually there to maximize the outputs and optimize it. This is where you're already starting to lower this resistance that always exists in the beginning.
So, Sepp, how was you convinced? How were you convinced?
It was Mia, so it was easier, perhaps. But I think, as for myself personally, maybe I already had some sort of awareness. But I have worked with many players and younger ones. I say young because I do agree to what has been said earlier. It's sometimes more common with the younger ones that have less experience competing, because but I mean, it's true all across the board, right? Like not to generalize, but basically we're using keywords here in terms of raising awareness, helping them notice certain things, because when you go through a career, you get to know yourself better, like the competitor that's inside you. You get to know your limits. You get to know what burns you out, what doesn't. You know, how long can you practice, or what are the breaking points in terms of work schedule, in terms of communication, in terms of emotions you can cope with. And basically, as you get to know yourself better, you start knowing your limits, and this is when experts can come in and help you push these limits even further. And that's something very attracting for a player. It's like, oh, I can be a stronger version of myself. I can now practice a little bit more, or I can, in terms of time, but also maybe I can get more out of the schedule I already have. And now this is just more means to become better quicker, because obviously that is the goal that every player is chasing. It's like, how do I maximize my performance? And mental health has a lot to do with it. So to me, I think what really ends up convincing players is understanding that the goal for that is still to peak in terms of performance and in terms of results. And sometimes you have to do some things that are counterintuitive. So obviously you have to get them to understand that maybe you're going to have to give up a little bit of your practice time in order to actually improve, which of course sounds counterintuitive at first. But once that is established, then I think this is how you get all their attention and all their energy. You have to truly buy into what they're trying to achieve, help them understand that you get it, you understand it, and you're going to work with them towards the same objective. And now, as much as you trusted them, they will have to trust you back, and let you help them, basically.
That's
And I would
fascinating.
also,
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to go to you as well in terms, because it's something where it needs time, right? Mia?
yes, sir, it does. And also what I've had the pleasure of noticing that when I'm working with organizations that are functioning sustainably and in their core values is the mental well-being, such as OG Esports, it's very much of an easier surroundings for me to work. So when I'm hired, when I'm recruited, I am actually there to do my work, and there's room for that, and they're expecting an impact. So in that sense, there's already the demand and the ask for that. I have an experienced resistance in these organizations that have the solid foundations of working sustainably. And also like a person like Seb, who already knows so much about psychology and human behavior and is very enlightened about the topic. So sometimes we have like discussions where I'm equally learning as much from him as he would hopefully be learning from me. So it's not about me being an expert of something. It's more about integrating into the team and being very tangible and just being there on an everyday basis, and also respecting the players and trusting them, and hopefully they will do the same to me. So if I'm then saying something, that I'm noticing something, that's then trusted and respected as an opinion that might then lead to some sort of an action. So it's also quite much work through your own personality. I can never work through a title. I'm working through my personality and my respect to the people, which then I quite often receive back.
It's what I find, or the interesting part is, especially as we have here Dota 2 and Counter-Strike Go experts, how, yeah, in the end, I mean, you need to have some time for that. But if you look at the Counter-Strike schedule, there is no time for anything. I mean, Dota 2, you still have, okay, at the end, there's the international. You can work towards that. But how, it's something just from the outside. I never worked with a Counter-Strike team. How to deal with that when you, or do that in a sustainable way if the system is the opposite of sustainable?
As an expert, I can't affect on how the scene works. So for example, regarding Counter-Strike, we all know then that that's the organization that are hosting the events. Then there's Valve, there's so many other corporations that are involved. So yes, we do know how to work sustainably, but for the entire ecosystem to function well, it requires everyone having equally minded, agreeing on certain topics, which then would be perhaps player well-being, because these are young talents and we need to value them and make sure that we are functioning in a way that nobody ever retires because of a burnout. So then I would challenge also everyone who works in that environment and in that ecosystem to actually share those values for them to be seen.
I'd like to add a comment. Go, Seb.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, just whenever you mentioned the CS schedule, I was like, here we go, my loveliest topic. I mean, the word is adaptation, and what Mia is saying, like, you can't control what's happening there, but you can expect a lot of chaos. And I mentioned like structures, right? So we try our best to schedule, to make these activities, to put everything in some kind of time frame, and then you lose or you win, and it changes everything. You don't know what's happening next. Then there's an invitation to another tournament. Then we play 2 tournaments at the same time. One is LAN, one is. You can't expect so many things happening. So basically, with a smile on, you need to continue adapting, right? Because the frustration can get to you there. Like, you make all these perfect plans. Great, we can do this and that and this. And then the coach is like, okay, we start in 15 minutes. Wow, okay. And then tomorrow we have 2 games. Oh, we won. Then we have a best of 3. Sometimes I'm like, just tell me when is the next game and I can start planning accordingly. So I do agree that we need to have some kind of ideal schedules, ideal periodization in our minds, but then it comes to juggling all of these balls, and usually all of them are in the air, right? So we need to be also a really good coordinators in how can we better adapt, how can we have a small activity that we can put in 5 minutes here, that we have a break now, because I don't necessarily agree that there is no time. I think that there is time, but we can't know when. So what we basically need to do is, in a spontaneous way, having all of these activities or things that we can do with players ready for whatever time frame we have ready and available, right? And then we just need to jump in, and this is about being present, like Mia said, being on the spot, being with them, being a part of these happenings, suffering the same chaotic schedules, having to change yourself as well. And then you're all in the same boat, and we're all experiencing the same thing. And we're here to, thrive through this, not survive, to thrive, right? And this is about being really readily available and jumping in with the different ideas you have whenever there is a little time frame available, right?
It's very crucial, and I think despite the scheduling problems, once awareness is raised, teams and players will find time, just like they always find time for practice, for instance. Because I want to maybe use an analogy as like you try to get somewhere and build yourself a career in sports, for instance, that includes physical performance. When you practice, your body tells you what your limits are. It's like, I can tell that my muscles are now hurting, or I injured myself maybe because I pushed too far. So this is something that's kind of, it comes with the package of how far can I push myself. But the analogy in esports is very different. It's like, when does a player know that he pushed his mind too far? That now he, his brain is hurting, his mind is hurting, his emotional capacities are hurting, and maybe he injured himself too. Of course, that's an image, but it does get to that point where a player pushed it too far, and now his self-esteem is in shambles, or his confidence collapsed completely. Or it could even be his capacity to control his emotions, and therefore his ability to be a good teammate is like temporarily disabled, if not forever sometime. So players do have to learn these limits, and they truly need help in esports to learn them, because the thinking I have done on that too, like reflecting on my own kind of path, was that since you spend more time practicing by essence, because the signs of where the practice should start and why it should stop are less clear, because of and that's like a vicious circle, because you spend more time practicing, meaning you have less time to confront yourself with others, whether it is your close ones, and then of course the organization and the staff. So you have less outside opinion of like, you pushed it too far, or this is where you should maybe look at another approach. Therefore, players really have a very low awareness, I would say. So it is really helping them enter a new dimension when they do realize that, oh, indeed, when their help kind of being put words on, indeed, I did end up feeling like that, and this is why. And I think truly when you get them to that point, then they will fully be on board, and there will be a demand now, and they will make time, because they will understand that this is very efficient practice time, actually. Like, this is helping them more than them just practicing their reflexes, their technique, or even strategizing with the team. All of these aspects now become as important.
It's fascinating to hear, because something I'm always struggling in my mind is, why is the retirement age that low, or that compared to sports and other? And it's always about reflexes and all. And I get the feeling that it's more about the idea that the people are no longer capable of, from a mental perspective, to keep this level up. And I mean, we have some Counter-Strike players that are in their 30s, but those are, from their personalities, like powerhouses, and they will survive probably everything in the world. But what, open question to anybody, would you say, if we would live in an ideal world where esports is structured and all, that due to the mental health, players would play longer?
I'll quickly add to that before we get I'll just put a fact on the table, and then Mia and Martina will probably break it down for me also to understand better. But I can speak from experience. I have peaked later than earlier, for instance, in my career, and I ended up winning the world championship twice when I think I was 27 maybe, or 28, which is rather old in the esports standards. And I definitely started playing my best Dota later than earlier. So to me, I experienced that it had nothing to do with age or reflexes. But I leave the floor to our experts to help us break it down.
I would reply to that question of retiring and why. So quite often people are lacking motivation, and that comes from abusing the mental side or overlooking that too long. So a player needs to feel good and be in a very good and healthy state of mind to be able to perform. So and losing motivation is something that follows quite often when we are getting stressed or worn out, or having too many setbacks, or not having a healthy relationship with the rest of the team. So it's more about finding the balance, and therefore it's more joyous, and therefore we have better results. Because the fact is that as long as you're having fun, usually you're playing better. And then if you're kind of like starting to lose that, or you can see the cost of things affecting it, meaning that if you have a career, you have to give up a lot of other things to be able to do that. So it's more about that, the balance, instead of the reflexes itself.
To add to that, I would like to kind of bring to mind this this theory or concept that has been stuck or connected to esports, which is like the results here and now. I think that has a big impact as well on how people approach exercise, scrims, pracs, or just getting better. Is that I'm in this club, I'm in this team. I'm afraid, what's going to happen if we don't reach the peak, if we don't win. So therefore, I'm going to train more to achieve more in the short term, which is not always correct, right? But this idea has been stuck in this esports industry that the more you do, the better you get. And then here come us and say, okay, how do you do that? What is more? With all of these questions, right? And we're trying to destruct these great concepts that have been a part of industry for forever, since the beginning, by trying to bring awareness. Awareness is a key word here, I understand, of like, how can we do this better, right? That's one thing. And the other thing, I believe that in the industry there is a great self-fulfilling prophecy in so many aspects. For example, I've heard players say, I need to do, a lot and like raise up to my highest standards now because, soon I will retire. I'm like, who told you that? Like, where did you read that? Where's the manual which says that when you're 26, 7, 8, you have to go and retire, right? What I feel is like there's many things, and we do this with players as well. It's like, no, they're gamers. They're not going to do this. Give them a chance. I think we need to be more open to breaking these chains, to taking a different road. It's pretty scary when we come and say all of these things from traditional sports, from like scientific research, and say, look, it seems like this is the road that is more optimized, better, but it has never been done. Okay, who's going to make this decision? It takes a lot of guts. You need to be bold. You need to have great leaders who are going to give a yes to all of these suggestions, because it hasn't been done so much in a practical term, right? It has been done everywhere else, but until you see it in your own field many times, it's going to be difficult to take this road. And those who do are exposing themselves a lot, right? By taking these decisions that seem to be bold, seem to be at the forefront, seem to be very risky, right? But again, self-fulfilling prophecy in the sense that it has been done this way, let's just continue in this way, and kind of giving an excuse because of all of the behaviors that you have been observing for the recent period of time. So yeah, I think we as an industry, everyone who works here needs to be more bold, needs to give more chance, that we actually take this road and trust the process. I really do believe so.
That is a great answer, and highlights the part where is it written? It's nowhere written that you have to retire with 27 or whatever. I'm always remembering the Warcraft 3 times, where it was obvious that the Asian community was grinding, and the European community said, no, I will not grind 40 hours per day. I will not do that. I will take my time and think and strategize and think about how to battle the others. And it's still something that may be lost a bit in the esports time. So looking at the time, moving on to some questions, besides several SEP calls in the chat, we had some quite interesting one. One thing I find fascinating, because that's something I see a lot, especially recently in League of Legends, the whole issues with family members and all, how should a gamer or esportler deal with trolls leaving highly negative comments with no regards for others' well-being? They are quite brutal. What are you telling them? Because it's something which is sadly typical for esports at the moment. Or how did Sepp deal with it?
Well, I think it it might be different for every individual. And also this may be the opportunity to highlight something we haven't yet, which is, I think, that maybe the trickiest or one of the very tricky aspects of what Mia and Martina do on a daily basis is finding a way to address the team and at the same time addressing the individuals, because everybody has a very different personality. Some people might find, for instance, they might get completely broken if they expose themselves too much to the very negative and harsh criticism that they get online. And some people might even find fuel in there and find motivation to prove these people wrong, or, you know, like, so it's very different. So I think the step one and very crucial is awareness. Like, understand yourself, understand what it does to you. Does it impact you at all? And if yes, in what aspect? And if no, is there something you're missing? Maybe it's a way to, because of course the common example we could think of is somebody reading very harsh comments online and getting broken by it. That's an example. But I found myself and found players, for instance, that were looking to rebuild motivation and fire after finding success. And actually opening the door to criticism was a way to build that fire again. So it really, to me, it's mostly about raising awareness, understanding what your relationship to these items, and then, you know, picking what fits and leaving what doesn't out of the equation. Some players have to block the socials completely because they do not know how to deal with it and they get destroyed by it. And maybe some have a healthier approach, maybe more distance, and are able to use it to their best ability.
If I may add something, first, I want to apologize for the very romantic lighting. The conference room decided the meeting is over because I'm sitting so still, so it went to power saving mode. But also to add on that is that I'm always trying to teach my players to have a good professional image, so that you understand that there's the professional side of you who is on the spotlight, and then there's the private side. So when you're facing critique, it's not you as a whole person, it's just a part of you, and that's just the part that's visible for everyone else. So it's important to, because in some occasions when the player is doing a lot of streaming and it's constantly around that environment, they start thinking that that's equally as them. So if I'm doing good at and if I'm successful, then I'm a good person. No, it has nothing to do with that. You're still a good person, although you would really be bad. And also, although you would be the best one in the world, it doesn't make you necessarily a better human being. So teaching that, and also I have absolutely zero tolerance for bullying, and we should all have that. So it will be, hopefully in the future, the change will happen, and for us also to talk about it and make it as difficult and as comfortable for these people to behave in that manner. It's also about having right values. And the third thing is having resilience. A player with good mental health are much more resilient towards these external factors that might be distracting, compared to a burnout, English is sometimes difficult, tired person who has been doing everything too much and hasn't had time to recuperate. An evil or a negative comment online might then have too much of an impact. So resilience comes from mental well-being, and that again protects us. So that's again my 5 cents, and I will now drop the mic.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to hear that, and it's something we can easily or expand to everything everybody's doing with the being everybody's online, everybody's on Twitter and all. So dealing with that is extremely important. I have a question from Alex MS, even though it's focused on OG mostly, but the underlying question is interesting as well, where also Martina can say something. Did you notice a notable difference in the mental health of the players going into a tournament and during a tournament?
difference in mental health before and then in the tournament? Well, there are so many variables that I can think of. I'm trying to think of the last examples. I mean, again, it's so hard to give a general answer. Many times we mentioned the individual differences. I can also think in different teams that I've worked with. And
yeah, maybe to add on that, more on the idea how the experienced players are dealing with and the rookies. So, yeah. I mean, especially Mad Lions is known for rookies and picking them up relatively quickly. So maybe they're the difference.
Definitely. That's the difference and specification that I was looking for, right? Because the experience is completely different. If you look at our LEC team, they like to call themselves psychos, and they just enjoy stage, and they just want as much pressure and eyes. They don't care. The word about them, that team is fun, right? And this is something that we are striving to, integrate in all of our teams. That the basis is fun. But then when we look at, for example, we picked up a full rookie team in our Counter-Strike team, right? And I mean, it was in the period of coronavirus pandemic, and it still is very limited tournament experiences and similar. But I can then think also of our Mad Lions Madrid team, League of Legends, and just recently we had the Iberian Cup, which was the first stage presence that I've been to after a long time. I think last time was Katowice, and that wasn't even stage because we were in a studio inside. So the last thing that I remember is the Iberian Cup. And there we also had we had rookies, and one in specific, how I seen the difference on the same stage, of more experienced players and rookies is noticeable, right? What really matters a lot is that before these tournaments, we talk about this. When we're in the tournaments, we talk about this, because I've seen many times this resilience coming out wrong, I will say. That is to say, I'm tough, I'm strong, this is not going to affect me. I'm tough, I'm strong, and then they come to the stage and no one can help you there. You're by yourself, right? So it's better to address the possibilities before, talk about the tools that they can use on stage, because again, you step on that stage, it's what you know, and that's it, right? No one can jump to help you. But that's something I've noticed, and it also has to do with all the players are male, and that's also a tricky topic, right? Emotions, do I show that, what's acceptable, how am I raised, what's my culture behind, the society, all of these impacts. So it's really important to already mention, feeling nervous is actually good for you up to some extent, right? What are you experiencing right now? Just before the player goes to the stage, or experiencing it a day before, stepping on the stage and trying to, visualize, okay, what can happen here tomorrow? And talk about it, and saying that it's fine if you feel the nerves. It's fine if you feel scared, it's fine, right? Rather than saying, I'm the toughest, I'm the strongest, and then they go and break, which is a really common impact that stage presence can have on a rookie that is closed off and that is showing this resilience in a fake way, in a sense, right? So what I like to mention, a concept of anti-fragility from Talim Nasseb's book. I really like how they frame it. Like fragile is on one side of the spectrum, then there's resilience, which is medium, and then we have anti-fragility, which means that you are actually benefiting from the tough experiences. I'm benefiting from all of them looking at me and booing at me. I love that. Like Seb has mentioned, these comments give me strength, give me power, give me more motivation, right? So resilience is midway, but then we go to the anti-fragility, and this is where you know that the player can just benefit from whatever trouble arises, right? Because they will know how to bounce back.
This is absolutely crucial, and I'd like to add to that. I like the image of going to a stage as a player, and so there is a lot already for you to look at. There's a lot of distractions. Also, Mia mentioned that, and I think this is where all the answers kind of unite, in the sense that players they tend to get distracted by whatever the audience, how the stage looks, the pressure, the comments, the casters, so much sounds and lights and you name it. But being aware and accepting, like understanding and accepting how you feel. Do I feel nervous? Do I feel pressure? Are my my heart rate like pumping? Am I feeling too calm? Is it weird? Is it unusual for me to feel calm? I feel like players, I've never almost encountered a player that did this by himself, or it's like 1 out of 100. But from my experience, I've seen all of them benefit heavily from kind of anchoring themselves in the moment, understanding how they feel, accepting how they feel also. Well, this is how I feel. There's no way for me to change it. I can lie to myself about it and tell myself that I am indeed excited, even though I'm not, or I feel super nervous. I don't feel nervous at all, even though I'm shaking inside. These things, they have to be acknowledged, accepted, and dealt with. And this is something I would say players usually fail to do. So when they end up, fixing that, it's a game changer.
That's brilliant to hear. I mean, when I play Overwatch, my Apple Watch is showing me my heart rate, and at some point it even mentioned go slower, do something against it. But that's one thing I have thousands of questions, so that's something I always happy about, even though we cannot answer everything. But one thing I'm interested, as we have also the idea of more going to the amateur level and more in the broader perspective. So we are talking about the top on the top, and they can build a structure and all. So as a final question, what would you say or give as advice what an amateur team or an upcoming amateur player can actually do to change their habit and change the habit immediately, where they can say, okay, we can implement that and we can do that as we don't have the money to get someone outside. Maybe Martina first?
Sure. So today, in this wonderful world of internet, there's nothing that you cannot find. I'll just start with that. You can go to university, you can go to masters, or you can YouTube your way out, Google your way out. I think that there's so much knowledge that you can find, even if you have low resources, which can be time, money, whatever, right? So what I would say to amateur teams, to amateur players is like, embody the pro player. Start living it as if it was already happening, right? And start acting the role. Already, you can find, again, on the internet, you can find examples. You can read about these people. You can read about their schedules. You can figure it out. And they just start, taking bits and pieces out there to create your path, right? That doesn't mean that you go 10 hours playing because, in Asia, they play for more or similar like that. Your path, right? Because everyone is different. You have different needs. So start with awareness. That was mentioned here so many times. I mean, dig in the books. I think it's readily available in the internet era that you can find many things. Just embody this, work on it. Again, don't go to extremes, because what is the percentage of players who become pro? That's also another thing. Now, on the way, is this ever going to be a waste, all of this learning? Never. Because I've seen more of this knowledge, like it's applicable in every sphere of life. That's why we always say, like, this is for you to get better as a person. This will never be useless information for your life. So yeah, I think that the key is in the knowledge, and with knowledge comes awareness, and then you can start implementing things on yourself and building your path.
I think that sounds like a very good way to get started. So I don't want to confuse people and add something to that. And also just following that, gathering information from sources that are reliable. There's a lot of information out there that's not reliable. And then commit. Whatever you decide to do in the world, commit to it. It might take some time until you can see the change, but please do commit. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, Sepp, final words?
Final words. Yeah, the mental aspect is, if I had to name one thing that was a game changer, if I had to, what's it called? If I had to focus on one of the things, whether it is, practice the technique, whether it is your teammates, whether it is the organization you end up playing for, mental side of things, I'd leave it all out and I'll keep the mental side of things. I cannot emphasize how important this is to competing at any level, truly. And I feel like in esports, it's probably the field in which there is the most progress to be made. And every time I got the chance to meet high-level competitors from other fields that weren't video games, I realized that even for them, it is crucial. And something tells me that in esports, it takes even more space. So yeah, it's a very extreme difference and game changer. Like, it's truly a topic that has to be covered and has to be respected enough for players to either like improve their performance, but also the longevity that we also tackled. I think it's entirely linked to that.
I really like the wording of you using it as it's the game changer, where in the end, it is the one thing that makes the difference in the end. And not only for you personally, I mean, as an HR person, I'm always happy about the idea that an employee is for a long time in your company and is doing his or her job quite well. But it's something where, as Sepp is also saying again, yeah, it is something where the mental health issue or the mental health is the important part, especially in esports. And therefore, I'm really grateful for the sense where you were saying, I didn't peak at the beginning, I peaked later on. So I needed that commitment. I needed that development, the help from Mia in your situation, and that is something where we need to work on that, and it needs to be an integral part of any professional esports, and as well, and I hope at some future in amateur sports as well, where kids are playing at a team, having some environment for that. So again, as we're a bit over time, really thank you, Mia, Martina, and Sepp for sticking around, giving you insights, showing how important this topic is, and that we are still have enough, a lot of space to fill. And I mean, we have with Mia and Martina two of the most experts in that field, but there are thousands of other teams, and we need to get that done. So we create a sustainable esports system. And as again, one word, it's all stakeholders who should do their part in that. So thank you for that. I think we will have a break now for 25 minutes, and we'll continue with some panels. So everybody out there, thank you for sticking around.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to the panel, the session on performance psychology in elite esports. So we have a wonderful session here with actually focusing on esports, on the elite aspect. And just for the rules for the game, so 20-25 max minutes for the presentation, 5 to 10 minutes for questions. And yeah, I will collect all the questions from YouTube. So everybody on YouTube just post it in and I will try to get them to the authors. And if we don't have time, I will hunt them down as well so that they will answer that. Okay, so first paper, first session is from Dylan Paulus from all over Australia, so quite late for him, on the topic longitudinal analysis of stressors, stress, coping, and coping effectiveness in elite e-athletes. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tobias. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Dylan Paulus. I'm a lecturer at the Southern Cross University in Gold Coast, Queensland. And before that, I was the founder of QUT Esports, which was Australia's first university-supported esports program. The study that I'm going to talk to you today is one that I did during my PhD. I've recently received my PhD from the Queensland University of Technology, and this was just one of 4 studies that I did looking at performance in esports. As Tobias introduced, this is a longitudinal analysis of the stresses, stress, coping, and coping effectiveness in elite e-athletes. Hopefully my slides are up on screen there. And what I want to do here is just put in context where the research that I'm going to talk to you today falls in my PhD thesis. So this can all be found on Google Scholar. Everything has been published. My thesis was titled Stress and Coping in Esports, but it didn't start out that way. My first study was a qualitative analysis of the perceived determinants of success in elite esports. And one thing I saw happening in esports research was that everyone was going, this is what works in traditional sports. Let's see if we can map that to esports and it should all work. And that's where we're going to start. And that's great. That's really important to do. But what I was worried about was that we might be missing some of the quote unquote special sauce that makes esports different, that makes esports special. So I tried to flip it on my head and explore qualitatively what esports athletes thought made them successful. And it was through the results of that a series of stresses emerged. They're doing motivated behaviors in a highly pressurized environment for significant amounts of money in front of a lot of people. They reported a lot of stresses in study 1, and that led to study 2. We wanted to understand, well, what are these stresses? What are these esports athletes experiencing when they're playing these high-level competitions? And that was published in the International Journal of Esports a couple of months ago. Off of that, we wanted to understand the whole stress and coping process. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today in more depth in this talk. Following on from the study that I talk about today, we then wanted to see how personality might impact the stress and coping process. And hopefully at the end of this presentation, you can see why it's important to keep investigating how personality can impact the stress and coping process. And in study 4, we specifically looked at the influence of mental toughness. It's very important in traditional sports, and we found that it's also important in esports. But onto the longitudinal analysis. So a longitudinal analysis of stresses, stress, coping, and coping effectiveness in elite esports. We got this published in the Psychology of Sport and Exercise. It's on my Google Scholar if you want to go read the paper. Obviously, I can't cover everything that we investigated in the talk today. So before I jump into what we did and what we found, I think it's really important for not only the researchers who are listening today, but to any elite athletes, team managers, coaches, performance staff working in esports at a competitive or elite level to understand the model, the foundational model, the theoretical model that we use to underpin my whole research in my thesis. We use the cognitive, motivational, relational, or CMR theory of stress and coping. And I think it's really important to learn a bit about this. And I'm going to take you through a bit of this before we get into the study itself, because if you have a lot of people say they experience stress, but they don't necessarily know what they mean when asked, well, what is stress? Why is it that something is stressful and something else isn't stressful? And I'm hoping at the end of the first half of my talk today, you've understood that and you can become self-reflective. You can become reflective on how you're experiencing stress if you're an elite if you're an elite athlete or an emerging athlete who wants to get better psychologically. And if you're a team manager or you're a sports psychologist who wants to work in esports, understanding this might help you work with your athletes a little better. So it's this process that I have up on screen at the moment. An influencing factor is simply an event that happens in the performance environment, something that happens that our elite players or the elite players in this study noticed. They then went through a process of appraisal, pardon me, primary and secondary appraisal. And this process is how we determine something as being stressful or not being stressful. And I'll unpack all of that on the next slide. Following on from the appraisal process, we determine something as being stressful. And once we've determined something as being stressful, we then employ a coping strategy. Once we've employed that coping strategy, the outcomes of that coping strategy or how effective that coping strategy is then determines if we still appraise the thing we originally looked at as being stressful. That's a high-level overview, and I'm going to break that down right now. So again, the influencing factor is something that happens in the performance environment. Esports players are playing under a lot of stress. They're playing in a goal-directed manner. And when something comes in the way of them achieving that goal, this is when we start talking about stress and coping. So what happens initially is we have an external part, which is primary appraisal. So an esports athlete will look at the thing in their performance environment, the thing that could potentially cause them stress, and they'll rate, how intense is this? How much control do I have over this? I.e., can I manipulate this situation? Do I see this as being a threat? I.e., if I don't overcome this, could it cause me harm or loss? Or do I see this potential stressor as being a challenge? I.e., if I can overcome this, it will bring me benefit. That's all happening external to the person. Secondary appraisal at the same time is happening internally. So that's when we look inwards. We look inwards and we go, how many internal resources do I perceive that I have to meet this stressor? And what we're doing is we're rating the stressor. We're rating with primary appraisal. So we might go, it's this intense, I have this much control and I see it as a challenge. And then we might look inwards and go, I perceive I have this many internal resources to meet that stressor. And we experience stress when the amount of resources that we think we need overcomes or is equal to the amount of resources that we think we have. It's this gap is when we start perceiving something as being stressful. And that makes sense. And I'm sure any of the elite athletes who are listening live or watching this recording will go, that does make sense. If I know I'm coming up against a really good opponent, someone who is as good, if not maybe better than me, that's when I might start to feel stressed. And it's when this is happening, when primary appraisal is equal to or outweighing secondary appraisal. That's when we'll start experiencing psychological stress. And when that happens, we then have to employ a coping strategy. Now, there's debate around what these higher order coping categories could be categorized as. There's a big debate in the literature, and I chose to go with problem-focused coping, emotion-focused coping, and avoidance coping. These three have been widely used, and so they're widely used in traditional sports, and so we decided to explore them in esports. The first one we need to understand is problem-focused coping. So these are actions that focus on managing or altering the problem that's causing us stress. So we actually go in and we try and change that situation. Now in esports, this could look like I just made a mistake and I'm now deciding to increase my focus or increase my attention. Or something that we found in study 1, the qualitative analysis that I mentioned at the start of the talk, was that when Rainbow Six Siege players are feeling stressed, one thing they might do is reread their playbook. So they remember where they need to put their equipment when they're defending a certain site on a certain map when they're playing Rainbow Six Siege. They might actively go and choose to do that to make sure they remember where they need to put certain pieces of equipment. These are examples of problem-focused coping strategies. The next set of higher order coping strategies is emotion-focused coping strategies. Now, these are strategies that people employ to regulate emotions that might arise when they perceive something as being stressful. So things like anger, frustration, fear. This could be controversial to say, but even tilt, a series of negative emotions that are coming up. We might need to employ emotion-focused coping strategies to down-regulate those negative emotions and allow us to think clearly. This could be taking advice, talking to someone about it, talking to a coach, talking to a team manager, or it could be taking a deep breath, accepting the situation and moving on. And a really interesting thing here for team managers and elite players is that we often can't employ a problem-focused coping strategy until we've employed emotion-focused coping strategies to down-regulate our emotions. We often need to down-regulate our emotions, think clearly, and then employ an appropriate problem-focused coping strategy. The third set of coping strategies that we investigated were avoidance coping strategies. So this is just like it sounds. This is physical and cognitive efforts to disengage from the stressful situation, blocking it out, putting your head in the sand, to use a phrase. And you might be thinking, well, we don't want to use avoidance coping strategies. That isn't going to help us. They're bad all the time. But sometimes avoidance coping is important. To use a sports metaphor, if you need to kick the final goal to win the Rugby World Cup, you don't need to be thinking about your emotions or if you can stretch better or if you could have done more practice. You just need to block everything out and kick the goal. And so avoidance coping could be beneficial in short bursts, but as pointed out by Smith and colleagues in 2019 in esports, long-term use of avoidance coping can be maladaptive, and that can be have negative psychological impacts on people who employ long-term avoidance coping. And it's actually something that we found in this study that I'll talk on a little more in a few minutes. Lastly, coping effectiveness is the final part of this model, this CMR model of stress and coping. And this is how effective was it? So we've employed a coping strategy to deal with something we appraised as being stressful. We then rate internally, did this work? Did this actually alleviate stress? And I know for the researchers who are listening to this, you're probably thinking, well, this is a very simplified version of the model. And for the elite athletes and team managers listening to this going, it's never that simple. It's never this linear pathway from left to right. And you're exactly correct. A lot of the elite athletes listening to this, you're probably thinking, I've got teammate stresses, I've got performance stresses, I've got an organization that's just spent millions of dollars to try and make me better to win for them. You're having to manage all of those stresses, and you're probably employing some problem-focused, some emotion-focused, and some avoidance-focused coping for all of these stresses. You can see how this model is happening constantly in your day-to-day lives and how complex it can get for elite esports athletes. When I work with teams, we break this down and we go into a lot more detail, and I help them understand what's causing them stress and how they're choosing to cope with it. I'm not going to go into any more detail on it tonight, but hopefully you've got a good enough foundational knowledge of the CMR theory of stress to understand some of the results that we found in the next couple of slides. So I'm also not going to go into the traditional sports literature because that is what we based all of these hypotheses on, but I will tell you briefly what our 5 hypotheses were when we decided to explore the model I just explained to you in elite esports. We thought, and some of you think these are very, very intuitive, a small amount of stresses will account for the majority of reported stresses. So not that they were going to be stressed out by everything and various different things. We predicted that a few stresses will reoccur over time, and they will account for the majority of stress experienced. We also hypothesized that stressor frequency will increase around competitive matches. A lot of the elite athletes rewatching this will go, well, yeah, of course, they mean the most. The second hypothesis was that competitive match stresses will be perceived as more intense than, say, solo queue or scrim stresses. Again, that seems pretty intuitive. We predicted that increased stressor intensity will lead to the selection of more emotion-focused coping and avoidance coping strategies, i.e., as we primarily appraise something in our performance environment as being more intense, we're going to need to deal with the emotions of that first, or we're just going to block it out. That's what we've seen in traditional sports. Hypothesis 4, problem-focused coping strategies will be more frequently used than avoidance and emotion-focused coping, and problem-focused coping strategies will be rated as more effective than EFC and AC strategies. And it's that last hypothesis, if you remember any of those, that I really want to focus your attention in on, because we actually didn't find support for that, but it's really interesting why I think we didn't find support for that. And it could be how esports athletes experience stress and coping differently to traditional sports athletes. And I'll touch on that in a few slides. So how did we investigate this stress and coping model in esports? Well, we worked with 6 elite male League of Legends players. They were competing in the Oceanic Challenger Series at the time. Now, for anyone who follows the Oceanic League of Legends scene, you'll know that the OCS is no more. We lost the OCS when we lost the OPL. It's obviously bounced back to life, but it's no longer called the OCS. Luckily enough, all the players that we followed from various teams in this competition, all of their teams finished in the top 6. So we got to record them for a really long period of 87 days. How do we record how they experience stress and coping? Well, each week, after one solo session, one team scrim, and one competitive match, they had to fill out a stress diary. That's for each 6 players. Each diary, we asked them about the stresses that they experienced, how they appraised that stress, primary and secondary appraisal, how they chose to cope, and if they thought that coping was effective. That's each level of that model that I explained to you earlier. We've assessed 3 times a week at minimum for each of our 6 players. The interesting thing about what we did, though, was that for every stressor reported, so if you were doing these diaries and you said, I felt a teammate stressor, a performance stressor, and an organizational stressor, you then had to fill out your stress appraisal, your coping and coping effectiveness questionnaires for each one of those stresses reported. So you can see how the number of observations for those researchers listening really started to add up in that 87-day period. And this is just an example of what the survey looked like as hosted by Qualtrics. I'm not going to go into the data analysis too much. You can read more about that in the paper if you're interested in that. But the frequencies were calculated as stresses. We used chi-square to explore threat and challenge appraisal because that's categorical data. And then for all the other variables, we used a series of linear mixed models. That's highlighted and detailed really clearly in the paper, how we went about doing that. Most importantly for this presentation, this is what we found. So for stresses, we found that 55% of all of the lower order stresses experienced were accounted for by 4 stresses. So general performance, i.e. how is that person thinking they were playing? Poorly was normally why they report it as a stressor. The outcome, so did we win or did we lose and how much did that matter? Critical moment performance, or as we commonly call it in esports, a clutch performance, and a teammate making a mistake. These 4 lower order stresses accounted for more than half of all the stresses experienced. So if you're a team manager or a sports psychologist working with esports athletes, it's likely that your players are experiencing these as sources of stress. And if you can help them better deal with that, you're going to downregulate their stressor response and they're more likely to play better. If we group them into higher order stresses, performance stresses and teammate stresses accounted for nearly 80% of all the stresses experienced. So it's very important that we further investigate how performance and teammate stresses are playing a role in esports. We didn't actually find as much as we would have liked in appraisals. So funnily enough, and no one will be surprised by this, we found that competitive stresses had higher levels of stress intensity. So that makes sense. The more it meant, the more intense players felt their level of stress as being. Interestingly, performance stresses, so stresses that were related to the performance of the players at a higher order level across all diary types, solo, scrim, and competitive, were more likely to be seen as a challenge. So if I overcome this, it's a benefit to me. Whereas teammate stresses in all diary types were more likely to be seen as a threat. Threat appraisal is more associated with negative outcomes. And we think this is because if it's a performance stressor, the player felt that they could control their own performance. They felt that they could overcome that. They can get better. They can work harder. But if it was their teammate that was causing them stress, well, that's completely out of their control. Again, this is something that needs to be explored a lot more in esports. Coping frequencies. Problem-focused coping was the most frequently reported coping strategy. Interestingly, avoidance coping was the second highest reported, followed by emotion-focused coping. So we're not actually surprised by a high level of problem-focused coping. All the traditional sports literature suggests that elite level athletes are more often going to use problem-focused coping. The worrying thing here, if you're a team manager, if you're an elite athlete or a sports psychologist working with elite level esports players, is that long-term use of avoidance coping strategies can be maladaptive. It can be bad for performance and mental health. And that's something that if your players are using avoidance coping for long periods of time could be really bad for their mental health and performance. That's something we need to investigate. That's something we need to keep an eye on when working with elite players. This is the most interesting finding of the study. And I think the most important finding of the study was coping effectiveness. So in traditional sport, problem-focused coping is rated as more effective than emotion-focused coping and avoidance coping. That's not the case with our elite esports sample. We found that problem-focused coping and emotion-focused coping were both more effective than avoidance coping. So that suggests that something about the nature of esports means that high-level players are using emotion-focused coping strategies and perceiving them as being effective at alleviating their stress response. Personally, I think that's because of the computer-human mediated relationship, and that more things might be outside of the control of esports athletes, meaning that those who can better down-regulate negative emotions that arise from these kind of stresses are higher performers. But this is research that needs to be conducted. This is an area that needs to keep being worked on. And as I talk about on the last slide of my presentation, it's something that I'm going to devote the next 1 to 2 years of my life, my research life, investigating and building programs to help upskill players. So this slide is all about the differences between the similarities, between esports and traditional sports athletes, and the differences between esports and traditional sports athletes. So this is important for any sports psychologists or team managers who started their career in traditional sport and are looking to transition into esports. It's important that we know what works, or what is similar, and what is different between traditional sports and esports. So the similarities include increased stressor frequencies were reported around important competitions. When your players are coming up, team managers, elite athletes, sports psychologists, when your players are about to have their big competition, their big game, they need more support. They're going to experience more stress. That kind of goes without saying. Similar stressor categories were reported. So a lot of the stresses that were experienced by traditional sports athletes were also experienced by esports athletes. And paper 2, where I explore the stresses in detail, really outlines all of these. Problem-focused coping was the most frequently employed coping strategy, and problem-focused coping was also employed as being effective, both traditional sport and esports athletes. This is the most important part, the differences. There were different stresses reported by esports athletes. Esports athletes experience many of the same, but some distinctly different stresses, things like technical issues, things like clutch, specific to an esports context. And it's important that we know that when working with elite athletes. Challenge and threat perceptions were not related to stresses. That's probably more of a higher level finding, but it contributes to the theoretical knowledge of the stress and coping model that I investigated. And most importantly, emotion-focused coping was reported as being effective at alleviating stress in esports. And that's not something we necessarily have found in traditional sport. That's something we need to keep investigating. And that's something we need to work with our esports athletes to make sure they have all the emotion-focused coping skills they need. Couple of study limitations. So the generalizability of the findings. I only explored League of Legends players in Australia. So these results aren't necessarily generalizable to NA, EU, Asian regions. I need to say that. A limitation of this study and a limitation of diary studies more broadly for the researchers who are watching this is that when you report stresses often, so 3 times a week or even sometimes more, you're more likely to capture the most intense stressor, but not necessarily the complex ongoing stresses that might be less intense, but are present more often. Sometimes it's important to use focus groups and interviews to find this, but for the purpose of this research, we use diary studies, and that is a limitation I would like to acknowledge. So future research, I think we're starting to understand this stress and coping process. Future research needs to start exploring how personality factors might influence the stress and coping process, but also performance more broadly in esports. So things like resilience, grit, hardiness, ocean, the big 5 personality dimensions, these need to be explored for their impact on the stress and coping process, as well as performance in esports, because we know they play a critical role from traditional sports research. This is a really important point for me personally. Based on this finding that the stress and coping process is happening in esports, and we're starting to understand its importance in the esports context, we need to start building training for e-athletes to help them better cope with stress. What we know from traditional sports is that athletes who go through a coping effectiveness training experience obviously better coping effectiveness scores, but their subjective in-game performance increases, their levels of psychological distress decrease, and their levels of psychological well-being increase. So it's not only, it's important to understand the coping process and train the coping process in esports athletes, not only to increase performance, but also to increase the mental health of our players and therefore the longevity of our players. I've already developed an esports coping effectiveness training, which I'm piloting with an esports org in February of 2022. I'll try to get those results published and share them with people as much as I can. And we obviously want to, if it's successful, try it with as many teams as we can around the world. I will keep everyone up to date with that. And I think that's a really important piece going forward. Here are some of my other publications. So obviously there's the PhD publications, but I'm also part of a research team with Michael Trotter, who just finished his PhD at the Queensland University of Technology. And 2 of his published papers explore social support, self-regulation, and the esports health, participation, health, and physical activity behavior in esports. So if you're interested in any of the research that I've spoken about today, it's all available online for you there. If you're interested in getting in touch, my email's there and my Twitter is there. Please reach out. I'm very receptive and I'm going to help wherever I can. Before I finish, I want to say a big thank you to the Esports Research Network Conference for having me. These are so important, and this will be remembered as a landmark event in esports research. So I'm super grateful to have been a part of it. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much. There are several questions, so we will do 2 questions relatively shortly. One is what measures did you take to control the confounding factors of self-report? So self-report, that is an issue. One thing we did to control this was that we didn't call them stress diaries. So we didn't let the players know that their stress responses were being recorded. These were just performance diaries. So I feel if we told them you're going to be reporting on your stress and we're going to be looking at the intensity and we're going to be looking at the control and it's all about how you dealt with stress, we could have brought in a whole bunch of potential biases because people were like, well, I'm being assessed on this and I want them to think that I'm good at coping with stress. So I'll try to control, I'll try to, say that I'm coping better than I might be. The players weren't really given much information on the stress and coping process other than what they needed to understand to fill out the survey. The broader aims of the study weren't really revealed to the participants till the debriefing at the end. So I guess that's one way, but you are correct. There are limitations to using self-report measures. And that's why we're hoping to use some experimental data in the coming 1 to 2 years. Great question. Yeah, another question here. Do we have any idea how long can last or work PFC and EFC? So is there any habituation, any new stressors that appears with experience? Just so that I've understood the question, it's if we're using a problem-focused coping strategy or an emotion-focused coping strategy over and over again, is there an habituation process and it becomes less effective? I would be making up an answer if I said anything authoritatively, but what I think is that it depends on the nature of the stressor. So if it's a stressor that's ongoing, something that's major, like an interpersonal issue with a teammate, certain stressors that work at the start might not keep working throughout that negative relationship. But if, some of the examples I gave for problem-focused coping, if we make a mistake in game, we didn't time something, we burnt our flash, we didn't jump on Baron when we should have, that's not something that we can deal with over time. That's something we either have to problem-focused cope with by increasing our attention, emotion-focused cope with by down-regulating negative emotions that come up, or for the rest of the game, we just don't think about it. We don't let it impact us. We avoid those series of thoughts and move on. So to answer your question as best that I can with the research that I've done and the knowledge that I have, I would say that the effectiveness of these strategies over time and any form of habituation is going to depend on the nature of the stressor, the intensity of the stressor, how long the stress is being experienced for, and how the stressor itself responds to the coping strategies that we apply to it. So I'm sorry, I can't give you a more concrete answer. It's a pretty complex question. More research to do. So, but that's also something where I just wanted to strengthen the aspect about team stressors and all that, which is completely under research in esports. And if you talk with people in esports, what I should look at my team, I barely look at my players. So that's something we're definitely looking forward to your research on that. There were a few more questions. I can pass them on to you, but I think most of them are in the network, so they can also directly contact you. So
Perfect.
especially really thank you for the research, really thank you for the answers. The last one, Yannick asked that he's happy with the answer, so good job on that.
Reach out to me if you want clarification, anyone.
Yeah.
Happy to help.
Awesome. And then I would say we are moving on to what Dylan said I should call Mr. M with his team. So Dylan,
Hi.
can you stop the share? Perfect, thank you. Hi, Mr. M.
Hi. It's a pleasure for being here. Okay, should I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Wait. And now. So.
Looks good.
Okay, I believe you can see my presentation now. Perfect. So I'm here today to tell you a little bit about our research on the role of emotions in esports. This is the work that we've published last year in Emotion, the work that I've done with Łukasz and James. I need to admit it was wonderful collaboration inspired by those two guys. So it's not only my idea. I don't take credit for it. So today I'm gonna talk about the role of emotions in esports performance, but I will be also happy to answer any questions that are related to other work that we've done on esports or psychophysiology of sports psychology. So yeah. And here are also our other papers that are related also to emotions in esports. So how I get to the field of esports psychology. So because I'm managing the psychophysiology lab in Poznań in Poland, and my background is in sports sciences. So when we started working with Łukasz, he's a psychologist, he was my supervisor during my PhD. We just connected our interests. So his in psychology and my in sports psychology. And we thought that we need to study some kind of competition or performance. And I don't think I need to explain that much to you why esports, because all of you are esports enthusiasts, but it has some benefits to study gamers in the lab because they don't move. They basically sit in front of the computer, and this is a huge advantage for us that people do not move, they do not make any extra movements because they can sit and we can collect all measures that we need in the psychophysiological studies. So as I told you, my interest in sports psychology and psychophysiology, and this is where we think the esports psychology is. So because not all of you has to be familiar with the psychological models, I will explain them a little bit to you. So we used two psychological models in our study. So the first one was a biopsychosocial model of challenge and threat. And I think Dylan did a great work talking a little bit about the challenge threat appraisals. So I will spend just some minutes to explain how our model of challenge and threat works. So at the beginning, you have the motivated performance. So for us, it's the esports performance, the competition that people do their best to achieve their goals. And in this process, they evaluate their resources, so what they can do with the demands. So in esports, for instance, the demands can be the opponents or the game level, whether it's whether they play with the bots or with the live opponents. So when you compare the resources to the demands, then you have the challenge or threat state. So if your resources are higher than the demands, we'll tell that you are in the challenge state. But when the demands are higher than your resources, then we will say that you are in the threat state. But what is important for us, you can observe those states not only at the psychological level, but also at the physiological level. So when people are in the challenge state, their body pumps more blood to the cells, so they also have more energy to perform at the most basic level. On the other hand, when the people are in the threat state, their blood vessels are getting stiff, and even though that the heart is pumping more blood to the bloodstream, they're not getting more energy to the body cells. So this is the most basic understanding of the challenge and threat physiological reactions. And then we think when you're getting more blood to the blood cells or more energy, then you perform more successfully in comparison to the threat state, when which is related to the worse performance. The second model that we used in our study was the motivational dimensional model of affect. So at the most basic level, you can think about emotions as categories like anger, enthusiasm, or amusement, but you can also think about emotions through the dimensions that build the emotion. And the most basic ones are valence and arousal. So whether you feel positive or negative, or pleasant or unpleasant, or whether you feel activated or calm. But there is also the other dimension that is called motivational intensity, that we thought might be crucial in the context of esports. So whether you feel the motivation to approach the game or the competition, or whether you feel the motivation to avoid it. So based on it, we thought that the challenge state will be related to the high approach motivation, and the threat zone or the threat state will be related to the avoidance motivation. That was something new to think about, because the past studies usually related the negative or positive aspects of emotion to the challenge and threat states. So we decided to study FIFA players. So we invited to our lab more than 200 players that I would categorize as the recreational gamers, because they usually played about 7 hours per week. And based on our theoretical models, we created 5 conditions where we elicited 5 emotions or 4 emotions in neutral state. So we had, based on the dimensions of valence and approach motivation, we elicited amusement and enthusiasm as a positive emotions, and sadness and anger as a negative emotions. So basically that's what you can see on the graph here. How the experiment looked like. So basically people came to the lab, they sat for 5 minutes. This is the classic physiological baseline procedure. So they were waiting, we collected all baseline measures, and then we asked them to play 5 matches in FIFA. So each match was preceded by the emotion elicitation, so one of the 5 emotions that were randomized. Then they evaluate their experienced emotions, and then they played FIFA. After the match, they had a 2 minutes recovery. So now I think you can see the short, just the short versions of the clips. The first one was for amusement. They are from the standardized databases of the video clips for emotion elicitation. And The third one was for enthusiasm, and the fourth one was for sadness. If you want to get more details, just go to the publication. They are nicely explained there. So what about the results? We found the indirect effects of positive emotions that were related to the most important index of the FIFA performance, so goals ratio. Basically, after the elicitation of positive emotions, people played better. What was not our initial idea, but one of the reviewers suggested that we should also include in our models other features of the gaming performance or the FIFA performance that can tell you a little bit more about how people played under different emotions. So we saw that the effects of the positive emotions were indirect only through the motivation. So whether people felt approach or avoidance motivation. The other aspects that we talked about challenge and threat states, so the cardiac output, so the amount of the blood circulating through the body, was not affected by emotions, the same the challenge threat evaluations, but at the individual differences level, they also predicted the goals, shots accuracy and falls, similar with the challenge and threat evaluations. About the limitations, unfortunately, we were only able to collect data from male players because this is basically how the demographics of the FIFA players look like. So I think like the 98% of the gamers are male players. And also because of the way how people play FIFA with the pad, we're not able to collect the blood pressure measurement. But the strength of the study, we showed that the positive emotions help people play better in FIFA, especially enthusiasm, that was more approach-related emotion. And also that the positive emotions elicited the approach motivation. We were thinking that maybe anger as a negative emotion will also motivate people a little bit more, but we haven't saw it in our study. And also people in the challenge state played better, but the challenge and threat states were not related to the emotional state. So I will be happy now to take any questions, because I think you can read all about the study in the publication. So if you have any questions that are not that you are interested in now, I think I will be happy to take them.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting presentation and all those interesting topics. I mean, one thing I immediately thought about, that this is something where we actually have a strength in esports research or gaming research. What the reviewer was told, we have so much data around that. When you think about, or maybe your future research, what factors do you consider now to link that with your research that you have in game? Like, I don't know, in StarCraft, for example, how many times you hit the keyboard or other aspects?
Yeah, so thanks for asking about it. So I'm just starting the new research grant that is related to emotion regulation and esports performance. But we want to go back to to studying Counter-Strike Global Offensive as our national game, where we have the strong traditions of playing. And there it will be a little bit less data related to their performance, because basically the amount of frags, this is how many people were killed by the players, will be our performance index. But I'm also interested in studies done by Mark Campbell in Ireland, because they have great features, the great performance features, where they created the special software that can collect all of the data specific to the Counter-Strike, because the easiest way is to collect the amount of deaths, but with their software, maybe we'll be able also to collect the other measures that are programmed in the software. But you know, like from my perspective as a psychologist or sports scientist, it's not that easy. So we'll probably ask them to maybe get some additional data from the game that is basically showing how well you performed. Probably I did not answer your question because I was just talking for 3 minutes. So
that's all right.
No,
that's absolutely right. I mean, it's a field where we actually have to find our way. What are useful tools to understand that? And the thing I find interesting, especially if you're, I mean, I have not that much knowledge about FIFA and how it's working, but when you're looking at Counter-Strike, the more emotions you have, or that's the general hypothesis, the more emotions like you have fear or whatever, the less you are hitting the enemy, the right pixel. Something what Sepp told in the panel also, I have to bottle up my emotions in the game. So maybe even a question where you don't have the answer because it's something completely new. But are there ways to find out that this is actually happening, and this is something where we see a difference between elite players and the best of the best?
So I think I will have the answer in 3 years when we will be done with my future project, because this is basically what we will do. We'll measure their emotions during the gameplay. But from our previous study on Counter-Strike, we haven't noticed any differences in terms of emotions and performance quality, let's say. Because our previous study was, we created the tournament in the lab where we also elicited the challenge and threat states in gamers. This is the paper. Wait, at the beginning, the social challenge and threat predict performance in the PSE. So you can find more about this study in the paper, but we also collected the data. You know, we recorded the participants during the study, and for instance, we haven't noticed any differences in their facial expression, one of the indexes of emotions during the gameplay. The same with the self-reported valence. We also haven't noticed the differences between the best and the worst players. So we'll see whether it's they're just so focused in the game that, for instance, that their face do not express emotions because you are so immersed in the game. So we were not able to collect valid emotional data. We'll see in our future project, but I'm really interested in seeing that whether the amount of the emotions is related to the better or worse performance. We'll see, because even in traditional sports, we have like maybe 5 or 6 studies that experimentally elicit emotions and checked whether it helps or is bad for you and your sports performance. So to be honest, we don't really know the answer yet. So it's nice that you mentioned this topic. We still need to study this kind of stuff.
I'm really looking forward to that. Maybe it's because Counter-Strike players are so close to the monitor that you don't see it. But that's our topic. The chat asked that you could show the slide with the results again.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a question emerging, but was going too quickly. So hopefully the back team is showing the slide soon. But another question here is from Jacob Martinez. Could other contemporary models like the theory of challenge and threat states in athletes be useful to explore emotion in esports players?
Yeah, thanks for this question, because I don't know how deep should I go with explaining the difference between the specific challenge and threat model in sports and the general one, the Blazkowicz one. So my personal opinion was that the basic model was enough, because the sports model is presenting also the things that are related to the individual differences, so that people are different in some ways, and we were maybe more interested in the general population differences, because like there is so many things to study, and we thought we should start from the most basic point. So that's why we use the challenge and threat model, the basic one, the Blazkowicz one, and not the Jones ones, the specific for sports. But I don't think that they are that different. The sports one is just more broader, and it shows some additional aspects. But I think now at current stage of the research on esports, we should probably start from the very basic knowledge and then build up to create more specific models. That was the reason why we used the Blazkowicz one and not the Jones ones. So I think it has some premises, but for our aims, the basic one was enough, basically. But but the person who asked this question, like, I'll be happy to chat with him and explain more in detail why we used one model over another.
As always, the epic question, why that model and not the other one?
Yeah.
But it's something where, I mean, yeah, we have to start somewhere. And what some of the presentations already showed, esports is different in certain perspectives, certain aspects. And that is something where we definitely can think about that more. Another question, any studies planned looking at emotions as an outcome as well?
Oh, yeah. We were also thinking, because in the emotion regulation project that I've already mentioned, that will run, they will also play several games during the session, during the tournament. So we're also interested in how people gonna regulate their emotions after defeats or wins. You know, it'll be really great to see whether, like, you know, the emotional state from the one game is affecting the next game, basically. Something that I can tell you a little bit more. Because Tobias, you mentioned something about my screen and the model. I'm not sure, because I'm still sharing my screen, so I don't know if you like the oh yeah, perfect. So we've already analyzed somehow the emotional states as an outcome of the gameplay in the blunted cardiovascular paper. It's recently published in scientific reports where we observed how the previous game is affecting the next game. Not that much about emotions there, but there are some kind of relations that you can read about, and the person that is interested in can start from this place. But it'll be super nice to study the emotion as the outcome. And I think this will be also something that my PhD student Patricia, the girl that is on the slide, will work during her PhD. Now I will go to the model, and I think you can also share the screen with the model for the person that asks about the model.
Awesome, perfect. So there will be a lot of quite interesting research from you in the near future. I'm expecting a lot because it's still something where what is actually happening there, and we need to know that. Okay, therefore, thank you for the presentation. Thank you very much, and being awesomely in time. And now we move to Julian as the next one. There he is already.
I just need a second.
Okay, so Julian will do a presentation on mental toughness in professional esports, critical factor. And in his team, there are some handsome other people like Christoph Schild, Bastian Kodjaka, and Team Kuhlmann, and some other random dude called me. And Julian seems to have some technical issues. Okay, just a moment.
So you are hearing me well?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
And just share your slides, please. Perfect. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tobias. Yes, on behalf of my colleagues and me, I would like to welcome all of you to this presentation. My name is Julian Discher, and I'm currently studying psychology at the University of Constance in Germany. This means if you have any interesting thesis topics or sports or esports related PhD positions in the near future, let me know. With me is also Bastian Kodjaka, especially for the Q&A session. And of course, Tobias Scholz also here, as he's the moderator. Topic today is mental toughness in professional esports. And for that, I want to firstly dive into the theoretical background, our relevance and hypothesis, and then head over to methods, results, and discussion. In the end, we are talking on limitations and conclusion. And then we are going to the, as I already told, the Q&A session. So let's go to first things first. What is mental toughness and why should we matter in esports? Mental toughness is a trait on a purely psychological level. Every one of us has it, but to a different level. This means it's like physical strength, for example. The one has more, the other less. And mental toughness probably plays a special role when one is at a psychological and physical edge of pain. And if we are talking on edge of pain here, it's mostly regarding sports, as mental toughness is mostly researched in sports context. And one of the many definitions out there is that mental toughness enables you to cope better than your opponents with the demands that sport places on you as an athlete. And it enables you to be more consistent and perform better under pressure. I just picked out 3 examples of mental toughness to draw a better picture of the construct. If you are mental tough, you feel comfortable under competitive pressure, you are not influenced by the performance of others, and you recover quickly from setbacks. Of course, recovering quickly means psychologically. Past research mostly focused on traditional sports, as of course esports is relatively new. And for example, in tennis was found that mental toughness positively correlated with rank, score, and number of points. In mixed martial arts, professional fighters showed higher mental toughness values than non-professionals. And in wushu, which is a mix-up of traditional Chinese martial arts, medal winners had higher mental toughness on average. So I think you already see that there seems to be something like a correlation between mental toughness and performance or success in sports. Overreaching, there's the finding that mental toughness correlates positively with physical endurance, and it is related to maintenance of cognitive performance during setbacks. So these are traditional sports related findings. What is with esports? Well, there's also a little work on that. One study is from Dylan Paulus. He also had a presentation earlier this day. And this paper I name here, there he had athletes in different titles. And he found that athletes with high mental toughness had better stress control. They were more productive in their problem-solving skills, and they had a tendency to have better rankings. This work was one of the inspirations we had to make research on this construct in esports. So what is important here? Mental toughness also impacts cognitive performance, not just physical performance. And this cognitive performance is especially important in esport athletes. Therefore, the findings in esport could be like those in traditional sports, as some tendency, for example, the results from Paulus and his colleagues already indicates. That's why we had the two hypotheses that firstly, with increasing mental toughness values, the achieved performance also should improve. And secondly, professional players should have a higher mental toughness than non-professionals. So what have we done to check this hypothesis? We conducted an online survey with 158 esport athletes on different titles, which you see on the first column of this table. And you also see that our biggest group was League of Legends with 130 participants. On the last column, you see also that we had athletes on different playing levels. We had non-professionals and professionals with 40 professionals. And here is important that this playing level, this classification was based on self-reporting. So we asked participants, how would you rate your playing level? And they had options to say, I'm more professional, or I conduct myself as non-professional. Participants had to be at least 16 years old. And like I said, it was an online survey. We shared the link over several social network sites. We also had contact with semi-professional and professional contacts that shared the links for us. And I think that's the way how we got our 40 professionals. So yes, we have our sample. What we also had to do is how do we collect or capture the construct of mental toughness? Well, that's the thing, like most constructs in psychology, we take a questionnaire. And for that, we use the Sports Mental Toughness Questionnaire, aka the SMTQ, which is a questionnaire designed especially for, or which is originally designed, let's say it like this, for traditional sports environment, as we don't have such a thing as a special questionnaire for esports. The SMTQ shows a good internal consistency and validity, and it captures general mental toughness with 3 subscales named confidence, constancy, and control. And the SMTQ has 14 items. On the downside of this slide, you see 3 examples of such items. Each item of the examples representing 1 subscale. We have a confidence item, which is I have what it takes to perform well while under pressure. We have a control item with I get angry and frustrated when things do not go my way. And I get distracted easily and lose my concentration would be a constancy item. You also see the scale we used with a neutral option in the middle. I think that gives a little bit of feeling of how the subscales are, in what direction they are pointing. So this is how we captured mental toughness. Of course, we also had to capture performance, which is not always that easy as it sounds, as most game developers don't publish player statistics open accessible. So we mostly had to use third-party tools. And I just explain how we did it in the example of League of Legends, as this is our biggest group. In that case, participants gave us their summoner name, which is a unique ID in League of Legends, where you can be found in that game. Another example would be Steam ID for Counter-Strike. We took the summoner name and went with that to a third-party site, in that case, whatsmymmr.com. And from that site, we got performance statistics back. And for us important was the percentile as performance criteria, as percentile is like if you are a player in the 90th percentile, this means that you are better than 90% of the players. So you are a top 10% player. And percentiles are good in our study because it makes different titles comparable. As if you are a 90th percentile player in Counter-Strike, you are also belonging to the top 10%. You see our performance distribution on the right with the frequency on the y-axis and percentile on the x-axis. And yeah, what you can see is that we created something like a high performance sample, as most players were really good. So this is okay, as we aimed for that, and also gets the topic of performance psychology in elite esports. But to be honest, of course, it created a skewed distribution, but I come back to this later. So we have our performance variable, we have the mental toughness. That's in that point, we can do the funny thing, the statistics. And yeah, our first hypothesis was that with increasing mental toughness, the achieved performance also should improve. This is a case for models of linear regression. We had an independent variable with mental toughness and the dependent variable with performance. And this picture means is if mental toughness increases, performance increases. But we just didn't have just one linear model, we had 4. We had 1 for each of the subscales also. This means, in example, for model 4, you could exchange mental toughness with control. And in this table, the important thing are the p-values. At that point, I don't go too deep into statistics because I don't want to be too boring in this presentation. So just important is in psychology, we mostly work with 95% confidence intervals. And this means if one of these p-values is 0.05 or less, we reach significance. And yeah, you see it. On mental toughness, constancy, and control, we didn't reach this. And on confidence, we reached it partially. We have the tendency to be significant with 0.058. So we found no empirical support for hypothesis 1 regarding mental toughness, constancy, and control, but partially for confidence. So that's hypothesis 1. Let's move to hypothesis 2, which was professional players should have a higher mental toughness than non-professionals. We used the t-test for this, for detection of difference in means. This just means that you have 2 groups, in our case, the non-professionals and the professionals. And we had several variables you see in the first column from mental toughness to age. And what the t-test does is he compares the means of these 2 groups on these variables and then checks for significance. And you see it in the last column. You If you see 1 star, it's significant. If you see 3 stars, it's highly significant. This means, once again, confidence seems to be a factor here as it reaches significance. And mental toughness, constancy, and control did not reach the significance. We also checked explorative for playing time and percentile, means performance. And in that case, professional players performed better than non-professionals and had more playing time. Especially regarding performance, this is interesting, as I already said. Playing level was rated on self-reports. Now, as professionals are indeed better regarding performance than our non-professionals, can be an indicator that at least our self-rating was mostly honest, I think. So we have the t-test, we have the models of linear regression. What do these results mean? Regarding hypothesis 1, data suggests that only confidence has a meaningful influence on the esports performance. This was not found for general mental toughness, control, and constancy. I named the study of Dylan Paulus before and his colleagues, and I think this finding contributes to the results of Paulus, as we had this high performance sample, and I think Paulus had a broader sample. So we can't say that, for example, general mental toughness isn't a thing in esports, but we can say that confidence in high performance samples plays a much bigger role than general mental toughness, control, and constancy. But you have to be careful to compare our results with the results of Paulus, as we use the SMTQ and Paulus used 2 other scales. So in theory, they should capture the same thing, mental toughness, but in practical reasons, we don't really know, as there is no such thing like a study that checks for convergent validity of these 3 scales. So we just have to be a little bit careful here with the interpretation. Secondly, this was our t-test. Professional players should have higher MT than non-professionals. This also was appeared only on the confidence subscale. And you see it, confidence plays a big role here too. This means professionals were more confident than non-professionals. Control and constancy are not as relevant in high performance esports as it is the case in traditional sports. And this brings up the question, where's the difference in that case between sports and esports? And here, once again, the SMTQ is a questionnaire designed for traditional sports, and we use it in esports. So maybe this works, but perhaps mental toughness needs to be measured differently in esports. Maybe we have to ask another question or other questions, or we have to use a different setting. Maybe. So this brings me to the limitations of our study. Firstly, we had a homogeneous sample structure. I named it high performance sample, but of course this limits variance and comparability, as we can't say much about players in, for example, the 50th percentile. Secondly, our participants were mostly League of Legends players, which is also limiting generalizability to other titles, so we can't say much about FIFA, Dota, or PUBG players. To be honest, of course, statement regarding hypothesis 1, it based on partial significance. We didn't reach significance. It was the tendency to be significant. I want to be honest about that. I think if the sample would be bigger, it would reach the significance. Self-report of professionalism was purely subjective, although our professionals indeed were better in performance than our non-professionals. And one big point I have is we recorded performance and playing time with these third-party sites I described before. It's good to have them, as in most games we can have lots of statistics about the most players. We don't have such a thing in traditional sports. But it's like a black box problem. We give the username or summoner name in, and then we get the statistics out. We do not know what happens in between. The results, are they valid, are they accurate? We don't really know, so we have to be careful with that. Best practice would, I think, be to compare different resources. And lastly, like always, it's the sample size. We were allowed to do the statistical tests with the sample size. It was big enough, but I think a few more participants wouldn't have been bad. So, what is the conclusion? The most important point is, I think, that in a high-performance sample, general mental toughness no longer plays such a large role as in a broader sample. The confidence factor, this means being confident, seems to play a major role for high performers. And following this, esport professionals could have advantage of confidence trainings, for example. Like I said, there's no questionnaire to capture mental toughness specifically in esports. This is worth a discussion if we need this or not. Is it okay to just use the scales we have in traditional sports? And like I said, we have this black box thing with the performance captures. It's good to have the sites, but it's just a question, is there a better way? I think it's the best option we have at currently for these games. If you know any better resource to get this performance variable, then let me know. I'm really interested in that. And last to say is that I think that's a point for all of us. Esports is, of course, a relatively new thing. Also is psychological success factors in esports, and we need a lot of work on that. I think, for example, the work of Paulus is something like a grounding work, and we can build on that. And for that, it's good that we have something like this conference where we can have different points of view and discuss current and future research and move this into the further direction. Yes, I'm at the end of this presentation. I want to thank you for your audience. I hope it was interesting and clear. And if you have questions for that, we have the Q&A session, or you can contact me afterwards. And I hope you have a good time at this conference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, and you did a great job with that. Diving directly in, Evelyn Tan is asking, was a power analysis run based on the previous Paulus paper to find out sample size? And if not, do you have plans to run a post hoc power analysis?
We did power analysis before we started to calculate the sample size we need for the t-tests. Like I said, we reached this amount of people, but we reached it and had a few participants more, but I think a bigger sample would have been better.
Okay, then the next question, Jacob Martinez. In relation to your findings and with future research, are you able to comment on how we could apply this to mental toughness interventions or programs? So more the practical application of it.
I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this. I think this would a good point for Dylan Paulus, as he is inventing, I think, mental toughness trainings. I think the practical thing is that maybe, and we are talking mostly on professionals, on high performers in esports. This means maybe we should move or have a special view on confidence in these high performers, as it's another case in a broader sample with the average players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something where, which is maybe also a following up question on that, which I at least think a bit, that this confidence aspect maybe also game specific. So that's something where League of Legends is in its context more in that direction. Were you able to get any results that could strengthen or highlight that from the others, as it was mostly distorted to League of Legends players?
Well, our study, of course, is very specific to League of Legends players. In general, it's a good point what you said, that we have to look which game it is. Especially, I think, if we have a single-player game where I think FIFA would be like this, where one person is playing against another, or it's a team thing. I think that is also a point in mental toughness in general, as most findings I had when I did literature research, most examples were individual sports. So tennis, wushu, mixed martial arts, mostly that's one or two persons, no big team. So I think it's firstly, of course, the title. It's also how many people do we have? What's the group constellation? How do they interact with each other? But I'm not sure if I answered your question.
I mean, it's an open question in the end. What are the reasons and what are the implications? And as you say, it is a difference to, be in a team, and especially in esports. League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and all those games are highly competitive, and there is happening so much pressure in it. So could be interesting to research that on base team size or non-team size, which is also something where Eric Fink is, I don't know if our data was able to factor that in, but what impact does solo queue have on those professional players? Do they play better competitively if they play solo queue before, or is it better to relax before the high performance game?
I mean, I think I can say something here, so I'm not totally without meaning telling Julian I'll support him in the Q&A session. I think regarding this question, it's a little hard because that was not the specific point of interest that we were exploring. I think the other presentations of this track will be or would have been able to give a much more valid answer on this. So I don't want to look bad and say something where the rest of the panel the rest of the track kind of shakes their head and says, oh, we're not sure. So hard to say, but one thing I would like to add regarding Tobias's question before, I think especially constructs like mental toughness are, if we consider the individual level and if we consider the group level, it is kind of, it can be kind of dangerous. So if we work as a sports psychologist, as an example, with an individual and kind of boosting his mental toughness, that might have spillover effects on mental toughness and feeling well and all this of his teammate or her teammates. So I think it's a great avenue for research. There are lots of questions that can be asked and need to be answered. But I think especially that looking at the individual level, one single player, and try to see what influences that has on a team level, might show very, very interesting findings. So I think I like the question, Tobias.
Thank you. I mean, it's something I think it's super interesting, the team aspect and all the social aspects, and it's something which research is often neglecting, and even teams doing mostly individual psychology on the individual, and are surprised that players are not working together. because they are completely blinding it out. One final question, don't know if you can answer it, but it's an interesting one. What would be an esports topic you would like to look deeper in a potential PhD?
That's a good question. I think it's in general an interesting topic with psychological methods like questionnaires. So I brought up this topic with can we just use in different aspects, can we just use questionnaires, methods, and tools we have from traditional sports and move them one-on-one to esports? And this is a thing I'm very interested in, that to maybe create such tools for esports, to be not always dependent on findings and tools from traditional sports.
Awesome, great, and probably quite interesting. So if anybody is out there who looks for a good PhD student, there's your man. Great, thank you for your presentation and those findings. And we are moving on to the last but not least presentation by Carlos Val Serrano, and I see David Marcus Cuesta as well. You can already put your slides on. Perfect, thank you. They are talking about comparison of cognitive performance between professional esports players, regular players, and non-players. Yeah, keep it away. Thank you, guys. You're still muted.
Hello.
Now it's working. Yes.
Okay. Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you, Tobias. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of the conference for giving us the opportunity to present our work today. It's a pleasure for me to be part in the first international online conference by the Esports Research Network. My name is Carlos Valls, and I'm assistant professor at UCAM University, and I will present our work entitled Comparison of Cognitive Performance between Professionals, Esports Players, Regular Players, and Non-Players. This work has been developed with the collaboration of my team, Assistant Professor Cristina Francisco from the Sevilla University, Assistant Professor Alfonso Caracuel from Granada University, and the psychologist David Marcos Cuesta. Well, as you know, video games have become part of worldwide culture. The number of video game players continue growing year by year, and it's expected to reach 3.07 billion players in 2023. The last revolution in the video game industry was the advent of esports, and right now it is calculated that esports has 465 million viewers. Among all esports, League of Legends stands out above the rest. League of Legends is one of the most viewed esports on streaming platforms. The game has demonstrated to have a solid base of players, and their competitive scene is one of the most important around the world. The competitive scene has evolved notably, ranging from amateur tournaments to national and regional leagues. As a consequence, esports organizations have had to evolve at the same time, and most of them have imitated the operating model of traditional sports. So to attend the specific demands of esports players, team staff are formed by several professionals as nutritionists, physiotherapists, psychologists, etc. And regarding the last one, psychologists, they play an important role in a team. His work is diverse and is focused on aspects related to mental health, team cohesion, work, and high performance intervention, among others. But due to the peculiarities of esports, they should address other features that are not so important in traditional sports. Let's see. Sports are diverse and each sport has different demands. For example, some sports are primarily physical as rugby, and other sports require also physical conditions but also have cognitive demands as gymnastic or motorized sports. And finally, there are sports as chess or esports in which the nature is primarily cognitive. In other words, a psychologist not only must address emotional issues, but also need and can intervene on cognitive abilities to improve esports performance. Well, so what do we know about the relationship about cognitive abilities and video games? Well, during the last decades, a lot of studies have analyzed the impact of video games on human condition. And two recent meta-analyses have analyzed major findings. For example, Bediou found that action video gamers exhibit better cognitive performance than non-players, and conclude that action video games robustly enhance top-down attention and spatial cognition. But on the other hand, Sala performed another meta-analysis and found small or dull effects on the same point. So why are the results of this study so different? Well, I think that we need to read between lines. This doesn't mean that these meta-analyses were not correctly developed, and this doesn't mean that the studies included in these meta-analyses were wrong. It's just maybe these studies use some general criteria and they are not very specific. For example, most of video game studies provide little information about gamers. For example, we don't know if gamers play several games or they just play one kind of games. For example, some issues are not, in my opinion, properly analyzed, like expertise. Some studies consider that experts are people who play just 4 hours per week at the same video game. On the other, in the same direction, some video games are categorized at the same type of video games, while their structural difference are very different. In the last meta-analysis, Sala meta-analysis, they divided video games in action video games, non-action video games, and mixed video games. Under our opinion, this is important. This is important, divide kind of games, but it's not enough in order to extract solid conclusions. Probably League of Legends and Grand Theft Auto were classified as action video games, and their structural differences are very different. I don't like to bore you about talking about the structure problem of video games, so I'm gonna provide you a visual example in order to understand my words. For example, weightlifting and badminton are sports, and probably strength is important for both sports. But I guess that for for weightlifting sportists, strength is more important than for a badminton player. In the same direction, first shooter games and card games are video games, but probably speed processing is more important for a first shooter player than for a card game player. In other words, we can't talk about video games in general. Each video game is different and we cannot analyze them as a single phenomenon. For all this reason, it's important that science try to identify which processes are related to single video games, find the way to evaluate them, and consequently we could propose intervention and use tools to evaluate the effectiveness of these interventions. For example, selective attention is important in one game. We find a neuropsychological test to assess this process, and then I can prove if, for example, mindfulness training could help these players to improve their cognition. In resume, esports have had an explosive growth. Organizations and professionals need tools to respond to the demands of professional players. And little is known about how cognitive abilities are related to performance. Most of the studies have an obsolete methodology. Investigation need to take a step forward and provide reliable information based on specific games, single games, controlling in-game variables, controlling confounding variables, for example, the possible presence of, in the sample of people with internet gaming disorder, and using representative samples. And finally, few studies have been developed in poor League of Legends players. For these reasons, the main goal of this study was to compare cognitive performance among professional LoL players, regular players, and non-players in different cognitive domains. Okay, let's go to see the methodology of this study. In this study, we use three groups of participants. The first group was formed by 8 professional LoL players. The second one was formed by 10 regular LoL players, and the third one was formed by 10 non-players. Well, the sample is small, but then at the end in the discussion, I will share my opinion and update this information. Well, the inclusion criteria for gamers were being LoL players who have played more than 100 games, male players, and poor genre players. That means that participants have spent at least 62.5% of total hours dedicated to video games to play just League of Legends. For non-players, the inclusion criteria were males who play less than 2 hours per week, and the exclusion criteria for all groups was the presence of a disease affecting the functioning of central nervous systems, drug consumption, of the presence of internet gaming disorder. Well, I'm gonna present the professional players. They were recruited from the UCAM Esports Club. Okay. UCAM Esports Club is a Spanish organization based out of UCAM University. The organizations hold the sports team in League of Legends, Valorant, among others. Was founded in 2020 and play in the major esports competition in Spain. Among its major achievements this year, UCAM won the spring split and played the final event in the summer split. The team also played in one of the most important competitions in Europe, the EU Masters, and in its first year competing in this tournament, they reached the quarterfinals and semifinals. Here you can see the demographic characteristics of the sample. We found significant differences among education years. For us, this is not a surprise because, as you know, most of professional players stop their academic career in order to dedicate the time to train and the competition. And we also found a significant difference among the number of hours played per day among professionals and regulars. Well, in order to assess cognitive abilities, we tried to evaluate executive functions abilities. Executive function abilities are very important in order to start and organize and manage and control our behavior to reach goals. And executive functions are diverse and complex. We select some tasks that are which evaluates the most representative components of executive functions. Probably most of you don't know how this task works. So then in the results, before presenting the results, I will show you a little demonstration about the functioning of this task. Well, we try to assess task switching because we think that task switching abilities are important and are highly related to in-game performance, because League of Legends players need to control neutral enemies' waves, keep opponents at bay without stop attending the map, items, goal information. We also evaluate a working memory. Working memory is like a memory RAM in a computer. It helps us to manage online information, and we think that players need to manage a lot of information online, control the position of other players, calculate the change in damage, availability of abilities or items. And we also assess control attentions because we think that players need to continuously maintain their visual goal and avoid non-goal information interference to not commit errors, and planning abilities because League of Legends is a strategy game. We need to reach objectives, control the vision of the map, etc. The results were analyzed using the statistical package for the social science, and we test mean comparison using Kruskal-Wallis test. Well, let's see the results. Here you can see a demonstration about number of letter task, switching task. This task is a measure cognitive switching, and you can see a 2x2 matrix with a pair of characters that rotate in a predicted clockwise direction. The task is focused on a letter or number criterion. It means that in number task, participants must decide if the number character is odd or even. During the letter task, participants must decide if the if the character is consonant or vowel. And in a final assessment, participants must face both tasks. In this case, we evaluate the switch costs that have the participants when they change among letter task and number task, because they have to change their criteria, task switching. Well, the results on this task, switch cost time, professional players perform better than regulars and non players, but the difference were not significant. The results are represented in milliseconds. Okay, regarding the working memory task, Corsi blocking task. In this task, 9 squares are shown, and then a sequence is reproduced. The objective of participants is to remember the sequence. If participants correctly remember the sequence, in the next trial, the sequence will be longer. And this task, the outcome variable is an index formed by the block span results, is the longest sequence correctly repeated in both conditions and correct trials. The sum of a number of trials correctly repeat in both conditions. Well, in this task, professional players perform better than regulars and non-players, and here we find a significant differences among professionals and regulars, and among professionals and non-players. Let's go to see the next task. Well, you see an example, a quick example. In this task, anti-saccade task, participant must prevent automatic visual attention and program an endogenous top-down response to inhibit a reflexive orienting cue. This means that participants should, in this task, at the beginning, they pay attention to the center of the screen, and then a square appears on the right or the left side on the screen, and then another square appear in the opposite side. They must ignore the first one. It's difficult because our attention automatically directs to the first square. The second square contains the target stimulus, which remains on the screen for 150 milliseconds before it disappears. And participants have to indicate as quickly as possible what the direction of the arrow was. Well, the results of this task were the following. And we don't find differences among accuracy rates, but we find differences among reaction time among professionals and non-players. And finally, planning the Tower London task as a planning task. In this case, participants have to reproduce the top positions of the screen to the bottom position of the screen. There are different problems and they have different difficulties. In this case, professionals also perform better than regulars and non-players, but we didn't find significant differences. Okay. Main findings in this study were that professionals perform better than non-players on top-down attention tests and perform better than regulars and non-players on working memory tests. No significant differences on planning and task switching were found. Regarding attentional control, a majority of video games have high visual attention demands, and LOL is not an exception. Our results about reaction time led us to think that gamers are not more precise than non-players, but their speed processing is better than for non-players. In any case, there were no differences among professionals and regulars, so maybe speed processing is not a very important feature and probably don't make the difference among professionals and regulars. Regarding working memory, we think that LOL is a game that requires managing and manipulate large amounts of information during a match. And our results are aligned with previous research using action video games. And in this case, we think that working memory make a difference among professionals and regular. Probably professionals have the ability to manage more information related to game than normal players, and maybe this is a key feature for expertise. And what about planning and task switching, where no significant differences were found under our opinion? We don't think that planning abilities are not important and task switching are not important. But for example, maybe a planning ability are not important in professional players because they individual strategies are replaced by previously trained team strategies. But the most important explanation about about these results, we think that is due to the task use. We think that these tasks are not representative to planning and task switching abilities that we see during a game. In other words, if you play a cooking game using virtual reality, probably this game is not very representative of real cooking. So we think that it's important to develop new tools to assess, to evaluate cognitive performance in video game players, in esports players, in a better way. Well, what implication could have this study? This study demonstrates that we can identify, evaluate, and propose intervention programs. We don't know because we need more investigation in order to point which intervention programs could be useful for these professional gamers. But for example, we think that mindfulness programs could be useful because they have been proved that they improve working memory and attention abilities. And mindfulness also has been demonstrated useful to improve performance in sports requiring precision, such as dart or shooting. So maybe these kind of programs could be implemented to regular players in order to improve their cognitive abilities and also for professional players. Well, the limitation of this study was primarily the small sample. We have to say that when we sent the communication, the sample was small, but now we have increased the size of the sample, and I could confirm you that we maintain the same results And I hope that in the next month you could read a manuscript published in some journal. And there are other limitations. For example, it's impossible to ignore the influence of other video games practices. They played 62.5% of the time spent to League of Legends, but we can't ignore the possible influence of other video game practice or other cognitive activities. We also have to keep in mind the influence of years of education, that is an important variable related to cognitive abilities, and the limitation of instruments. Future research should be more rigorous, selecting the profile of players, analyzing pure genre players, or if possible, single games, analyze different cognitive domains as risk-taking, decision-making, comparison among studies should consider in detail the study design and the task used, and develop a specific task to esports research. And some cognitive abilities are highly task dependent, and for this reason it will be interesting to explore cognitive performance related to in-game context. In any case, we need more and more investigation. We don't know anything. Thank you. Here you have my email and Twitter contact. If you need some information, I can provide you.
Okay, thank you very much. As we are running out of time, one short question from the chat. Joanna Diaz asked, do you think motivation or the lack of motivation in the case you're studying can somewhat explain your results? In gaming or in League of Legends, they are super motivated to win. Here, maybe less motivated.
Yes, of course. Human behavior and cognitive performance is influenced by a lot of variables, motivation, emotion. Maybe you didn't sleep correctly the last night, but we can't control a lot of things. In any case, in this study, participants were paid for participating in this study, and we think that the fact that you can grant participants to participate reduce problems about motivation implication.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you everybody participating in the panel and in the session. We are here finished with performance psychology and elite esports, and we'll move on to psychology of esports players. I will hand over the torch to Veli-Matti, who will then be the session facilitator. But I think we will probably go into a short break, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
Okay. So it seems like we are now live. So welcome everyone to the Psychology of Esports Players session 4.1. And here we will be having 3 great presentations. We will be streamed to YouTube, so I will be tracking down questions. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat after the presentations, and I'll be asking them directly from the participants. First presentation, we'll have Maxime Laurent presenting the first group, and Maxime, you're ready to go.
Yes, hello everyone. So I'm Maxime Larieux. I'm a health psychologist and a PhD student from the University of Bordeaux. And today I will be presenting my research on problematic gaming and quality of life in online competitive video game players with a focus on motivations to play. So the background of the study. So first of all, several studies documented the positive effects of video game use, like, for example, social relationships, cognitive abilities, but a lot more. But most studies are focused on the negative health effects associated with intensive gaming. A lot of negative consequences have been extensively covered by other experts during those 2 days. So I won't go in details on this. As for esports and competitive games, they usually involve intensive practices. So it raises the questions of health outcomes and problematic use, which is basically gaming addiction, but there is no consensus on this term, which is by far the most studied outcomes among all health outcomes. So given the unprecedented rise of competitive online games and esports, more studies are needed to better understand those outcomes and to understand which ones are specific to esports and what we can better understand about those outcomes. As for internet gaming disorder, I talked just before about problematic gaming. Internet gaming disorder has been defined by the American Psychological Association as a persistent practice of internet gaming associated with functional impairments during at least 12 months, as indicated by the endorsement of 5 out of 9 criteria. You can see those criteria in the list on this slide. As for the prevalence, it ranges from 1 to 2% according to a recent meta-analysis. And there has been a lot of critics regarding those criteria in the literature because those criteria has been transposed from the substance abuse framework. So there is lack of consensus on those criteria and on the measurement of IGD. Because, for example, if you think about preoccupation, when we talk about alcohol consumption, for example, of course, it can be a problem if you think a lot about your alcohol consumption. But if we talk about a behavior like video games, it doesn't work anymore because if you're passionate about video games, of course, we'll think a lot about your next session, or the same apply for music or sports. So those criteria have been extensively critiqued. Sorry. As for playtime, the APA talks about 8 to 10 hours or more per day associated with internet gaming disorder. So regarding the negative consequences related to IGD, if we talk about quality of life in the WHO model, which gathers physical, psychological, and social health, a lot of researches has shown that there was lower life satisfaction, anxiety, depression, fatigue, or social anxiety associated with internet gaming disorder. But those links has not been found by all the authors in the literature. So it raises the question of the clinical and theoretical relevance of IGD, because if there are no consequences associated with the measurement of some criteria, we cannot talk about a disorder. So the hypothesis raised by some authors is that the consequences, in fact, may depend on the player's motivations, the characteristics, and the broad context. Like, for example, esports practices. If you play a lot in order to train or to be better at the game, it's not the same as playing to escape from daily lives problems or to, for example, cope with stress. So this context of esports is very important to take into account when assessing internet gaming disorder, because this quality of life concerns are of particular interest in highly engaged gamers. Indeed, in DSM-5, the APA points out that we must consider prolonged and recurrent participation in online games in order to identify possible pathological use. However, the very modalities of competitive games frequently involve gaming behaviors that meet this criteria of intense involvement, like I said before, training sessions, etc. So, as you can imagine, there is a high risk of false positives and of pathologizing esports players. So this is very important, and we must consider the measuring of quality of life when investigating IGD, because if you measure quality of life, you can say that some players will experience negative consequences, but others won't. So, which is important because it is very rare in the literature that quality of life or functional impact is measured when investigating IGD. As for the risk factors associated with IGD, there has been a lot of risk factors identified by the literature, like personality, impulsivity, and a lot more. But the main risk factor, the most important one, is motivation, and more specifically, escape motivation, which is the strongest link with IGD and with psychological distress and reduced well-being. So our study used a person-centered approach compared to variable-centered approaches. So in this approach, we tried to identify motivational profiles or motivational clusters, which are basically the combination of several motivations in groups, instead of assessing the effect of one motivation on quality of life. Here we will assess the effects of the combined motivations among players. So the question at the start of this study was to identify if there are different motivational profiles, and afterwards to identify if there were differences in terms of outcomes like quality of life or IGD between clusters. So moving on to the method, we used inclusion criteria with a minimum of 5 hours per week. We recruited participants online, and we proposed them to fill online questionnaires. So the participants were on average 23 years old, and they played 27 hours per week on average. So moving on to the material used, we measured motivation, quality of life, internet gaming disorder, and personality, but I won't be able to talk about the last points during this presentation because of time limits. Regarding the analysis, so we extracted motivational clusters using hierarchical classification analysis with k-means consolidation. And then we assessed the differences between clusters using ANOVA and Kruskal-Wallis when the conditions were not here to use ANOVA, and Key2 tests to Chi-squared test, sorry, to assess the differences between categorical variables. Now the results. As you can see on this graph, we extracted 3 different motivational clusters. The first one were a recreative cluster because they were mostly motivated by recreation. The second one was named competitive because they were mostly motivated by social skill development and competition. And the last one was named escaper because it gathered players more motivated by coping, fantasy, and escape from problems. So as for the main results, the most important result, as you can see here, is that in terms of psychological health, in the left side of the graph, you can see that escapers had lower psychological health than the 2 others. But when we see the results of IGD, we can see that there were no differences between competitive and escapers, which were at the same level of IGD. So what we can see is that there were the same amount of problematic use, but there were big differences in terms of quality of life. And regarding time played, there were no significant differences between the 3 clusters, which played the same amount of hours per week. So moving on to the discussion, what those results mean. Basically, they mean that DSM-5 criteria could not differentiate between healthy, engaged players, namely competitive players, with problem players, namely escaper clusters. So we cannot distinguish between those kind of players because, as we saw, there were no differences in terms of psychological health. And this is an important issue because in competitive game practices, there are a lot of players with high involvement. And so those players can be considered as problematic using those criteria. So why this is the case? Because as I told in the introduction, DSM-5 does not make the difference between peripheral and core criteria of addiction. One example of core criterion could be excessive gaming despite problems and unsuccessful attempts to stop or reduce. Because if someone is aware that his gaming activity causes problems in his life, and he or she is not able to reduce or stop his gaming activity, even if he tries, so indeed there is a problem. But when we talk about preoccupation, which is considered as a peripheral criterion, for example, when I'm not playing video games, I keep thinking about them. And this criteria, as I said before, is not specific enough to talk about the existence of a problem. Because if you're very passionate about gaming or art or music, of course you will think a lot about your patient. So again, those criteria are at risk of pathologizing normal practices, especially competitive ones. So in this slide, you can see a quote from DSM-5, and it says that the essential feature of internet gaming disorder is persistent and recurrent participation in computer gaming, typically group games for many hours. These games involve competition between groups of players, often in different global regions, so that duration of play is encouraged by the time zone independence. Participating in complex structured activities that include a significant aspect of social interactions during play and team aspects appear to be a key motivation. So we can see in this definition that esports practices can easily be considered as presenting an intrinsic risk, because this definition could be applied to esports practices. So this study is not without limits, of course. So the first one is its cross-sectional nature. So causal inferences cannot be made. The second one is the self-selected sample, which prevents the generalizability of results. And the last one is self-reported measures, especially for time played, because recent studies has shown that self-reported measures of time played is not an accurate way of measure the real time people play. So future research and practical implications. We should investigate which criteria are better to discriminate between healthy engaged players and problem players, and to better understand the long-term impact of associated with cluster profiles. So it needs longitudinal studies, and those longitudinal studies could be used to investigate IGD as a secondary coping strategy, because as we saw, escapers players may be played to escape from personal problems, and so they could use video game to cope with stress, for example. So to summarize, the DSM-5 criteria were insufficient to distinguish problem from engaged players. So we need to assess motivations, the impairment on individual functioning, and the context of the practice to assess IGD. Because as we saw, the sole criteria of IGD are not enough to identify at-risk situations. So in this regard, gaming disorder, which has been included in the next international classification of diseases by the WHO, seems less prone to pathologizing normal behaviors like esports, because core criteria are the only criteria which has been retained. They didn't keep peripheral criteria, and they brought functional impairment at the forefront of the definition of gaming disorder. But of course, more research are needed to investigate this possibility, because there is no consensus, of course, on this inclusion, and there has been a lot of critics regarding the inclusion of gaming disorder in the next ICD-11. But we can expect that there will be less problems in terms of pathologization of normal behaviors with this classification. Thank you. And I will be glad to hear your question.
Okay, thank you, Maxim, very much. Very important topic. And now we have approximately 6 minutes for questions, and there are already some questions in the chat. The first question is, do you think that the profile of esports players has changed between today and the birth of esport in Europe, approximately 2003? And yeah, compared to those current players.
Yeah, maybe it's changed because, of course, the games have changed. So the reasons why people play games could have changed with the change in terms of games played. But more researches, of course, are needed to answer this question. And I'm currently conducting researches as part of my PhD. So I will be able to answer those questions in my next publications, which are not published yet.
Yeah, the follow-up question was in the chat that what would be the reason, and you also mentioned the games briefly. Do you think there could be other reasons?
Sorry, what is the question?
What would be the reason for these temporal changes over the years for the players' profiles?
In terms of motivation?
I think the question is referring to motivations. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know how to answer this question. But yes, we can think of motivation as something which can, of course, which can change. But I think the broad profiles we identified in this study could well be found in new studies, because recreative players, competitive players, and players using games to cope with personal problems are seen a lot in a lot of studies. So I don't think there will be a lot of changes in the broad types of motivational profiles, but of course it could change, and we will have to assess those changes in future studies.
Yes, next question is about the platforms. Do you think there are differences between, for instance, PC, mobile, and consoles?
I don't really know. I would guess that there would have been more competitive players on PC games, because most esports take place on PC. Maybe console players tend to play as a more casual way, even if there are also competitive games on console, of course. But maybe I would expect less competitive players on console, I think.
Okay, we still have a couple of minutes left. I don't see any questions in the chat yet, but I could ask one brief question at this point. About those clusters that you found, did you look at whether they match with the existing player typologies or player profile clusters? And what do you think, if you don't remember, what would be the similarities and differences?
Yeah, actually, those clusters has been found by other authors in the literature. Not exactly the same, but those clusters has been also found by other authors. So yes, I don't know if it was your question of or if there was something else. Maybe could you reformulate your question? I don't know if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, I think that meets the question. So I was thinking if there would be possible further clusters that have been discovered, and whether these three would be indeed somehow representing them already. But
yes, but of course other solutions could be found, because this is a statistical analysis. So of course in the analysis you have choices to make. So the choice to cut 3 clusters instead of 2 or 4, for example, is based on statistical criterion. But there are a lot of subjectivity, of course, in this choice. So other studies could have found other solutions, maybe with 2 clusters or 4. But in this study, the better solution was 3. But yeah, of course, it could be 2 or 4, and the results would have been, of course, different.
Thank you. Very interesting research, and we look forward to the upcoming future publications on this.
Thank you.
I think it's time we could now switch to the second presentation, and let's move the slides. Maybe Maxim, if you can take the sharing off, so then we have next we have Patrick Conch presenting a paper on comparing the gaming motives of esport players, recreational and highly engaged players. So we continue on a very similar topic. So when we are ready with the slides, Patrick, you're welcome to start.
Okay, so you can hear me, you can see the slides. Okay, then I will start. All right, I am Patrick Konz. I'm a student in the ELTE University in Hungary. I'm working together with Zsolt Demetrovic and Orsolya Király. They are my supervisors. Mainly, I'm also focusing on gaming disorders, so this is my main topic. But we had some data which are related to esport players' motivation, so we decided to bring it to you and show you what we found. So let's see. First, I will talk a little bit just about gaming motivations because they were explained in the previous slide. So I will not tell you the MOQ model, but I will speak some about the first and really popular model, which was developed by Nick E. This model was based on only MMORPG players, and this included three main components: achievement, social, and immersion motivations. I have to tell you that these three main components can be divided into 10 subcomponents in total. And this model was developed later because he was working a lot on this, and this was really influential on the field of gaming psychology. So I'm skipping the MOQ model because it was used in the previous presentation, but I will talk a little bit about a third model, which was based on the self-determination theory. It was developed by Ryan Rigby and Przybylski. I call it the video game use motivation theory of basic psychological needs because it's based on the three basic psychological needs of self-determination theory called autonomy, competence, and relatedness. There are a lot of other theories, and there is no time to tell them all, but it's good to know that a lot of theories try to describe what motivates us to play. One thing I want to actually add to the MOQ model to compare it with the model of theory of Nick E. The MOQ model wasn't based only on MMORPG players, but the databases which was the base of this model included players of FPS players and RTS players too. So let's talk a little bit about the path of esport players and the characteristics. So as esport players or esport professionals are expected to practice as much as professional athletes. There are significant motivational changes to this process when they become esport players, and try to explore what attracts people to the esport field or what motivates people to become esport players, and is the celebration of mastered skills, popularity, and prestige. And it is interesting that players reported that playing games, as they playing games as their jobs, they play to develop their skills, but at the same time they can still enjoy the games for its own joy. Similar findings were reported by Kim and Thomas. They found that initial intrinsic motivation draws players to the video games, so they play the video games for their own joy. They are fun, they are good to play. But if they become esport players, this intrinsic motivation can be replaced by extrinsic motivation. If the extrinsic motivation means that it's motivated by things like money or status or something like so, something that's outside the person. It's not necessarily has some inner value. It's not like I don't know, it's not part of my identity, but other things that it's rewarded from outside. And the last study which I want to talk a little bit about is Martonchik's study in esport players. He found that esport players are more motivated than regular players to help others. They have intense social relationships, and they like to experience excitement and tension. And also those players who are leaders of esport teams can fulfill their need for power through esport playing or participating in esports. So what are my research questions? Research aim. My first question is, are esport players different in motivations to play than non-esport players? And can we predict esport related behavior with the use of gaming motivations and age? I will tell you what I mean by esport related behavior in a moment. But first I talk a little bit about our data collection. So this was a convenience sample, a really big convenience sample. It's more than 14,000 gamers were recruited to a popular gaming magazine, GameStar.hu, which is the most popular Hungarian gaming-related magazine. Our sample is mostly males. Around 90% of the sample are males. Their mean age is 24 years, and their age range is between 14 and 75 years. So what did we measure? We measured a lot of motivations, but I will not describe them all because there were actually 26 motivations measured, and these 26 motivations clustered into 6 higher order motival dimensions. These 6, which I will tell you, is mastery motivation, immersion and escapism, competition, stimulation, social motivation, habit, and boredom motivation. So these 6 motivations include most of the 26 motivations. There is an additional motivation which I have to mention here. Is we call it financial motivation, which describes a motivation to play a game because you want to get money through playing it, as esports players play games too as their job. So we had to include this additionally, but this motivation was not closely related to any other higher order motivation. This is why I had to mention it now. And what were the esport related variables? The first one is the frequency of participation in esport competitions, or how much times did responder participate in an esport competition in a year. The second variable was time spent with training before an esport competition. How much hours did they spend on training on a daily basis? And the planning of esport career, we divided it into 2 categories. Are they planning or are they not? In our sample, we divided our sample into 3 groups. Esport players, these were players who participated in esport competitions at least 6 to 11 times a year. There were the highly engaged gamers. This was a really big group, 9,000 players. These were players who did not fulfill the esport criterion, but spend more than 20 hours a week to play games. And there was a recreational gamer group. These were players who did not fulfill the esport criterion and played less than 20 hours a week. And as you see, there is the descriptive statistics of these people. As you see, in the recreational gamer groups, there is the higher amount of women than in esport player groups, and also the mean age is the lowest in the esport player group and the highest in the recreational player group. So let's talk a little bit about our esport player subsample. So as I said, we divided the sample into 3 groups, and this esport player subsample can be described in more details. For example, only 323 players did not even plan to be an esport player. They went to a lot of esport competition, but they had no plans to become esport players. 151 of them were planning an esport career. 38 were already on the path to become an esport player, and only 17 of them were a member of a professional team or were professionals, but were playing solo. Also worth to mention that the mean total earnings of the sample was around 400 euros. So as you see, these are not like the top tier players, but they are actually going to esport competitions. And to tell you a little bit about what games did they play. So these games are only related to this esport player subsample, not the whole sample. The most popular game in the esport players was Counter-Strike. The second one was FIFA. The third one was Fortnite. The fourth one was League of Legends, and the fifth one was Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. So let's see the results. What did we find? So we compared these 3 groups on these 6 hierarchical motivations, and we find a higher score on all comprehensive motives except immersion and escapism and stimulation in the esport player group. So esport players had the most motivation in compared to highly engaged gamer or recreational gamers. And the most important differences were found in the competition motive and social motivation. And these differences were medium to large. So as you see, there is the Cohen D. So these were really remarkable differences. So let's a little bit split up what these differences mean. So first, let's talk about what individual motives explain these differences in the competitiveness motive. So there is 6 important individual motive which is included in this hierarchical motive called competitiveness. It is competence, competition, game skills, introjective regulation, skill development, and status. So we find small to medium differences in almost all. The only exception is introjective regulation. We did not find a significant difference between esport players and highly engaged gamers in this motivation, but all other motivations were really different in these groups. To give a little picture about what these motivations mean, competence is about performance, effectiveness. If it's important for a player, we see that they are motivated. They have competence motivation. Competition motivation is, I don't think I have to explain it. It's really evident. Game skills and skill development are really similar, but not exactly the same. Game skills is about wanting to play a game to be better in that specific game, but skill development is about playing games to improve cognitive abilities, but they are not specifically only important in gaming, so in general cognitive abilities. And status is about motivation to get a good status is about being recognized by other players or getting a prestige in gaming community. So this is what explains the big differences between highly engaged gamers and esport players. Let's see what explains the differences between in a social comprehensive motive. There is 3 motifs here. One individual motive is similarly called social, but it actually relates to specifically to playing games in order to know new people or feel close to others. So this is what included in this social individual motive. Another important motive here is cooperation. When a player enjoys playing together with others, working together on tasks and solve it together. This is another important motivation, the social comprehensive motive. And the third one is the strategy motive, which is a motivation to be included in a strategical decision making. In this case, we found a small to medium difference. Is the small difference one in the case of strategy motivation, and medium difference was found in case of social motivation. Okay. And my next question was, can we predict esport related behavior? And the first thing I tried to predict is the esport participation frequency. In this case, I did not predict in only esport players group, but in all players who reported playing esports even once. So this was a little bit bigger sample. It included around 1,000 people. But the problem was that all motivations, including financial motivation and age, were not unrelated to esport participation frequency, so they are not correlated, and this is why no good predictive model I wasn't able to be made a good predictive model using these variables, so I couldn't predict esport participation frequency. Let's see our second variable. It's training time for esport competition. So how much time do they spend training for an esport before an esport competition daily? I was able to create a model, and around 15% of the variance I was able to explain 15% of the variance using these motivations and age, but the most important variable was the financial motivation, and the additional motivation, additional variables, age, competition motive, and lack of motivation only raised the explained variance, but by 5%. So they had a little effect and they were significant, but most of the variance was explained simply by the financial motive. So they are training because they want to get that prize money. And can we predict esport career planning? This was the variable which was the most easily predictable, or it was the what I could explain the most using these motivations and age. So 4 significant predictors were found. 2 were positively associated and 2 were not negatively, but reduced the chance of planning esport career. So competition motive and financial motive were so if somebody had a higher level of competition motive or higher level of financial motive, they were more likely they plan an esport career. But those people who had higher level of stimulation motive or higher level of lack of or lacked the motivation on higher level, they were less likely to plan esport career. This model was able to explain 30% of the variance. All right, and about the discussion. So we saw considerable motivational differences between esport players and highly engaged gamers. We see that esport players are more motivated to feel competent, to compete, to develop their skills, to achieve high status in the gaming community, build relationships, work together, and be a part of tactical decision making. So this is the main differences between esport players and highly engaged gamers in a motivational level. And about the predictive models, so frequency of esport participation is not associated with video game use motivations or can be predicted with these. And esport career is found to be actually a serious leisure, as told by SEO. And because we found that training for esport tournaments and planning an esport career is both predicted by financial motivation. So as I told, 2 motivations were enhancing esport career planning and 2 motivations were weakening these ambitions. The 2 enhancing motivations were wanting to be the best, so competition, and being recognized by other players is like status, and 2 motivations weakening were that being motivated to play games simply to experience fast action-filled exciting situations, which was the stimulation motivation, and the feeling the loss of previous motivations of playing as a habit, which was named as lack of motivation, were weakening these ambitions. And compare this research to a previous study made by Bányai and colleagues. They found that social motivation was related to esport career planning, but as you saw in our model, when we included financial motivation, social motivation were not a significant predictor anymore. So in the presence of financial motivation, social motivation doesn't seem to be less important or not important in predicting esport career plans. And to tell you the limitations and the future directions of this study. So some popular esport games like Dota or StarCraft 2 are not included in our sample. So they are not really popular in Hungary. This is why they are not represented in our sample. And only a small amount of professional esport players were included. As you saw, only out of the 500 players who we called esport players, only 17 of them were actually professionals. So what future of this study could have? I think we need longitudinal studies focusing on video game motivations, because as we saw, motivations change during the process of becoming an esport player. So it would be important to see how these motivations change during this process. So maybe even a 10-year longitudinal study would be a great thing, but it's a dream. And the last thing I have to mention that this is my this is what I learned from this study, that maybe participating in small online competition can be a recreational activity. So this is what maybe why we couldn't predict competitiveness the frequency of participation in esport tournaments, because a lot of people goes to little tournaments with around 100 or 200 total prize, $100 or $200 or euro prize monies, and they enjoy it, but it's not really like a real way to earn money, or not a real way to be a competitive esport player. It's rather just another way of playing a little bit more harder matches, or the prize money makes it a little bit more interesting, but it's not about really competing or not being an esport player, or going to be or wanting to be an esport player, but it's rather a recreational activity. So this is why we couldn't maybe predict the frequency of esport participation. And we have to thank the Hungarian National Research Development Innovation Office for supporting this research, and also the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. So thanks for the funding. And this is the articles of this presentation, and thank you for your attention. You can find my email here. Contact me if you're interested in our researches, and I'm open for the questions.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you, Patrick. And we now have approximately 9 minutes for questions. So please drop your questions in the chat as previously. And we already seem to have one question there. And the first question is, how did you define esports competitions in your research? So the survey item, I guess, is here in question.
Yeah. This leads to what I was talking a lot about, that we just simply asked people if they are going to esport competitions. We did not define it to them, so it can be a better way to determine what we mean by esport competition. Maybe collect more data about the, I don't know, the total earnings of these competitions. Or I actually really don't know how could we really measure the prestige of a competition, but that would be great to see, because we could actually see who are those players in the sample who are actually like living from being an esport player, professionals. But so we did not really.
Okay, the next question is a very pragmatic question. Have you published the results, or are they going to be published, and where?
Yeah, so I'm mainly doing my PhD in the field of gaming disorders. So I would like to, but I don't really have really enough time right now. But I would be happy, and in the future I would like to do it. So it's a plan. It's a plan for the future.
Okay, and the next question is about age. Did you look at the differences between age groups?
Mm-hmm. So I was able to show you one information about it, that we saw that esport players are younger, but we did not cut the sample into different age groups and see how much of them esport players, how much of them highly engaged. So we only see the other way, that if we group them as esport player, highly engaged, or recreational, we see that the esport players are in general younger than highly engaged, and highly engaged in general younger than recreational players.
Yeah.
But maybe, sorry, maybe the question was related to motivations, because I can tell some about that. So we see that age is negatively related to almost all motivations. So as people are get older and older, all motivations reduce, but not at the same extent. But this will be included in the article of Orsolya. She's my supervisor and co-author. As you see, she's the third one. She will publish some results about this, how age is related to motivational changes.
Right, that was likely what was being asked, and very, very interesting to see that decline in competitive motivations. And it would be, as you mentioned earlier, that in a longitudinal setting, it would be really fascinating to see what are kind of the causal relationships between these two. Next one is about the sample size. So it's really impressive. And one person wants to know, how long did it take for you to collect this such an impressive sample?
I think it was the data collection was run around 1 or 2 months, maybe. It wasn't a really long time, but it's worth to mention that it was under in the first wave of COVID, so it was under there were restrictions in Hungary, so people couldn't go out at night time, or yeah, masks were weird, and I think I don't quite remember, but I think maybe schools was closed. I'm not sure, but I think schools also were closed, so we collected data under that period. Yeah.
Okay, there is a request to put the last slide where your email was. So if you put that slide, and then I will move to the next question. Looking back, is there a variable you wish you had included in the beginning of the survey, and what would that be?
I had a list about variables that would have been good to include. Maybe, as it was mentioned, self-confidence would be interesting, or I think maybe the frequency of esport participations could be predicted by the extent of gaming friend network or gaming relationship. So those gamers who have more friends in gaming, maybe they go more likely to go to esport competitions because their friends ask them, can you come with us? We need 4 men for this to participate. We need 1 more. You are playing good. So I can see that maybe that would predict, for example, the frequency of esport participation, or I was thinking about maybe some of you may be familiar with the Big 5 personality theory, which has a one personality variable is conscientiousness, which is how you care about things you do in life. So are you really worried about how you it's hard to define it now, but it's about how how you care about things, how you are like to feel, I don't know, guilt or shame if you are not doing something that's important, or you're asked to do something. So it's like, are you care about things or not? I think this variable could maybe predict esport training. So those people who are more likely to feel guilty about losing on an esport competition may feel like that maybe I should have trained more, and this is why they may be motivated to train. So this could also have been included. But I think all kind of, but not all kind of, but some kind of personality variables could predict well these sport related variables. So I think personality is also important in this case, not just motivation.
Yes, and it would be very, very exciting to construct hypotheses based on sports research. I think personality has been studied for many decades in sports research, so it would be interesting to see if esports differ in this regard.
Yeah, and I find it also interesting that maybe between not only in esports but also in esports that how different video game player groups like Dota players or CSGO players or CSGO players, or for example StarCraft players, are they different of personality level? I think it would be really interesting to see.
Yes, and okay, I think that was the last question. We might have still 30 seconds. If somebody quickly drops a question, we might still have time for that. But on other things, I think we should be starting to move to the final presentation. So thank you, Patrick, once more, and let's start switching the slides to Bastian. And perfect. So I will, now we are. So you're welcome to go.
Yksi, kaksi, kolme. Let's see if this works. Thanks for the torch from Finland. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to one of the last papers, I guess, from this year's ERNC conference. The name of the paper is Mirror, Mirror of the Game, Exploring the Truthfulness of Self-Reports of Generational Cohorts in Esports. It is my pleasure on behalf of my co-authors, Marlies, Tobias, Tim, Christoph, and Jan, to present this paper. And I'm really looking forward for the Q&A part, because I think it is a topic that is quite meaningful for a lot of studies that will be conducted in the future. So how will I proceed? This is my agenda, just really quick. I mean, rather basic. Introduction, related work, methods, results, and discussion. We just had it in Patrick's presentation. So, I mean, the definition of esports, I mean, I think there is a more variance to the concept and the definition than we oftentimes think. So for the purpose of our study, we followed a rather wide definition, understanding esports as the competitive play of video games. This relates to our understanding of it doesn't matter if you make money or something, if you play soccer, basketball, or tennis. If you do the sport, I mean, you can play in the lowest league, and it is still considered to be basketball, soccer, or tennis. So we use that as our understanding of esports. During the last decade, the concept enjoyed huge levels of success. There are several, I mean, most of you probably know about it, but just to give you some of it, video games such as Fortnite, League of Legends, or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds became fundamental pillars of the digital culture. And obviously, this whole thing was driven by the technological advancements. So 20 years ago, it was just not possible. As a result, video games, new forms of video games, mostly multiplayer video games, can be considered the fastest, or are considered the fastest growing entertainment market even 3 years ago. So I think that development continued. As a general postulate or framework for our study, we consider esports as a future lab for societies, allowing prospective insights into the digital coexistence of individuals regarding how we interact with other tomorrow. The research, I mean, we didn't specify hypothesis, but our research question was, what is the relationship between self-reported and behavioral performance data in esports? And let's see if that works. I mean, I see we have 14 people on YouTube and 8 in here. Okay, Toby is sending a message. I would like to hear your opinion before I present what we did and present the results. So, is there any opinion? What do you think is the relationship between self-reported and behavioral performance data in esports, and how can we might explain the difference? So feel free to use the chat. I mean, I'll try to screen it. If it's not working, I wait a couple, let's say a minute or something, and then I just continue. So don't worry about that. I'm still prepared for that. So what do you think? Any opinion regarding as a researcher, but maybe even as a player yourself? So how honest are players of esports? People are bad at estimating time. Yeah, so it's not on intention, kind of. So they yeah. Okay, let's see. what the chat says. Okay. YouTube is much slower. Anyways, okay, we continue. I mean, just keep that in mind. I mean, maybe you or if you okay, just in time. So if you come up with any ideas, still feel free to put it into the chat window, so we can use it for the Q&A as well. Related work. We used the age or the demographic differences between players as our starting point. So we felt like age might be something that is different, that is able to explain parts of variances here. And we looked at previous work to find the so-called theory that provides us with the opportunity to theoretically embed age as a variable. So I think it was Toby's suggestion who came up with a generational cohort theory. So I mean, I heard about it before, but I never really did any research on it or something. So it was new to me as well. And specifically, if we looked at the distribution of our sample, the majority of players were either part of Generation Y or Generation Z. And Generation Y refers to people who were born between 1981 and 96. They tend to be eager-centered and so-called trophy kids. So there is some research on this already. And Generation Z player or people are born after that. So they are younger. That is the most important thing here. I mean, I know there are little differences regarding the definitions of both generations regarding the date of birth, but we ran additional analysis as well, kind of changing that and came up with the same results. So it doesn't really matter too much. And Generation Z, or people that were born in Generation Z, tend to be well-behaved, abstemious, and risk adverse. So yeah, we felt like, I mean, that might be a good starting point to understand age a little better within the context of esports. Previous studies already looked on age and honesty in other domains, not in esports. So, and they found that all the participants to be more honest, okay, in behavioral experience and their personality. I think it is supposed to say dishonest. So this is a little lag in this presentation. Sorry for this. Anyways, so the assumption that we used was that players from Generation Y tend to be more dishonest regarding their self-reported performance compared to players from Generation Z. Okay. What did we do to explore this, test our research question? As maybe even way too often as a research design, we used a cross-sectional approach, specifically an online survey and covariance-based statistics. So nothing new, I guess. Participants were 146 League of Legends players that we activated through networks. In this case, we picked or we restricted the data collection to one specific game because we decided we don't want any confounding influences here. So, and one additional note, we had to delete some participants that were older than the generations we wanted to look at. So, yeah, the age of all participants was close to 23 years. I think that matches quite well with other presentations and shows or is an indicator to representativity and external validity, and the majority, 133, identified as male. So they were probably male on a biological level. Data analysis, we ran two rather simple methods. First, just an ordinary correlation analysis between age and honesty, and a comparison between the two generational cohorts, which was done using a chi-square test of independence. Measurements, which is maybe the most interesting part, or one of the most interesting parts of the study. Generational cohorts is probably self-explaining, but honesty was calculated using a binary variable, honest and dishonest. And for this, we used the self-reported data and the player names, so the objective identifier of players using the summoner name, and compared the self-reported data to the data we found using the objective identifier. So we had one group that told the truth, and we had another group by accident or on purpose, we don't know that, but who told the truth, and another group who didn't tell the truth. So after doing this, the honest group consisted of 92 participants and the dishonest group of 54 participants. Results. First, we found the question, I answered this in the Q&A, but that was a mistake on the error on the slide. We found a negative correlation between age and honesty, rather small, but still significant. So all the players being less honest. The second calculation we carried out was a chi-square test, and that showed that the proportion of players in the older group reporting dishonest answers, which was pretty much half of it, was higher than the proportion of players in the younger group, which was just 29% not telling the truth. Additionally, dishonest answers were self-enhancing in 83% of the cases, reporting a higher rank than you objectively have, which is like an attempt to self-present and promote you as a better player you really are. So that is kind of understandable. There were some who reported a lower level, which might be just because they didn't pay enough attention or something. I don't know. So, so when only these cases were included in the analysis, the difference was no longer significant. But I mean, we have like binary variables. We have a rather small sample, and we still can call it partial significant. So it's still okay. Yeah, discussion. So based on our findings, there is a negative association between age and honesty in esports. All the players from Generation Y tend to, or do indeed report less trustworthy answers regarding their performance in esports. This means, at least how we attributed those findings, that people involved in esports on different levels, I mean, on a team level, but especially people around working together with them, like sports psychologists, like managers and all this, they should really take into account characteristics such as cohorts. I mean, in a broader term, this just means taking into account factors or variables relating to personality. So in the end, what is good and what is working well with group or player A might not work that well, or might even have detrimental effects with player or group B. Yeah, taken together. That's the first study that showed the added value of using the generational cohort theory in the context of esports. Yeah. One last thing, probably the most important thing of my presentation. So if you have time during the upcoming weekend, I mean, there is a huge esports event. I think it's in Paris. So I mean, if the conference would be not online, if the conference would be in Paris, we could all go there. So one of our authors of the paper, Marlies, also called Maestra, is going to participate with her team Revive within the tournament, and I think yeah, you can watch it on Twitch if you're interested in it. Tomorrow on, it's starting. It might be in French, but still, I mean, League of Legends is rather self-explaining. So yes, just as a hint here, and of course, if anyone wants to be a forerunner and is looking for the first female support player in the professional League of Legends scene, feel free to get in contact with Marlies. She would probably be happy to yeah, be that. Okay, I think I'm a little fast, but I think it's still okay, because we do have a lot of potential to think about what the results tell us, or how we can use them in other domains of research questions.
Yes, thank you, Bastian. And indeed, I think we have quite a few interesting questions coming, and also approximately 10 minutes left for questions. We already have some of them in the chat. And the first one is about personality. Do you think personality affects honesty? And one person in the chat is suggesting whether, for instance, agreeableness increases with age, and would that have something to do with it?
Yes, definitely. I mean, if we consider something like agreeableness, I mean, I think it relates to the way we are all socialized, and as older as we get, as more our roles towards something like this, maybe like becoming a parent or something at some point, change. So I think it has a lot to do with personality, which is a great opportunity for us as a researcher, because the empirical picture is much more complex than you might think while looking at a specific case in the first case. So I think another question that could be really interesting regarding this would be, and I would even argue that there are things like this, that being honest or not honest might even be like not stable across games at the same point of time if you compare it individually. So I think there's a lot of potential to look into this, how personality changes over time, and how that relates to the context, which is games in this case. So I mean, I myself, I mean, pretty much League of Legends and PUBG are two games I played quite a lot in the past, and I would say the communicative norms are very, very different between both games. So I think if somebody would ask me regarding, I don't know, my performance level, could be that my trustworthiness would have differed regarding both games, but it's an open research question. So I think it should be answered in the future.
Right, we might return to the personality question in a bit, but The next question is about possible alternative accounts. So did you ask about Smurf accounts or alts in different servers through regions?
No, that is definitely a limitation of this. I mean, we have to be honest here. It was a kind of a side product of what we really were trying to do. So the data collection, the main research question was about deriving knowledge test regarding League of Legends. So this was just as a side note, kind of, but myself and I think co-authors I talked to really found that finding very interesting. So we felt like that might be something we could explore in much more detail, and obviously the point of controlling controlling for more than one account, controlling for smurfing and all this would be a part of this. So this is definitely a limitation, but still it's the first time cohort theory was used in the context of esports. So I think it's a valuable first step, and we looking forward to continue research regarding this question in a more holistic manner. Let's call it like this.
Yeah, related to this question, I was thinking myself whether some of the findings could be explained by older players having played longer. And when we ask about their success, sometimes in our own research, we found it difficult whether to ask about the current rank or the previous rank, and if it's previous, at what time. So could it be that the older players have played longer and they might interpret it as kind of a personal best, and this increases their estimation? It could be something to do with age, at least having played longer.
Yeah, I mean that could be a problem as well. I mean, this is one of the few potential confounds we were able to control, because the question asked for the rank at the end of the last season. So we do have a specific point of time. Still, it might be in a way that like an older player didn't play that particular season quite a lot and used to be I don't know, a master player and finished up somewhere in platin or so. That's definitely a problem, and it would be worth to get information regarding the use of the game. Yeah, no, the playing frequency over time. So let's say look at that 10-year frame from an older player and see how that develops to have the chance to do a digital analysis here. But we don't have data on this regarding this study.
Yes, we don't seem to have more questions in the chat at the moment, but we still have time. So please drop your questions if you have. I have one follow-up as well. We talk about honesty, but what do you think? Would there be different types of honesty? So people would be honest about different kinds of things. And maybe this, for instance, rank would be one specific thing where younger and older people would be having kind of a different take on that. And then there would be other things where perhaps it could turn around.
I mean, I'm not an expert on this question. I mean, I would, as an initial response or something, I'm quite sure that it relates to the valence of the construct we look at. So that definitely might contribute to this. We still felt like that the rank is or level of play, level of performance is a particularly interesting variable because it is considered to be quite meaningful. So we put time into a specific game, and in the end, I mean, the rank tells a lot about our quality of gameplay and all this. So yeah, I mean there might be differences to other variables and constructs, definitely.
Yeah, and of course it relates to your hypothesis that you presented in the beginning, that this is definitely an ego-reliant construct. And if we would, for instance, ask about game time, which is perhaps a more neutral construct, we might find something different.
Yeah, I totally agree. And one thing I think I haven't said it in the beginning, but one thing that I think we all should have in mind, that esports regarding opportunities in general, despite or far away from the study we did, but on a level of collecting data is very, very attractive. So I mean, normally you don't have the opportunity to triangulate behavioral data with self-reported data. So I think that is even something that is especially possible within the context of esports, because opposed to ordinary sports, we have behavioral data from all different types of level of play. I mean, if we look to other sports, it's of course you can find data regarding the NBA or something. But if you want to look at behavioral data from people who play basketball in Germany below level 2 or something, it's very hard to find. I mean, so I think that is big opportunity for all of us, and I think it is not. Or it could be used much more in a lot of different instances. So
yes, thank you very much again, and very exciting research. All the three presentations that we had today, and I don't see any follow-up questions anymore. So I think we should be wrapping up, and the next session is starting in a moment. So thank you all presenters and all the participants for listening, and looking forward to the next one.
One word, one word. Is it working? Okay, everyone, welcome to the final panel of our first ever conference. I'm Dr. Brian McCauley. I'm Vice Chair of the network and co-host with Steph Orm of our free educational podcast, the Esports Research Report. And I'm actually here in Sweden, where I am an assistant professor at the Media Management and Transformation Center at Jönköping University, which of course is the city of DreamHack, where every year thousands of parents send their kids off to take part in the world's biggest digital festival. And I have three wonderful guests here to discuss the parental environment in esports careers. We have Shaman Williams as the founder of the Coalition of Parents in Esports, aka COPE. We've Kun Schubbers, who is the founder of Parents of Play, and Michael Capstad Winter is the founder of the Winter family, where he has had a lot of kids who've been very good at esports. So, Shay, I'll start with you. Welcome, Shay. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and COPE and how it started and what's going on with it?
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Shay. I'm known by Shaman online to the gamers. I live in Austin, Texas, and my background is finance and tech. I ended up in Austin, Texas as part of a tech startup. So when I had kids, they grew up playing video games. It was just part of our life, but we were also very active. They played lots of sports. They were into football or soccer, as we call it, and into figure skating. So it was an active house, but my son, I realized, was really gravitating towards competitive gameplay. And I realized that he was also forming some of his best friendships online with kids around the world through that. But when I really paid attention was during Fortnite. When he discovered that at about the age of 13, everything changed. He started planning schedules for when he was going to practice. He started doing well in competitions, both at LAN events and online. But the big eye opener for me was when he was 14 years old and we went to the Fortnite World Cup in New York. And I saw this huge, massive event, and I saw the excitement in there. And having grown up in the tech industry, I always hoped my kids found anything half as exciting as I had done in my career. And here I was watching my 14-year-old working out deals with adults, planning his streams, planning schedules. And I'm like, oh my gosh, my kid has already found it. And so I jumped in with him and I thought, okay, you want to do this? Let's go for it. I can help you. But what I soon realized is there wasn't anything to guide me. How did I help him? How did I help him with his marketing, his stream? How did I help him with finding the right team and the right contracts? And all of my best advice came from other parents. So fast forward to COVID and a bunch of parents who had all connected online, we realized that we needed to do something about it. And so that's what we did. Just a little over a year ago, we founded the Coalition of Parents in Esports, which is, we just want to spread the positive message of what we have seen in our kids and our kids' friends about what esports can do for them for everything, education, career, you name it.
Fantastic. Thanks, Shay. So, Cone, tell us a little bit about your esports background and Parents at Play.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. So happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Yeah, my name is Koen Schobbers, based in the Netherlands. And I used to be a professional player in the game Trackmania, which is not globally very well known, but it's very popular in the Europe continent. And in that game, I was third of the world at the World Championships in 2013, always participated in the top 10 globally at all events. And been playing that game professionally for about 10 to 11 years, also being the first gamer in the Netherlands, esports player in the Netherlands, to actually be recognized and get a status from the National Olympic Committee in the Netherlands, which was pretty cool to combine my medical study with my esports career. So I always combine it with school. But eventually, throughout my career, I had some problems with my mom, and that's where Parents of Play originates from. Because when I became a professional player in 2007, I was 15 years old. Of course, my parents had no idea, especially my mom. My dad was pretty much interested and was sitting next to me. But I had problems with my mom to communicate about it, to understand each other. She didn't know, or wanted to know what I was doing, and her friends were pretty negative about it. So it just hurt our relationship pretty bad. And eventually, in time, you become older, and we started to communicate again, thanks to some books she has read, and thanks to me actually appearing in the media. And then I was like, gaming and esports is getting a lot more popular nowadays. We're talking about 2014, 15, 16. And I'm pretty sure that my mom and I are not the only ones that struggled with this situation or are struggling with this situation. So basically what I decided to do is in 2016, organize a couple of workshops for parents, just very open general workshops to explain them our story. And from there, it basically took flight. And then in 2019, I came with the idea of Parents of Play, make it more of a structure and something more serious. And then eventually in 2020, in March, registered it as a company. And from that moment onwards, we basically help parents to repair, retain, or reinforce the relationship with their gaming children and make sure they have the best situation at home.
Fantastic. Okay, and finally we have Michael, aka Capstad. But I don't think you're just Capstad, Michael. Can you tell us a little bit about who you are and the other kids you have and your experiences of esports?
Yeah, you can say, looking from my perspective today, and then looking at my life, my children started very early when I was 20. We have our first, and of course we took a lot of care of him, and we would do what every parents did. And then we have a girl 4 years after, and then we have another a boy, and then as the big surprise, we have caps in the late 2099. When I'm looking now backwards, it's funny because we just lived the life working a very active life with playing in the real life outside, football, soccer, swimming, handball, all these things. Then, of course, because it's in Scandinavia, we also have a lot of plays with the cousins. So we played on the table, and all wanted to win, of course. And then in some way, there was also all these silly things, technical things of CSGO, up to Nintendo and all this. And when I'm looking back, I can see that we have invested in all this, and as an reuse parents, because we have all this gears, we have all this in the ceiling. So now I can see, this is 1 year, this is another Christmas, and all this. What I didn't know was that the internet, in some way, we have internet because I'm also finance and computer and very interested. Started at work with a Macintosh, so we were very early at the job to do this. But I didn't know that my kids actually also was inspired by this, all these computers. And when I'm looking back, I can see the 40 years of development in the IT industry, from making the computers like brick to brick in a Legoland, and then going to making the programming, and then suddenly use it. It's very sophisticated, like Caps, and his brother before him educated him in Dota 2 in Rise. All this I have learned in the last 4 or 5 years. Why? Because I have the chance to join Rasmus in my late years. So you live your life in the present, and you understand it afterwards.
So Michael, I'm gonna stick with you for the first question first. Okay, so when we do the podcast, we always ask people, what's your definition of esports, right? So Michael, it's competitive video gaming. What would you add to that definition from your perspective?
In some way, it's a little like if you look at this like the Olympics, you say we all want to go higher, better, stronger, and in some way that's really good for the humans. And if you can understand this perspective to the esports, then you are there. Then you have a lot of people who loves to spring, to swim, to make football, or here to play and win. And then some is very pro, like Cohen or my son, and some just have a live playing some days and every days are in the weekends. So the esport, I think, is more for a parent's perspective, it's to show the interest in this. So when your child wants to go to a structured football or soccer, then you go there and join. And if you are esport, then you have to find out what's happening.
Okay, so Cohen, how would you add to that when esports from your perspective?
Yeah, so I pretty much agree with Michael, and how I always compare it in general with traditional sports is, so we know esports, competitive gaming, it's the top of the world, right? But when I explain it to parents, I always say, like, imagine your child in front of the house just playing in a garden and playing some soccer. That's like gaming, that's like just casual gaming, enjoying, nothing serious, just for fun, not structured, and in front of the house. But whenever you start to go to a structured, like, imagine your kid goes from playing in front of the house for fun to actually joining a club, being competitive and playing matches once a week, and then maybe he gets scouted, then his level just goes up. But from the moment you're in a structured environment, putting in the effort to actually compete, tournaments, making a team or joining a team, that's the moment for me that you are participating in the esports environment, let's say. And you can be in the esports environment as an amateur trying to become a pro athlete, or a semi-pro, or maybe a top professional athlete. Like, eventually, when I look at esports, the first thing I think about are the professional athletes, like the top of the world. They play the big events, they play for the prize money, they play for big teams, sponsors, audiences. Like, that for me is truly the esports scene. But when I look towards structure and compare it with traditional sports, I like to explain it in this way. So whenever you are getting into the structure of the esports scene, you are kind of into esports. Yeah, you're away from gaming and more towards the esports side.
And Shay, from your perspective with COPE, I mean, how would you add to that discussion and the definition of esports?
What we try to tell parents is it's really just like any other sport, and that it's building confidence, and it's building skills, and it's building community, which is what we want our kids to get out of any activity. And of course, we do think about it with the pros, but just like any other sport, there's also now school leagues, there's community leagues, there's so many different avenues they can go. And the thing that I love about it is that it's building additional skills too. Even if you're not really good at the gaming, you may be really good at the creative side. You may be really great at video editing. So you may be interested in building the game. So it sparks all kinds of interest in technical and creative careers.
I mean, so from all your perspectives, I mean, what are some of the challenges you see? And Shay, let's just stick with you for now. Like, what are some of the challenges for esports that you see from your perspective?
Well, the biggest challenge I see is that most parents just don't know this. They haven't been told what's going on here and what's really happening with their kids. They read the mainstream news headlines, which say all screen time is bad, gaming is a vice, it needs to be limited. And that's what they're fed over and over again, and they're made to feel guilty if they let their kids game. They also assume that, they read the stories about it being, violent games making you violent. We have all the research that says none of this is true. They also assume that their kids are going in their room and playing by themselves, and that they're not, they're alone and they're not learning to socialize. I say it's completely the opposite of that. These kids are way ahead in socialization in our digital world. They're learning to communicate in new ways across, that their parents don't even understand. So I think the biggest challenge is just getting that message to mainstream parents. And that was the main reason we formed COPE, was to try to get a different image in the press of the positive things that we're seeing here.
And Cohen, do you kind of experience the same thing, or do you look at it as a former athlete? Do you see challenges beyond just expressing things to parents?
I fully agree with what Shay is saying. And when I look like, besides what Shay mentioned, which I completely agree with, I also just noticed the frustrations all the time in the discussion. So beside a lack of information, a lack of insight in today's time, basically, like digitalization. There's this. I just jump in, just hit my train of thought. Like, there is this great quote of I don't even know, Abram, someone maybe, but it basically says we don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. And the way that I interpreted that quote is that as a kid or as someone that's very young, we are exploring the world. We're adventurous. We're curious. We go out there. We touch the newest stuff. You know, we want to get the shiny things. We just want to explore the world, basically, and everything is great. But whenever we start to get older and older and older, and eventually, you know, there's some other priorities like consistency and having expectations, like knowing what's coming. Security is a great word as well. And what I notice is that some parents tend to lose those habits or those skills or those characteristics that they had in their youth when they're older. So instead of still being curious and adventurous and exploring the world and the new things and digitalization and trying to go along with the flow, they basically stay where they are comfortable and secure and know what's happening. And I think that's something that actually works against them, because especially nowadays, kids grow up in a super digital environment that is totally not comparable before the 92 area. Which is the year I was born, basically, the year that internet, 92, 93, became public. So the best way to connect with children and make sure you avoid discussions, frustrations, which is something I see and I think parents also like to avoid, is go along with the show, go along with them and make sure that the children can also be your teacher. You know, as a parent, you can, of course, raise your, that's what you do. You raise your children, you hope to give them or show them the good ways, how to be a good adult, but at the same time, also learn from your children as if they are the teacher, because they experience things in their youth that you as a parent do not get in touch with, for example, because of your own environment. But if you're open to it and explore and adventurous, and you know, then I think you have a great basic understanding and fundamentals to actually connect with your kid and bring each other to the next level.
Okay, so building on that, Michael, you know, you've learned a lot from your kids. What sort of challenges do you see for esports from what you've learned being at events and talking and dealing with your kids?
I think it's they are very quickly learning things, and they don't need to hear the things more than once. So you can say that I'm talking too much. And actually, when I have said things, then I can go weeks and I'm a little anxious that they haven't heard it, but they have heard it. And they just say, yeah, but you said that. So in some way, they are much more, they are more cautious of all the wording, because they know it goes out in the big world and it can have a, backlash. So I have learned to let go, to be loose, and actually, as Cohen said before, I totally agrees to be inspired in this new field, and then in some way be a little childish, because actually I can be the one that I don't know the game. Actually, I know the games as from soccer and chess and whatever, but I don't know the technical things. But still, I can understand the game, and I can understand the fans and the gamers when they are playing to each other. So, and that's the feeling that I like. Just to hear the amusement and the joy, but also the eagerness when they lose and they make things. They want to be better, to make it better and be great. And I think that's I like all these. The small moments where it's tense and which it's another feel, but still I love that.
I mean, my mom loves to tell me the stories of how I used to go on and on about Football Manager, and she didn't have a clue what I was saying. But the difference is Football Manager is not esports, and I was actually 34 at the time. So Cohen, how do parents engage in discussions with their kids around esports?
I like, it depends, of course. It depends on the situation that you start with. So if the relationship between parent and kid is very good, then there's not really a problem to start communicating about it and asking questions, and at least you get good responses. Like, you can actually have a conversation about it. So then it's just simply asking questions. But whenever, and that's the parents that I encounter the most in my work, when there are some problems or the discussions, frustrations, fights, that sort of stuff, it's not as easy, and what I experienced myself as well, to, as a parent, just ask a question to your kid about the game or about what he's doing, because very often you get like a very short, snippy answer, and you basically send out of the room again. So we have a structure that we teach parents. And basically it's like showing interest, but then in 3 questions. The first question is a what question. The what question is just, for example, what game are you playing? Those questions are very short. The answer only takes 1 word. Very often, what game are you playing? Fortnite. Or what car are you driving? A Ford or anything. So it's just a starter question to open a conversation, and based on that answer, you can then continue with a how question, which is then, how does the game work? How is the car handling? Or how, and then, continue. And the reason that's a phase 2 question is because the answer takes more time to explain. Like, the kid needs to take more time out of the game or out of his day to explain you about what he's actually doing and how it works. And then the final question is the why question. So why are you playing that game, or why are you driving that car? And usually parents in practice start with that question, like, why do you do it? But when the situation at home is not very, very good, they tend to get an answer like, because it's fun, but that's not the answer we're looking for. Like, why is it fun is actually what we're looking for. So the third phase 3 question is a why question. The reason that's the last one is because it goes into motivations and the intrinsic values of a kid. Not easy to talk about when you always have discussions about what you enjoy doing the most, which is gaming in this conversation. And what we actually like to hear is, why are you playing that game? Because it's colorful, it's online, I play with friends, it has great characters, it has items that I enjoy, or suits, or whatever it is. I like to build, I like to be creative. Those type of elements, like game elements, those are the answers that I'm looking for. And whenever a situation at home with parent and kid is not on a decent level, then this is the structure that we talk about in order to get that conversation going. And then it's just repeating what, how, why, what, how, why. And then eventually, once you start to grow towards each other as well, and the discussions and frustrations tend to get less, that is the moment you can really open up and guide your child in that online world.
Shay, from your perspective, what could you add to that? How do you explain esports to parents on how to engage with their kids around something that they may not understand?
Well, actually, I'm going to flip that around first, because while we are an organization of parents, we were founded by parents that had already been enlightened. Most of the people that we talk to right now are the gamers. We are actively followed on Twitter and Twitch by the gamers, and we get questions every day. Our DM is basically a help desk to gamers. The most common question we get is, why do you support your kid, and how do I get my mom to support me? And so that's actually what we spend a lot of our time doing, was working with these kids on that. And we first say to them, listen, your parents just want the best for you. And they don't understand that this actually has benefits. So we've got to explain that to them. And they say, well, my mom hates gaming. She just hates it. She doesn't like anything about it. And I'm like, well, have you really shown her what you were doing? Or did you just shove her out of the room when she asked you the question? And it's really interesting. So we have little points that we tell them about how they can talk to their parents about what they're doing with gaming, because they're usually asking questions like, how do I get my mom to let me practice more? How do I get mom to understand that there's a major tournament this weekend and I can't go to grandma's house? And there's all these things, like that. And so we really just talk to them about, take emotion out of it, be factual, and also, make a plan. I need to practice this amount of time, so I will make sure I get my homework done so that I have that time to practice. So we really work a lot with the gamers on that, about turning that conversation around and engaging their parents. And for the parents, of course, we just say, get in there. It's fun, and just pay attention to what they're doing. It's just like any other, group. if they're going to play with friends, you're going to want to know who they're playing with. It's the same thing online.
So let's test this theory. Michael, your first two kids played CSGO, which is pretty straightforward, 5v5 shooter, anyone can kind of follow it. And then you had kids who played League of Legends and Dota 2, which are insanely complex games that I have very little idea, no matter how often it's explained to me and I look at it and watch people play. They're very complex. So do you see a big difference in the type of games that are played in terms of parents understanding what's going on? How's it been for you?
Yeah, I think at first we have a lot of arguing, like Shay said before, with the first ones, because they played and were fighting. But there we could go in and say something, like the stop playing, and it worked because these games are short, and it's so it's easy to close the game and say now we have to eat, now we have to go to shopping or whatever. But with the Dota 2 Rise, there we have more warriors because in the school they were all very, very anxious of all this playing, and when he plays, it's like League. You don't know when it stops, so it's not like football. You can say, okay, I'm finished at 6 o'clock, and then it's but here it's like football where you have 1, 2, 3 games to play before you can get. And if he went out, then he would say, I will not go out because then I will leave the game, and this is not fair for my teammates. But we didn't understand that, so we have a lot of arguing, and we said you have to play from 8 o'clock to 10, and then you go to bed. But then with Rasmus, the last one, we made another more balanced way, we think, because we also knew that we couldn't keep these deadlines. So when we said you have to go to bed to 10, it was never practiced, because he would play to 11 if it was, and we would not be we would not take that fight. So with Rasmus, we took another system. We said to him, if you follow the school and if you make your teamwork, you can arrange with yourself how much you will play, and then if you don't do that, you cannot play. And that was that was very structured, and actually he managed to do this himself, but also his schoolmates and all, they did the same. So they all have a very balanced way of living, and actually the conflicts was very less. And that to make clear agreements with the kids around the playing time, but in balance to something that they understand that you also want, like school or schoolwork, or you have to go to grandma and all this stuff. It has to be understandable. And as Shay said, no feelings. It's you are so invested in this, so you just have to prick to your nose, then you get angry. But you have to be very, very mature.
And of course, the youngest child always gets away with murder, and the oldest child has to fight all the battles. It's going on forever. Your family, my family. So
yeah,
I'll put
exactly.
I'll put this to Shay. Shay, how can parents support and guide their child that wants to be a professional gamer? The ones with ambitions. How can they help?
Well, the number one thing we say is just to get involved and understand what they're playing, play with them. I think some parents are so shocked when they learn how difficult these games really are. I have some really funny stories about parents the first time they played COD or Fortnite with their friend and being dizzy afterwards, not realizing how much fine motor skills was in it. But I just really tell them to get involved, and there are great programs. That's why we founded COPE. There are so many great opportunities like what Kuhn is doing, and we wanted to make parents aware of it. So the COPE website is really designed to do that, to help parents get involved. We have our new website is being launched on December 17th. And we want to connect parents to all of the great resources that are available to them, whether it's skills development, health and wellness, getting them into a university program, just getting parents and gamers educated on what they can do with this.
I mean, you talk about sort of parents playing with their kids, and 30 years ago, my dad beat me at FIFA on the Sega Mega Drive / Genesis because he just had to mash the C button. So he got lucky. But I mean, Cohen, parents could play Trackmania in theory a lot more easily than a lot of more complex games. So what are some ways they could play or work around the fact that sitting down for League of Legends requires them to quit their job to learn it?
Well, I remember the times that I started playing as a 14-year-old kid, and my dad showed the game to me for the first time. Now, I can tell you the first evening, like the first hour, my dad was actually faster than I was. The next day, I beat him by a couple of seconds already. So my development was a lot quicker than his hands at the time. So it's a very fast-paced game. But I do want to jump back on what actually Shay and Michael said as well, which is something they mentioned, the structure. Now, as a kid starting to become professional, I also had the rule at home that if school went well, I was allowed to play games. And I especially had that rule with my mom. So that everything worked out. But also when looking at structure, I do think discipline is very important. So Caps, like Caps' dad and Michael explained as well, is once you have strategic and good rules in place, and you then leave a little bit of space to for a child to find his own rhythm and try it himself and what works and what doesn't. I think as a parent, you don't have to control everything. Like, of course, show interest, but not like screen time this, game time this, only these times or hours, or like very set structure. I think a child, and especially a young adult, can perfectly find his own rhythm with the guidance, like with you on top and trying to guide whenever needed. So in my case, I do think discipline is very important to give to a child, where schoolwork has to be done, and then eventually playing games at certain moments whenever they have to train. Dinner time will not always be at 6 p.m. In the Netherlands, 6 p.m. is very popular. So sometimes there's a match at 6 p.m., but then it's about communication between parent and kid. So I completely agree with Shay about the involvement. Know what's going on. Ask those questions, like I mentioned earlier, the what, how, why questions. Try to engage with your child, try to understand, maybe indeed play a little bit of a game with him to understand the game and what's up, but also especially try to make a structure. Like if your kid wants to become that professional gamer, then also approach it like a professional. Like even though there might not be a structure like in soccer where you start in the Netherlands in like the F category, or let's say, I don't know, 10 to 12 and then 12 to 14, you always have guidance and coaches. In this case, you as a parent might be that coach or that guiding factor. So you can make a plan with your kid, like what's going to happen upcoming week, what tournaments are you going to play, what are the training times, and then you can like evolve a whole schedule that we do as well. That includes sleep, study, sports, social life, and playing the game. So using screens is the last S, like 5 S's. And you just fill in the blanks. And then eventually it becomes very clear throughout the week which days and what time slots can be used for gaming and training and matches, and what time slots should be for school or for sports or anything else, because we believe that balance is very important.
I mean, I had a question here on creating realistic expectations, because just like, 0.01% of professional footballers make it, right? There's a very limited amount of opportunities at the top of esports. And we have a question from the Twitch from Cedric Saris, who says, I like Cohen's idea about continuing to play. What would the panel suggest on the role of parents to help high potential players to not burn out from esports? So the question is, how do we manage, and I'll start with you, Cohen, how do we manage expectations and stop burnout of these people? Because, we wanted to be astronauts or cowboys. Now they want to be professional esport players.
Yeah, good question as well. Thanks for asking. So it basically goes into what I just mentioned with the 5 S's. So I think as a professional, I was very structured towards these 5 S's. So again, sleep, study, sports, social life, and screens. I think if you want to become a pro, or if you are a pro, these S's are from vital importance. Like as a pro, you of course need to sleep well because of the matches and the training sessions. I believe study is equal to brain development, which definitely helps in playing games. Like the smarter you get or the more you develop your brains as well using school, the quicker you might get the hang of certain games or certain strategies or that sort of stuff. Sports, fit body is a fit mind. They always say that, which I do agree upon. With good food as well. And social life is important because most esport games are team-based games as well. Even though Trackmania is very often seen as a 1-by-1 or 1 against 1 against 1 against 1 like game, we do play in teams and we also have team matches. So when looking at gamers that have high expectations, it's first of all for me having that balance right, and then a plan A and a plan B. Like there's also hundreds, if not like hundreds, I think thousands or tons or millions of kids that want to become the next Messi, the next Cristiano Ronaldo. Like that's their expectation, right? I want to be that player. But what do parents do? They guide their child, when they're playing soccer, they're standing next to the line, they help them with their gear, but at the same time, they make sure they study. Like it's like a plan B. In the mind of a kid, it's like plan A is become the next Messi. But also plan B is, I have to do school, I have to educate myself, I have to get my diploma and certificate. So I think it's important to put that into place in conversations with the kid as well. Is, of course, he might want to become a pro gamer or an influencer or a YouTuber or a streamer or that sort of stuff. Like that's the new fireman, astronaut of the current day. So, of course, you can help them with it, build a structure around it. And that might be the passion of the kid, but at the same time, of course, school is important for most people. That will be their future, or at least a big part of their future. So always make sure that stays in place, and that comes back to those 5 S's of sleep, study, sports, social life, and screens.
Fantastic. Shay, you talk to a lot of gamers as Cope, which you were telling me. So do you come across these unrealistic expectations that maybe, because, I've played CSGO with a 14-year-old who says he wants to be a pro and I'm out fragging him and I'm like, oh, if you're not beating me at 14, you're not going to be a pro. So how do you negotiate this through Cope with these maybe younger people who might have unrealistic expectations?
Yes, we do see a lot of unrealistic expectations here. And I think part of the reason is that the pros are more accessible to them just because of they feel more familiar. When you see Messi, you're seeing him, on a huge field in front of millions of people. When you're watching your favorite pro here, you're in a Twitch chat. You've probably had a chance to communicate with him. I think it looks more accessible, but it's just as hard to achieve. And I think we spend a lot of time talking to them about all of the other things that are great here. It's not just about being that top 1%. Some of the biggest streamers never made it to that top 1%. It's finding what you're good at, what you really enjoy. And we see that with the pros too. When a pro starts to fall off and he's not, doing as well, we will see them tweet, oh, my career's over. I guess I'm going to have to go back to working in a restaurant. And we're like, no, look what you've been doing here for the last 3 years. Look at the connections you've made and the skills you've learned. How do we translate all of those skills into a career in university, going to university and learning more about what you like, or just a career in the field? And so we really just try to show them that there are many different avenues here.
Michael, did you have some really sort of awkward moments where your kids went, I want to be a pro gamer, and you had to sort of go, oh, how do I negotiate this? How do I support them? What was your experience like dealing with that?
It's I've always listened to what they want, and when they want something which could be good in the way. So, like my daughter, she wants to be a birth doctor, very, very young. And I said, it's okay, because then you need very, very high degrees to get into to study in the university. And the same with Christopher, who was very good in the school, Mr. Rice in Dota 2. They wanted this, and as long as they put their energy in the school, we were relaxed, and there were no struggles. With Rasmus, I didn't see it come with Rice, his big brother. He was tournaments in Ukraine and in Taiwan, and was number 2 in the Chinese in the World Championship in Denmark. Just before Rasmus was threatening to leave our house. And at that time, he said, I will leave at our house when I was 14. I say, I will be a pro. And we say, it's okay. And we were going inside and we have a little smile. And then when he was 15, then he said the same, and 16, and his brother and him, they were arguing very, very harshly because they put up the age, because they say we will not have any pros when they are 15, when they're 16, and each year they were putting up the limit. And now I understand that Riot actually helped me there, because I would have been died, and my wife too, if they had left the house when he was 14 or 15. But then his big brother said, but he's good. He's very good. And I said, yeah. He's good to many things. And now I'm in a way where it's not Messi, but it's like Messi in this world. And I'm so happy that it was spoiled to me, not to spoil his dreams and his talent. Because if I have a Messi going around in the backyard making football, and then I have destroyed him and he had never been playing, what a waste of talent. So I'm happy that I'm not the only one who decides decisions here in life.
Fantastic. So, look, just stepping away from the professional side of it for a second, because, most esports, esports for me is people, and most esports is about the people who don't become professional, when we play with our friends and all these things. So, Shay, I'll start with you. What's the place for kids who just want to play esports with their friends and have fun, and what are some of the benefits they get from not being a professional, from not having that ambition? What do you say there?
Well, I think just having a passion for the community that's here, and just finding your niche and finding what you're really good at is what is so important here. And as we talk about all the time, there are so many different career paths for that. So that's really the most important part about it for me.
And Colin, what would you say about the kids who are not going to be professionals, and what do they get from it?
Yeah, so I quite agree with Shay here. So there's so much more to esports than just being a player. Like, of course, like Shay mentioned just now, which is actually a very good point, that the players are very accessible, the influencers are very accessible. Twitch chat, YouTube chat, whatever it is, you can comment, you can get a reply. But many younger children and youth, they look towards those professional players and might think, oh, that's something I can do. But they don't understand what might happen behind the screen. Like, behind the screen, there's a team involved, like a manager, a coach, a team owner, a analyst, a fitness coach, a nutritionist, a cook, a lawyer, I don't know what. Like, you have so many positions in this industry that are also accessible and actually give you more chance, because you can follow the study route or build experience and get into those positions, that you can still work in the esports industry. Even though you're not the athlete, you can be part of the industry as a whole and actually move it forward, because there are so many opportunities in the esports industry to either launch your own business or help an existing business or help whatever it is in this industry, because it's still growing so rapidly. So when looking or basically answering your question, I agree with Shay. Like, let them find what they're good at. Let them understand that there's more to it than just being a player. And eventually, if you let your kids go a little bit and guide them, I believe they will find their passion, their thing. And maybe the first time, like many students in the Netherlands, they finish high school, go towards university. And I think a big percentage quits in their first year because they figured it's not what I want to do. So sometimes they will make a choice, and eventually it's not the right one. They go back and they will follow another path, and that's fine. They're trying to find their path in life and what they want to do. They should have the freedom to do so. And if it's working in some position in the esports industry, not just being a pro gamer, then I think they have a great future in front of them, because it's an industry that's very, very, very much growing in the current times.
Well, see, there's a question from the Twitch from Narcissa29. Often parental concerns revolve around the amount of hours that kids spend in front of their PC instead of playing traditional sports. I mean, so, Michael, I'll go to you for this first. How do we convince parents that those hours in front of the PC, especially given that Cohen just explained to us that there's a lot of other skills learned. How could we convince parents? What do you tell them to say, look, it's not them just wasting their time?
It's a that's a little tough one, because it depends of the parents where they come from. Because if you are in a school where they're sitting very anxious, then the message is different. But all, I think that if they are in what Cohen said, that the structured esport environment, then they should look at the community. They should look at the people their kids are talking to, and where they are. Be interested in, like, but where do they live? You live in Denmark. They live in Texas. But what do you know about Texas? So you, in some way, hear small stories of the people, how they interact in the PC scam. So you in some way jump into the screen and see the world which is on the other side of the screen, because that's the involvement and the interest you need to know about your kids. And you would do exactly the same when you were in the soccer field when we were young, because you would ask, but he's the goalkeeper there, where do he come from? He come from this part of the city. Okay, and his parents. So you will do exactly the same, and you should do this also here. But but when you have to tell it to the parents, you have to know which part of the city parents you are talking to, because they have very different perspectives.
No, I love that about the structure and the communities and that aspect. And for me, esports is so much better than a lot of the internet that young people experience with social media and other more negative aspects. I mean, Shay, what are other stakeholders that we may need to engage in society to help push esports and convince people that esports is actually the better part of what their kids are doing online and is a good alternative to even just Facebook or Instagram?
Well, exactly. And this actually segues right from what Michael said. Educators, administrators in schools and in community groups, because it's not just about screen time. I mean, in the past, our kids were watching TV. They were spending lots of time on screen time. You go back a century and you can find all kinds of literature that said books are going to destroy our children. They need to get outside and play. I mean, we're always going to have that thing that we think that is taking them away from it. But some of the statistics I love here is when we have we have esports programs in middle schools and high school students. Usually the kids that get involved in those after school programs didn't have any other sport. They were going home. They were having no more social interaction at school. And we know that outcomes for kids are better who do engage in these after school activities. So I think it's that we're reaching a set of kids that were, previously left out of these social engagements. So not all screen time is bad. And there's lots of benefits to it. And we need lots more research on that.
And of course, going with the 5 S's with Cohen, I mean, I totally agree that traditional exercise and sport should always take part. So Cohen, what sort of stakeholders from your perspective of your organization and yourself do you think could get more engaged to support esports and help parents understand more?
Yeah, so before I answer that question, I do like to jump on the question of Michael, actually from the Twitch chat, which was about the screen time question. Because when looking at screen time, it has, of course, benefits as well as dangers, negatives, of course, like everything, basically also food. I mean, if you eat bananas the whole day, it's also not healthy. So basically what we do is we have 4 C's, which help us to determine what is a kid doing, and then can we allow more or less screen time based on what they do, which is, are they either creating, are they doing something cultural, are they consuming, or are they connecting? And cultural is like schoolwork. Like if your kid is doing using a screen for school, then is it negative? I don't think so. He's studying, he's making his stuff. Is a kid connecting? Then, especially in COVID times, it's been very beneficial for the mental health of children to connect through screens and playing games and being on Discord. Of course, there's a gray line. because friends in real life and meeting them in real life is important. Then you have the culture or the consuming side, which is if you are just laying on a couch watching YouTube videos, and that can be very relaxing. It can be enjoyable. It can be like Netflix as well. Like parents, you like to use Netflix in the evening as well, and just consuming content, which can be relaxing. So that's a positive, as well as it can be a negative, because it can just it can be a time waster if it's used too much. And then you have creating, like if you are using games or screens to create, like Minecraft is a super creative game, which really helps young children to build that creativity and get a perspective on 3D and building houses and stuff. So would you then limit screen time or give a little bit more? So based on these C's, we basically decide screen time, as well as, like you mentioned, Brian, the 5 S's. So again, check the agenda, sleep, study, sports, social life, fill those in the upcoming week, like what's going to be time dedicated to sleep, study, sports, and social life. And then you have the gaps, the open areas, the open gaps that can be used for gaming, if that is what the kid wants to do at that specific time. And if you do it this way and making that agenda each week, or a little bit of a plan or a structure, a kid cannot play 8 hours a day, for example, because you just have the other S's to take into account. I also think that the screen time rules of some organizations in the Netherlands that are quite old are really outdated. So some say, okay, like 2 hours screen time a day. I mean, come on like the basic school up till the age of 12, they're already using iPads and digiboards and I don't know what, like they already go past the 2 hours screen time on a very young age. So it's not just about screen time, it's about what do they do on their screens, and guide them with that.
I love the idea of Minecraft. I mean, when parents come to me, I say, oh, they're playing too much Minecraft. I'm going, that's brilliant. They're learning how to put some effort in to earn rewards just by mining. But I've got a question here specifically for Michael, and I'm going to expand it to the other guests. But Michael, you've got a League of Legends player and you've got a Dota 2 player. What are the debates like in your house about which game is better?
Yeah. You want me to start a fire?
Absolutely, go for it.
Yeah. The big brother, no, they started with a very, very old time myth, might and magic or something like that. And then he went to the Dota 2. And when we saw him playing in stream, we just learned from China and Ukraine, all this. We called it what you say, the graphic was very, very bad. And therefore we said this was it was very tough to understand. And then we saw this League of Legends, and then it was very sharp and the graphic was nice. And then we said, okay, this was League of Legends. That was the Disney version of the Dota, and then his big brother said, yeah, it's much easier, and it was her. So that's why Caps, he has a big brother who learned him a lot, and then afterwards he had to live up to actually show that the difficulties in the game and the technical things, that he was much better. And I just heard from this week that his big brother has done the opportunity to actually play some league in public places. So that's a huge win for the Christmas time.
Okay, so I won't make you admit which game you prefer, but we'll go to Shay. Shay, how would you advise parents or gamers on which esport to choose, if they, even just for a semi-professional career or just to enjoy or professional?
Well, I think that, we get that question from parents of, what game, and I'm like, just, let your child lead you. I mean, most of our kids started with Roblox and Minecraft, and my kid still at 17 still plays it quite often. So those games are just incredibly creative, but I just think it's, find what you like, find your niche, and you find community with that. We have a lot of kids ask us, okay, well, how do I get to know people in the community? And we advise them to go find the creators you admire, go find the pros that you look up to and learn from them, watch their videos, get active in their Twitch chats, find others that, have those same interests, and you'll find your community and your people to practice with.
Okay, Cohen, what about you? What way would you say people to go in terms of which game to choose, given you're such a niche, a really cool niche, but you're a very niche esports. So what?
Yeah. Well, the cool thing in my answer is that I am the gamer that found his way in between all those games, and sometimes I get the question like, aren't you sad you didn't play League of Legends because there's a lot more money involved in that industry? And I'm like, well, probably if I would play League of Legends, I wouldn't have made it. Like I wouldn't have reached that professional level because it's just a game that's not my passion. Like I wouldn't be as dedicated. I wouldn't push as much. I wouldn't put as much effort and time in learning all the mechanics and everything that goes around it. So when I was very young, and that's an advice for parents to let the kids do. They will figure out what suits them. Like when I was young, I wanted to be Max Verstappen, like 2.0. For the ones that don't know, watch Formula 1 this weekend, of course, with the final coming up. But I wanted to be Max Verstappen. I wanted to be that racing driver, but it was too expensive and too dangerous. That's why I wasn't allowed to do it in real life. And that's when my dad started to try and find racing games online because he saw that I was interested in racing. He knew I wanted to play racing games. I was always like challenging the family, like being the first to open the door, being the first to do this and that. And it just came back in my personality. And eventually the game Trackmania, after trying many racing games, the game Trackmania just stuck. Like it was everything that I was looking for as a kid. And my dad found it. I started playing it. One day later, I was better than him. 2 weeks later, I joined an amateur team, a German team. And 10 months after, I joined a professional organization. And that's how quickly it can go once you found it. Like once you find your game, things can evolve very, very rapidly. Yeah.
Okay, so we're coming close to the end now. So, Cohen, I'll stick with you. I've got 2 questions. First one is, are you a good driver in real life? Or do you drive like you're playing the game? And 2, what is the final takeaway you'd want everyone to take from this panel? So first of all, answer the question.
Yeah. Am I a good driver? I believe so. I actually don't even own a car. I own a motorbike, which is a racing bike. It's a Yamaha R6 2010 limited Rossi edition. I just love speed. I can't deny. So yeah, sometimes I will go a little bit too fast and then drop the bike down to the speed that's actually allowed. But I've also been drifting. Like I love doing that sort of stuff, or go-karting. So I would say yes. I'm a good driver in real life, and pay attention to the rules. But sometimes, the speed limits are there to be broken. And your second question, basically the thing that I like to give people watching this as a takeaway is the quote that I used earlier, because I just think it has so much value, is we don't stop playing because we grow old because we stop playing. So keep playing.
I love that, as someone who's a giant child, which is why I'm chairing this panel, just to balance the parent aspect out. Shay, what would your final thoughts be for anyone who's watching this panel?
My final thoughts for any parent out there, especially who's watching this panel, is get involved. I mean, go to our website, reach out to us. We'll answer any question. We will connect you to incredible resources. And also take your kid to something that's in person with gaming. There are so many sports organizations that are creating esports things attached to them. Take them to events. Cope will be at DreamHack events. We will be at PAX events. We will be hopefully in TwitchCon Amsterdam if that happens. And we will have the Cope Cabana there, because one of the big things that I noticed as a parent in this space is there was nothing for parents to do when they got to these events. They didn't feel very welcome. They were usually hanging around the edges on their phone, probably texting their kid going, "Are you ready to leave yet?" So we're going to give them a place where they can learn, they can hang out, they can have fun. And, so take your kid to an event. You will be welcome.
Fantastic. And Michael, I'm going to finish with you. After setting you up at Discord, I felt like you were my dad, and then Zoom. But what would you like everyone to know about the parental environment in esports from your extensive experiences?
I think it's what I agree with Shay. It's the involvement, and then it's to get in touch with other parents, just like you would do when you go to the soccer club. You should go out and to the events with the children, and you are not supposed to be in the gaming area, but you could be just around, and then you could have a chit chat and talk, and then you will get happy and relaxed, because then you'll find out that it's a lovely way of living.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for a wonderful panel. Anyone who's watching, remember, esports is based in games, but it's really about community and friends and people, and that's the important thing. And it's a lot of amazing benefits for anybody's kids taking part. And I would love all my university students to spend a week working as a CSGO team before they start their group projects, because that's accelerated group work right there. So I think that's it for everyone. So thank you very much.
One sentence. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this final plenary session of the Esports Research Network Conference. Just to let you know, when we decided over a year ago to propose the theme of health and well-being for the conference, we knew that we wanted to bring together the best in terms of research and expertise on the topic. We wanted to offer a high-quality content in an accessible way. And when it comes to research on esports and health, there is one person who cannot be ignored. Her work is a precursor on this theme and has laid the foundation of what we could call esports health studies. For 2 days, whatever the sessions you attended, her name and her work have been mentioned. It is therefore with a great pleasure that I welcome Professor Joanne Donoghue for this concluding keynote. I am particularly pleased that she's actually immediately agreed to present a summary of her past, present, and future research while bringing a critical eye to the theme. In order to briefly introduce Professor Donoghue, she is the Director of the Clinical Research and Associate Professor at the New York Institute of Technology, College of Osteopathic Medicine in Old Westbury, New York. Her expertise is in exercise physiology and nutrition, which has been the focus on her clinical research for the past 20 years. She has been the principal investigator on over 15 publications, and she has published 8 peer-reviewed articles on the health of esports athletes and has spoken at multiple international conferences on health and esports. Her biggest accomplishment is being a full-time working mother of 2 boys and a wife while maintaining her passion for running and fitness. Dr. Donoghue is a 6-time marathoner and a 2 times Ironman finisher. Professor Donoghue's presentation entitled Managing Esports Health is more than just exhaustive. We'll begin with the common injuries and health concerns of esports athletes and delve into the myth versus the science. Topics discussed will include where the science of esports health currently stands and where is it lacking compared to the other competitive sports, and how the health of esports athletes impacts the industry as a whole, and the future direction of research on the health of the esports athletes. Before we start, I would just like to remind all the viewers on Twitch that you have the possibility to ask your question in the chat, and I will make sure to collect them for the Q&A session at the end. Joanne, the stage is now yours. You have 40 minutes of presentation, and we will save the last 10 or 15 minutes for the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you so much. That was probably the best introduction I've ever had, and I truly appreciate it. I'm going to take you on the road with me. It really is a pleasure to be here. Before I begin, everything that you just heard, I will discuss today: research, injuries, where we stand in the field for injuries and research. I am the poster child for the hospital special surgery here in New York City because I am a competing athlete and I've had multiple surgeries there. So I'm no stranger to injuries and overuse injuries. And yet I've still competed at such a high level. So that picture you see on the screen there, that was the commercial I did for the hospital special surgery. So it is a passion of mine. I have to say that I'm having trouble with my PowerPoint. Fast forward. There we go. Okay. It's a little slower than my voice. These are the publications that I've done in the last 4 to 5 years on esports and research. I do try to focus on the health of esports. And in order to do that, we really have to get a background on what our baseline is in these athletes at all levels, collegiate levels and professional levels. So these are current publications. We have many on the way. So I'm going to start off, where do we stand with research? And this is really important and it's really exciting. So the numbers you see on the screen in front of you, if you were to go on, I went into a PubMed. PubMed is an index for looking up research articles in a topic. If you were to type in tennis, you pull up over 9,000 articles. The research articles date back to 1887. Football, American football, there's over 15,000 articles. Again, research articles that date back to 1887. If you look up in soccer, 13,000 articles, and those start back to about 1947. But if you type in the word esports, you're going to find the first article with the word esports dates to 2016. Now, there were articles on videos and, gameplay before that, but the word esports in research really does not show up in any of these Medline Index platforms until the year 2016. And you'll only find 108 articles. If you type in esports and health, you're going to find 63 articles. So it's an alarming difference, but we're also way behind, and not by any fault of our own. It's a new field. And I purposely put to the right here, you're wondering why on the right here you see less than 448 under tennis, less than 646 under football. And those are the articles that include women. Now, if you date back to 1887 and to 1940, a lot of women weren't allowed to play in sports. So, of course, they're going to be behind with research. But we're starting esports relatively new, and yet there's still very few articles that include women in them. So I do urge anybody who is doing research in the esports field right now to really be mindful of that and be inclusive of it. And this is exciting for the field. So this is the table of what you look at of publications. In 2016, there was one publication with esports that was in health. And then if you look at 2021, where we're at, we've grown substantially in 4 or 5 years. And 2022 is going to be even greater. So we started out with practically nothing, and now we're growing so much. And, it is becoming, I don't want to use the word flooded, because flooded sounds like it's too much, and it's not too much. But it's really exciting to see so many people taking note of this and getting involved in it. And there are some issues if you do want to publish with esports, and that I found out the hard way back in 2016, is that there is a stigma attached to the word esport when you submit a research article. Many editors out there do not even know what esports is. So when they come across, they don't really want to put it into their journal because they don't think that's going to get a lot of recognition. Journals are based on how much citations they're going to get. I came across that a few years ago. It's starting to get better. It's still not fantastic because either you know esports or you don't, and a lot of these journals don't. And we're lucky enough that we have these new journals coming out of the editorial launch of the International Journal of Esports that Dr. Aaron Kochi put together, the Esports Research Journal. So we do have other journals. Human Kinetics is coming out with one that are taking note of this. Unfortunately, it does take a few years to get indexed and have something called an impact factor. But that's fine. I mean, every journal has to start somewhere, and I'm really excited that we're starting now. And just to show you the interest, when you see these numbers in front of you, the article you see on top here is an article I published back in 1998, comparison of once a week versus twice a week strength training. And this was in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. Now, this article was probably the top article I've published in my career. It got cited over 56 times, which is quite high for someone in the exercise science field. That was in 1998. An article I published on esports in 2019 already has over 103 citations and over 2,000 reads. So for the editors listening or to other audiences out there, to say that there's not an interest in esports just simply isn't true. The numbers are staggering on the people who have an interest on the health and research out there. So let's move into the health of it. Esports health, why do we care? Yes, we hear exercise is good for us. We should exercise, we sit too long. That's really great to say, but it's so much more than that. Just exercise alone is not going to prevent overuse injuries. It's not going to prevent prolonged sitting ramifications that happen over long periods of time. Some of these injuries you see here, calf muscles, ankle injuries, knee injuries, these are all result of professional athletes' overuse injuries. A third of Major League Baseball players in the Major League Baseball teams here in the United States undergo surgery for an overuse injury. And why should you care? Because it costs a lot of money. You should care for personal health, but if there's investors or if you are a manager, it costs money. The National Football League in 2019 spent $521 million on injuries alone. It cost the English Premier League 26 million euros last year in injuries. And take it from a professional level, take it down a notch to just recreational athletes. Here in the United States, it was over $605 million in hospital visits for non-professional athletes. So what they found was with the research, with intervention trials, and anything I say today that you don't see on here, I have references for, and you can always contact me at the end if you want that. But what we found is sports-specific overuse injury prevention programs decreased clinic visits for injuries by 23% and 20% of healthcare encounters. And these kind of numbers impact society. It impacts the cost of healthcare. So, we're throwing a wide net here when we look at reducing overuse injuries. And then in the end, it's the longevity of the player and it's the investment in the player. We have over 11 human body systems. I can go technical and say much more, but 11 major human body systems, okay? Exercise is going to impact them all, but prolonged sitting and sedentary behavior impacts on all of them. And I can't shout this enough, that exercise is not enough to negate prolonged sitting. I actually just hosted a panel this morning, and we had some great speakers on there. And this was actually the exact topic that although we know that many players don't attain the recommended amount of exercise, that really, even if you are someone who is truly into fitness, it can all be negated if you simply just don't take the right precautions from prolonged sitting. And I always don't like to group esports players under being completely sedentary either, because I know there's a lot of esports players out there. Some of you might be listening also that exercise regularly, and you go to the gym and you feel fit. And you feel like there's a stigma upon you that you're an esports player, which means you're just a sedentary person. And that's simply not true. But it also puts you mostly in the higher risk category of assuming that you are not prone to the risks of sitting for prolonged periods of time. A study that was done showed that 60 to 75 minutes a day of moderate intensity exercise is what it took to reverse prolonged sitting in the average person. And that's a pretty staggering number for anybody who exercises. You're exercising for over an hour a day. And to me, it's not really a realistic number for anybody to carry out. So before I go into the risk of this, we are basing a lot of our research on just office workers who are sedentary and sit behind desks all day, because we don't have the numbers yet with esports players. But there is an article out there that showed that esports players do perform exercise because their heart rate goes up during play. And nothing could be further from the truth. But what it does put you at is a higher risk. When you exercise and your heart rate goes up, it's going up and your blood pressure is going up because there's a demand in your body. You have your blood vessels dilate. It's bringing oxygen to your working muscles. Your heart's pumping. It's bringing blood to the brain. When your heart rate goes up because of stress, that's a fight or flight response. Those are hormones that are releasing that. Adrenaline. It's the same as if you were watching a horror film and you were scared and your heart rate went up, or you're ready to get into a car accident. Yes, of course, your heart rate's going up, but it's not the same as when your heart rate goes up when you're exercising. And that kind of fight or flight and that adrenaline and those hormones, those are stress, and that affects every part of your body. So not only are you dealing with an activity that you are sedentary and you're sitting and for prolonged periods of time, like office workers, but you're also putting yourselves under tremendous stress that your heart rate is going up and down. Your heart rate variability is going up and down. So you have an awkward position behind a desk. You're sedentary and your heart rate is fluctuating. So all these things are stress to the body. So I'm going to go through the three systems that I've researched and that we know a little bit about, and how gaming is going to impact on these. So you have your circulatory system. I always call this the plumbing of the body. You know, you turn on a faucet, you have plumbing work going through. That's your circulatory system. That's your heart, your blood vessels that pump everything through your body. Your muscular system, we have over 600 muscles in the body, and your muscles are controlled by nerves that communicate with the brain. In esports, you have fine motor skills. You're using muscles. They're smaller muscles, but they're just as important, if not more ignored, than working larger muscle groups. And then the endocrine system, which is your hormones and chemical messengers that controls everything in your body that is affected by gaming. So this slide always upsets me. This should never happen. This should never happen again. Unfortunately, it will. But In 2019, we lost someone in the esport world, Jeff Robinson. He was a player, and he died of something called deep vein thrombosis, which is a blood clot. He didn't recognize the symptoms in time, and by the time he did recognize the symptoms, it was too late. We hear about it in the news. A 20-year-old game addict dies from deep vein thrombosis from sitting too long. During the pandemic, we lost a 24-year-old football coach who gamed for too long, had symptoms, again, didn't really recognize the symptoms. And this is not just for gamers. You see these people in this picture, everybody is susceptible to deep vein thrombosis. Serena Williams is one of the top tennis players in the world. She had something called a pulmonary embolism, which occurs when you have deep vein thrombosis. It's a blood clot in your leg that travels to your lungs, and it can kill you. She's surrounded by professionals. She was on a flight from New York to Los Angeles, and she recognized that she wasn't breathing right. She was short of breath. And as soon as she recognized the symptoms, she was brought to the hospital, and she was diagnosed with pulmonary embolism, but she was able to obviously be saved. The same with the person on the right here. He is a professional race car driver. He was out on a bike ride after a day of racing in a car, and he recognized that he was short of breath on his bike ride. Because he's an athlete, he was very in tune with his body, went to the hospital. He had multiple pulmonary embolisms, and fortunately, he was saved. In the middle was a reporter, a United States reporter who, unfortunately, in 2014 was covering the war in Iraq. He was in a Hummer IV crunched position covering the war for long periods of time. He developed a blood clot and unfortunately turned into a pulmonary embolism, and he died at the age of 33. So this is not just for gamers. This is something that we hear about when we take long flights, that we should get up and move around. Simply put, it was probably lack of education when we hear about it in young gamers. They simply don't know the signs and what they're looking for. So what you see on this page here, the table at the bottom, this was published by Dr. Lippy in 2018. And this is a table of all documented cases found in gamers. Now, in 1983, Dr. Beasley coined a frame called e-thrombosis. And e-thrombosis in 1983, obviously it's before the world of esports, but it was because he was a physician, and he noticed that he was seeing a lot more cases of younger people coming in with deep vein thrombosis. And it was due to television use and the start of video games and kids being more sedentary. Everybody is at risk for it, but he was the first to really coin it in 1983. But this table that you see here at the bottom, I want you to take a look, because somebody actually even just left me a message on social media saying, why would somebody who in their 20s would care about having a blood clot? We're going as young as 12 years old here. And there is no way a 12-year-old boy would even know the symptoms of a leg DVT. A 16-year-old boy, a 23-year-old. So education and understanding the symptoms is so important. Any kind of pain, if you're a coach and, when you hear a player saying, oh, my legs hurt, I wouldn't just ignore that. I would be a little bit more specific. Well, are you sore from doing something else? Are you sore from sitting too long? Or do you have pain in one spot? Signs of DVT is tenderness in one spot, swelling, redness in the skin. Any kind of difficulty breathing, you cannot rule out PE, and it's not something that should be ignored. So is this something that happens all the time? No, but it does happen, and it really should never happen again if we're taught and these players are educated on this. So how do we avoid it? Well, this is what we know. We know that we sit for 30 minutes, our blood flow decreases up to 30%. We know that if we sit for over an hour, it can go up to 50%. And if you really want to envision what that is, I always say, think of a faucet, put your faucet on full speed, and now just reduce that by like half. And that's what's happening in your body. Your blood flow is at full force if you're moving around. And then when you're sitting, you don't have as much force going through there. When you sit for more than 90 minutes, you are at risk for DVTs, whether you are either gaming, commuting on a train, or doing anything else. The other thing that really impacts this is hydration. The human body is 75% water, and really stop and think about that a lot. That's a high number, 75% water. Some of us are great. They have bottles of water next to their desk and they're drinking all the time. I'm in the field and I wish I was that good at it. It's something we forget to do sometimes. We don't, especially now that we're all wearing masks. I find that, I forget to pull the mask down and take a drink. But hydration is key. Our blood is 92% water. So this is what it would look like when you're dehydrated. Like, I'll take you through a process of what it is. We have on the left here, you have normal blood flow through your legs. When we get a deep vein thrombosis, we get a small embolus that breaks and kind of lodges itself in there. That's a deep vein thrombosis. When that embolus starts moving through the veins into the lungs is when it's called a pulmonary embolism. So when we're hydrated, you can see our little red blood cells down here. They're like grapes. They're hydrated. We're flowing. We're good. When we're dehydrated, it looks like raisins. And our blood volume goes down. So being hydrated is just as important as if you're going to get up and take a break. So I can't stress hydration enough. And I always ask people, if you were to critique yourself, where would you stand when it comes to hydration? Sorry, I'm trying to get out of my next slide here. There we go. I'm just going to go back one. This is actually under a microscope to be a little bit more scientific for you. That's what healthy cells look like that are hydrated. Those are unhealthy, dehydrated cells. And really, where would you be? I know I drink so much coffee, I'm probably dehydrated all the time. And I lecture on this, so I know how difficult it is. But it's really easy to keep a bottle of water next to you while you're gaming. It also will force you to get up and use the bathroom. So I'm going to move on to the brain now with hydration. So we have something called executive function. It's a broad term. Executive function really means our working memory, flexible thinking, self-control, inhibition, decision-making. With gaming, it's everything. It's when you're going to shoot, when you're going to fire, that connection. Your executive function is all your decision-making and reaction time. So we did a study here looking at executive function in gamers for 2 hours. It was an acute session, and we had them play for 2 hours without taking a break. And what we found is that they were faster. So they got faster with speed, but their accuracy and their inhibitory process decreased. So it didn't matter that they got faster. They were less accurate. Now, I'm saying less accurate. I'm not saying they played worse because the tests we use were executive function tests. We did not look at their actual gaming performance. That's another study that we did. But they got faster, but less accurate after 2 hours of not taking a break, which led us to look at what would a break do? Because other studies have showed that if you take short breaks quite frequently, that you actually have a better chance of learning a skill. Again, these are other studies not involving gaming. They didn't look at gaming per se, but they were looking at other skills that if you took a break, you actually learned it better than going straight through with that particular activity. So we did a study, Dr. Seth, Jenny, and I out of Slippery Rock University, and we did this during the pandemic. And I highlight the study because we had such a great time doing it because we had so many players from around the globe participate in it. And it was during the pandemic, so we couldn't do it in person. And it was really amazing how we pulled it off. But we had them do a 6-minute walking break while doing a first-person shooter game. And to understand what we did here, we had them do their executive online testing function tests. This was all done virtually. And they played for an hour. And then after that hour, they got up and we just took a 6-minute casual break. We didn't have a 6-minute, intense break. It was just a comfortable 6-minute walking break. Then they resumed play. On another day, they did the same thing. They took their test. They played for an hour, but we had them lie down right next to the computer for 6 minutes with their eyes open and then resume play for another hour. And then on another day, they just played consecutively 2 hours straight with no break. So this is what we found. We found the walking break to be actually the most beneficial. They had the fastest solution time, the fastest planning time. They maintained their accuracy and decision making. Second to that was continuous play over to the right. continuous play had the second fastest planning time. However, it concurred with our first study that even though they got a faster time, they still had decreased accuracy and decreased decision making. The worst group was the group that lied down for rest. They had the slowest solution time, the slowest planning time. Even though they maintained accuracy, they got slower. So this study was really exciting because we showed that the 6-minute break actually improved the players. And this, we actually looked at gaming too. We looked at their performance. We found no change in performance. And we actually looked at that as a positive, because if we found a decrease in performance, then people would say, well, that's great, I'm faster and the walking's good for me, but my performance was worse. We found no change in performance in gaming. So we took that as a positive. And more importantly is what the players like, because it's very hard to motivate a player or to remind a player to get up and take a walk, right? So over 70% of our subjects positively felt that walking impacted on their gaming positively. That was important to us. Only 39% felt that resting positively impacted on gaming, but over 50% felt that it was the most effective out of all of the groups that they participated in with performance. Some people felt like it helped them wake up a little bit and, it felt good to take that break. Others felt like it broke their concentration. But overall, majority of the players really enjoyed the walk. Another thing that we know from prolonged sitting, if you sit after a long meal, it affects your blood glucose levels. So your blood glucose levels will make you feel tired when you drop, basically. Your brain uses 25% of the glucose in your blood. Your brain is always going to use 25% of glucose in your blood, no matter where your bloodstream and blood glucose levels are out. Your brain will always need that fuel. But after a meal, they found that peripheral blood glucose levels took a major dip and then below a healthy concentration line. But yet, if they did intermittent light walking or movement after it, it actually helped maintain blood glucose levels. So taking that, breaking up that gaming with walking can actually help maintain your blood glucose levels. And then I'm going to move on to the musculoskeletal. So there's something called Esports, repetitive strain injuries. I'm sure you've heard this throughout this conference. Caitlin McGee is an occupational therapist who is excellent with repetitive strain injuries in the upper body. But these are very real scenarios of Hai Lam, who retired at 26 years old because of a wrist injury. And also Yang Hyeon, his was shoulders and also his back. His was more nerve impingement. But these are all injuries that are overuse, and the medical term is repetitive strain injuries. So in a study that we conducted, we found that players also experience over 50% eye fatigue and neck and back pain as well. So what is a repetitive stress injury? Believe it or not, who suffers the most from this is musicians. And they're very overlooked because musicians are not considered athletes. But there was actually the New York Philharmonic, I think back in 2016, had to cancel a performance at the Javits Center because so many of their violinists and players had injuries that they were out for. So a repetitive stress injury is basically overuse of your muscles and tendons in the upper body. So any repetitive activity, high intensity activity for a long time without taking a break, and poor posture, activities that involve working in an awkward position. I can't think of any other activity that's similar to gaming, because with if you look at a violinist or a guitarist, they always are in a little bit of an awkward position, more awkward than an office worker looking at a desk. And they're using the same fine motor skills over and over and over again. Phil Collins is now touring with Genesis right now, and he is, unfortunately, he's in a wheelchair performing with them due to crushed vertebrae injuries from playing the drums for so many years. Gaming is no different. You know, when you look at performers like these players, these violinists, they're also under a lot of emotional stress when they have to perform. The same thing with gamers. They're now in awkward positions, high intensity motion, and they're under a lot of stress. So cold temperatures, vibrating equipment, all of these contribute to repetitive stress injuries. Other jobs like supermarket checkout, anything that you do repetitively. Tiger Woods took a few years off. He has back injuries and shoulder injuries. And if you look at what a golf swing looks like, they're using the same muscles over and over again. The black and white picture that you see there is Tommy John. That was from years ago, but there's a surgery named after him for pitchers because it's called Tommy John surgery over a tendon that they have to repair from overuse of pitching. So look at the repetitive stress injuries that we see in gamers, and this is just the wrist. We're going to see repetitive strain injuries in the shoulders and the back. Do we have a surgery named after what gamers go for yet? Well, there is something called gamer's wrist, but we're in such the infant stages of research. I'm sure down the road we are going to see, names kind of applied to what we typically see in gamers. And signs of this are pain and aching, throbbing, stiffness, tingling, numbness, weakness, cramping. In the beginning, it might just be like, oh, I feel a little sore. I feel a little this. If that's ignored, eventually that turns into repetitive stress. If not rested properly, it's going to end up, it could be career ending for people. This was a study that we did in our lab for posture. So we did it in a gaming chair and we did it in a regular office chair. We found no difference really between the two chairs. What you see on here are biomarkers that we used in a camera. But if you see this line here, this was after 1 hour of play. So the top photo, you can see he's fairly straight. The line's going over his ear. It's really easiest to notice it over the ear. And just 1 hour of gaming, you could see where his ear is here. His head comes forward and his posture is slouching a little bit. So after 1 hour, we are losing our posture. Our muscles are shortening. And I'd say when we did our study, 15% of people reported 3 hours and more without taking a break. So if this was only 1 hour, you can only imagine, even if he stayed in that bottom position for 3 hours, look at the musculoskeletal strain you're putting on the neck, on the back. So again, just simply getting up and moving your muscles is enough just to release that stress, taking a break. So I'm going to move on to a little bit more physiology. I love to ask people this question too. How old would you be if you didn't know your age? And what does that mean? We have chronological age and biological age. I'm not sure if any of you remember, this was Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse was a musician. She died at 27 years old from cirrhosis of the liver and alcoholism. And here you have someone who's the exact same age. So what do I mean by chronological and biological age? Obviously, chronological is exactly what your age is. How old are you? But biological is your physiological and biochemical markers in your body. Where are you biologically? So Amy Winehouse died from cirrhosis of the liver and alcohol poisoning. She had the liver probably of someone who was drinking for 40 years at 27 years old. Someone who smokes, their lungs are going to be biologically much more aged than someone who doesn't. Prolonged sitting can be just as hazardous to your health as smoking, as drinking, as anything that abuses your body. So in 1992, Tufts came out with these 10 biomarkers of aging. These really have not changed at all. There are some chemical ones that they added in there, some hormonal ones that they've added in, but they're very basic 10 biomarkers. Where are you at? Where is your muscle mass at? How strong you are, your body fat percentage, your bone density, your blood sugar tolerance, which is a big one. That's your diabetes. Aerobic capacity is your VO2. Resting metabolic rate, cholesterol, blood pressure, and your ability to regulate internal temperature. So they came out with these 10 biomarkers of aging to determine where people are at. So I'm going to go back to that in 1 second. This is a professional player, 23-year-old. He goes under the player name Uzi. I'm sure many of you have heard of him. He retired in 2020, not from a wrist injury, not from musculoskeletal. He retired because of obesity, chronic stress, and he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And this is where I say the endocrine system is affected by prolonged sitting and lack of activity. So when I ask what chronological age versus your biological age, he's only 23 years old. Biologically, his body is breaking down. he retired due to really health issues that could have been avoided had I don't want to say had a coach stepped in, because I know that coaches really and trainers have a hard time motivating players to do this. It's very difficult to motivate them. But sometimes if players are mandated to do something, it might not be such a bad thing. A 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 20-year-old really isn't thinking about prolonged health. That's really on the coaches and to really follow through with that. But what we know of those biomarkers of aging, one thing that's overlooked is lean body mass. And lean body mass is your muscle mass. Everybody usually focuses on fat, and I think we're too focused on being obese and over fat. Lean body mass maintains our bone health, it reduces falls, improves our metabolic health. What does that mean? It means it decreases our chances of diabetes. And we're actually just now starting to develop guidelines on lean body mass. But when we sit too long, if you exercise and you sit, we do something called atrophy. Our muscles get weaker. So if you look on the left here, I call this the ham bone. This is what your muscle looks like. A healthy muscle looks like this ham bone on the left here. You have your bone marrow, your fatty tissue, and muscle in the middle. There's a term called sarcopenia, and that's basically muscle wasting. And we see it in bariatrics, and we see it in sick patients, maybe with cancer. But we're starting to see it in younger individuals because they're literally muscles are wasting away by sitting for prolonged periods of time. On the right is an actual MRI image of a 21-year-old healthy muscle versus a 63-year-old's muscle. So when I say chronological versus biological, when we start to see 21-year-olds that have a 61-year-old view of muscle mass, just being due to complete sedentary behavior, that's an issue. And that's something that can be completely avoided. The good thing is if someone does have, I don't want to say sarcopenia because that's an extreme term, but if you do start having muscle wasting, you can get it back. You can reverse that. We did a study on eSport players, collegiate level eSport players. And we did a DEXA scan on them, which is a body scan that measures body fat and lean body mass. These were players that were 18 to 20 years old, they were college age. And what we found was compared to students from the same geographic area, same age, same college. So they weren't, we wanted to make sure we didn't take students who walked to college versus people who took a bus to college. But what we found was the gamers we also put a monitor on them for activity, and we found that they were significantly less active, had an increased sitting time, which I don't think anybody's shocked to hear from somebody who games at that competitive level. But what we found is that the gamers had 26% more body fat, 70% more visceral fat. So visceral fat is the fat that you find in your organs. It's inner fat, internal. It's the fat that actually creates metabolic issues for us, like diabetes. And they had 15% less lean body mass and 10% less bone mineral content. So what does that mean in the long run? Well, what's interesting about the study is that our players' BMI, body mass index, was exactly the same. And body mass index is what the health field uses to measure health. If you looked at our players, they looked healthy, they looked thin. And body mass index is using your height and your weight to measure health. It doesn't take into consideration your body composition, your muscle mass. So at this young age, if they have 15% less lean body mass and 10% bone mineral density, what does that mean when they are later in life? We simply don't know. We don't have the answers to this yet. These are longitudinal studies that we really have to look at. We just know that if you put a player on a scale and look at their weight, or if you look at their BMI, it really is not showing you the health of that individual. You really have to look at body composition. This study was done in 2012, and it was done in adolescent boys, 14 to 18 years old. And what they did was, for 3 months, they didn't change their diets at all. They took a group of obese boys, and they didn't change anything that they ate. But one group did aerobic exercise for 3 months. Another group did strength training, resistance exercise for 3 months. And then one group didn't do anything. There was a control group. And they looked at abdominal fat, they looked at the lipids, and they looked at insulin sensitivity. And what they found was the one group that made the changes was the group that did strength training, the muscle mass. So they found that the muscle mass was the only thing that made a difference in the insulin sensitivity with the diabetes. So it is not just exercise as a broad term, it's what you're doing for exercise as a broad term. Of course, cardiovascular exercise, getting your heart rate up is important, but we can't overlook muscle mass and we can't overlook strength training. And then lastly, sleep. You know, this is completely, I just was listening on the panel before me, and sleep was a big issue that came up. And I actually, on the panel, I said this morning, I think they did college age, they did secondary school, they did high school age, and they found that they were sleeping less than 7 hours a night, which is a little less than ideal, I think. They said, I always thought 6 to 8, but I think that depends on your age. The lack of sleep is equivalent to 0.05 blood alcohol level. And the reason you see 2 Olympic athletes on here with the USA sign is sleep is so important that these athletes put sleep coaches with them to the Olympics. That's how much it impacts on performance. They actually have someone go set up the room so that when they have the time difference at these Olympic zones, that they are in the right mode and right frequency. So sleep is something that can't be overlooked. And I think this is probably the biggest issue with gamers who compete on a professional level, because you're competing around the globe at all hours of the night. And I've talked to coaches and trainers, and I know it is an issue, the hours that they're sleeping. So it is something to consider when you're actually scheduling matches, the time zone difference. You know, with traditional athletes, the big thing is altitude. You know, when they go and play another team at a high altitude, they're at a disadvantage. I think with gaming, with sleeping, and you're playing in different time zones is probably one of the biggest factors in performance for them that you would see. And it is something that I think the higher, you know, when you start organizing this, that it is something to take into consideration. So in general, this is what we know. And this is on fact. We know that cerebral blood flow decreases 30% of the brain when you're sitting for 30 minutes. It's not conducive to get up after 30 minutes for a break. We know that. So, you know, 2 hours executive function decreases. So if a gamer can get up anywhere between that 30-minute marker and the 2-hour marker and move, it's going to benefit them. And we're not talking about walking for, you know, miles and miles. Studies show that, you know, a 2-minute break is enough to get your blood flow again moving. Our study used 6 minutes, and we showed that 6 minutes was enough to improve executive function. And we know that that 6-minute walk is going to improve your blood flow when you walk. Femoral artery blood flow decreases at 50% after 3 hours. 3 hours is just simply too long to sit without taking a break. It really is. You know, setting alarms is really the only thing I could think of, because I see how players get so immersed in their game. Exercise is not enough to negate this. You know, and I think there's a big misconception that if you're attaining the guidelines for exercise, and if you're exercising 30 minutes a day at a decent intensity, and you're in the gym and you're lifting, that you can go sit for 8 hours for the rest of the day in game. And that's simply not true at all. That couldn't be further. And I think that those people might be at more risk because they do think they're immune to that. So I do want coaches to really not so much stay focused on exercise. I think exercise is important, but I think for coaches and trainers, breaking the games up is probably, to me now, the higher priority on the list for players. Overplaying, too little rest and recovery is going to burn someone out. In traditional sports, we call that overreaching, where a player starts to realize their heart rate's going higher when they're exercising. And they're simply just burned out. Your body, listen to your body when you're burning out. So overplaying and too little rest and recovery is going to create eventually musculoskeletal issues in people. When you have an injury that keeps coming back and you come back to playing too soon, eventually that's going to be a career-ending injury if not dealt with appropriately. Thrombosis is very real. The short working break should be incorporated into every practice, from young kids up to professionals. And keep in mind that the short breaks improve performance. So I think that the research, I like to focus on research that's realistic, that can improve health while improving performance. And I think, you know, everybody would do it. If someone did a study that said going out and running 10 miles is going to improve performance, well, that's great. But how many players are you going to get to go run 10 miles? It's not realistic. We're giving a very realistic approach here. We're just asking you to take a break at least every hour for 5 to 6 minutes, taking a walking break. The long-term effects, I'm giving you acute effects. Long-term, we're talking diabetes, we're talking a shorter lifespan. Again, preventative medicine is very difficult to put into young players like this, and they shouldn't be held responsible for that. I think that's being put on the coaches, the trainers, the people who make these games, the creators of these games. There has to be ways to implement it so that we know when someone is playing to let them get up and take a break. So I do have, if anybody has any questions, I do have an email that you can email me. That's my Twitter account. That's my LinkedIn account. I do want to say going forward, it happened right before I made this this presentation that Fnatic actually came to us and was interested in health and performance. Fnatic is a brand with gaming, and we are conducting a study with them that we're looking at compression garments maybe to reduce the chance of DVTs. And I think that merger was probably something more important to the field than anything else, because NIH and these larger medical places, they're not going to fund esport research right now. The esport industry is going to have to be funded within. It's going to have to be funded by people who are involved, these companies that are involved. And it doesn't mean that and to be clear, I'm not researching any of their products. I'm using completely outside products so if I find negative results, I'm going to publish negative results. But I think it should be taken note that there needs to be more funding from within for people to conduct these research projects. This is a very young field. The researchers doing the research are young students. They're young postdocs coming out of school, and they can't conduct research without funding when they're just starting out. And they're simply not going to get it from the traditional sources of NIH and other national organizations. So creating smaller scholarships and funding from organizations, from brands to create these games is really going to be essential to taking the research to the next level in the esports industry. But that being said, I will take any questions that we might have.
Thank you very much, Joanne. It was actually, thank you very much for this insight regarding all the global aspects of the health in esports. This was very amazing. As you can see, when you spoke about the clothes, I directly stood up. Actually, there are some questions. I got a lot of questions, but as the time is running out, no, that's really cool. I think that this is the main idea, to have a stage for you to expose all your work. Just to give you some questions. So the first one was from Tobias, actually, and I think that you answered it a little bit, but in general, people are sitting more in front of the computer, especially during the working context. For example, as a researcher, I spend, I don't know, many hours in front of a computer. Do you think this is the same for esports? This is the same context of esports. Can we compare both contexts from a medical perspective?
I think I touched on it a little bit. I don't think so. It's the best we've got right now is being sedentary with office workers. But like I said, I feel esports players are also put under tremendous stress. So they have all these catecholamines and hormones. I actually think they're at more risk because the heart rate fluctuations from the constant stress from playing the game and sitting, I think actually puts them at more increased risk for health issues. That's why I think I always like to compare them more to musicians who actually are professional musicians who have to play under an audience and live in front of an audience. You can't take a break when you're performing a 3-hour symphony. And if you ever really want to look up research when it comes to those, I would really urge people to look up professional musicians because they do get quite overlooked. A lot of times with esports, we're always looking at athletes and we're always looking to see, or comparing them to athletes. I compare them more to musicians. And yes, I think the best we have is looking at office workers and musicians and combining that, but then looking at the research that's been done in both those fields and now applying it to esports players. And that's really, I have several publications. I didn't reinvent the wheel. I simply looked at populations that were similar, and now let's reconduct those good studies and do it in gamers.
Okay, Thank you very much. Indeed, the musician can be a good population to compare. I totally agree with that. Another question is from Kiwi Care Bear. How does caffeine intake affect blood flow when sitting down for a long time?
You know, I honestly can't answer that. I don't know how caffeine affects blood flow. That's an excellent study right there. There might be something out there. I should look it up. I would be the first subject in that study. We do know that caffeine can dehydrate you. We know caffeine's effect on performance, but caffeine on blood flow, I quite honestly don't know the answer to that. And I'm going to actually probably go look it up now. And it's an excellent question. And probably if it's not out there, probably a good study to conduct.
Cool. So you know what to do, Kiwi Care Bear. Another question from Corbo. Did you control? It's regarding the 6-minute walk study. Did you control rest activity patterns in your study? Since sleep disorders can affect brain functioning, especially involved in executive functions.
Did we? Yes, we made sure. The study was done on 3 separate occasions. We controlled for the time of day. So the time of day was done exactly the same time. And we did collect sleep hours before each one that wasn't drastically different. Did we collect long-term sleep habits? No, we didn't control for that.
Okay. Because I know Corbo is actually working on sleep habits and circadian rhythm, so that's why he asked that.
Good, that's important.
Yeah, of course. Another question from Marcus in Spades, and actually, to be honest, all these people that are asking questions, they have been there for the 2 days, so they have seen everything. So that's really interesting. So Marcus in Spades is asking, do you think that body exploration like imaging, biologic tests would help convince the esports players about the necessity of exercising? Because during these 2 days, one thing that have been quite common in the discussion is how do we change habits for the esports players? Because we have some facts, but at the end, how do we convince the players to change? Because even with the facts, they don't change. So I think this is the idea behind this question. So do you think that body exploration can help could help convince the sports players?
Truthfully, no, I don't. I think when you're talking about habit in this play, I think the only thing, especially on a competitive level, is performance, which is why I like to focus on that. I'll use the football, the National Football League in the United States. 100 years ago was the first, and I'm not making that number up. 100 years ago was the first study on concussions and the damage it can do. It took over 80 years for the organizations to create these protocols for concussions now that mandate players that they can't play after a certain amount of concussions because of brain damage. If you ask any of these retired players who have brain damage, they would tell you that they wouldn't change anything. They would have played no matter what because they loved to play and they wanted to win. They didn't care what the long-term effects were. I do not think that if you show them anything, they might say that's great, it's good for my health. But I think when you are really dealing with a top-notch competitor, I think anything that's going to improve their performance and improve their longevity is the only thing that they're going to listen to motivate them. And sadly, that is sad to say, but I think that's the harsh reality. I don't think, if you say to them, you might not be as competitive, but your career is going to be longer and it's healthier for you. My experience with professional athletes is that's not going to really fly. They want to win and they'll do whatever it takes to win.
Okay, what a pity.
That's sad to say, which is why I would hope that if someone can take that and almost when someone's doing these studies, take that into consideration, that you want to improve their health, but you have to keep their performance in mind. You have to.
Totally get it. This is the best lever, actually. I get it. We are close to the end, actually. And I have one last question, and this is mine. This is something maybe a little bit more global. This is how can we explain the fact that these players that are, as you said, focused on performance and that are really conscious and aware that their body is actually their working tool, their performance tool, how do you explain that they are not taking care of this body that is their tool to actually acquire performance or attain performance?
I would say to them, if you don't take care of it and you are injured, there's going to be someone else who can take your place while you're out injured. So you better maintain both. You know, if you don't take care of yourself and you're injured, you know, someone else is going to move in there. Like this is long term. I mean, I think what you're talking about is not just an esport issue. I think it's an overall athlete issue. It's an overall global issue. You know, if you really want to come look at obesity, we know obesity is bad for you. How do you convince people to change diet? It's a much broader psychological component. With athletes, I think you can explain it to them and say, you know, if you don't take care of this, you're not going to be here next year or year after because you're going to be too injured and too slow to perform. But you know, I think it's going to come down to the coach almost mandating them. So, again, that's something that I see. I work with a lot of hockey players, professional hockey players, and when they get concussions and they are forced to be benched, and I use the word forced, they'll still go out there with smelling salts and they can't travel. They're mad. They're aggravated. They want to be out there. So I think it's going to have to come down to the coaches and guidelines and rules. If you're part of this team, these are the rules and the guidelines. And if you don't adhere to a certain exercise level, if you don't adhere to a certain health maintenance program, that you are not going to play until you do, you know, and sadly, I think that that's really, anybody who's worked in the field will probably agree with me saying that's probably the only way to really get through to a lot of them.
Okay, thank you very much, Joanne. It was really insightful. And actually, I think that you addressed all the topics in 1 hour, all the topics that we tried to address during
It was
this
a
today.
lot. I know. I'm sorry if I jumped around a lot. I get so excited. I try to put so much into that. So
Actually, I think it was a good sum up. You know, you sum up everything that we tried to address. So perfect, actually. We are close to the end of all the conference. So I really want to thank you once again, Joanne. It was a real pleasure. As I said, I think that in every session, your name or your work has been mentioned. I think that you just put the foundation of what I can call esports health studies. So it was a real pleasure and an honor to have you for this closing keynote, if I can say something like that. So thank you very much. And
thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was my pleasure. And if anybody does have any questions, please email me. I love working with people. I love helping people with their projects. So
thanks
my
to
pleasure.
you. Thanks to you. And we just stay connected for the last 2 minutes on the chat. We will go to the closing ceremony or the closing speech with Bernard Andrieux, Professor Bernard Andrieux from the director of the Institut des Sciences du Sport Santé de Paris. See you.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everybody. So we are close to the end of the Esports Research Network conference, and I'm now with Professor Bernard Andrieux, who is the director of the Institut des Sciences du Sport Santé de Paris. And Bernard will address some few words. So here we go.
Thank you very much to this very good organization and for all contribution, because I listen all contribution, but the problem I think it's so rich. Yes, it's so rich, and well, very difficult for describe on the team. But I hope to make some concept and some direction of research. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, in our laboratory, Institute of Science of Sport Health in Paris, and University of Paris, we work about the e-sport in two directions. Well, the first direction, it's the problem of hybridation and virtual bodies, and the studies is about disability studies, and we study the problem of chronic disease. And also we work about the adaptive body movement, and in the context of health sport, because like we discover in this international colloquium, we have relation between the situation of hybridation in sport and the condition of the mental condition, mental health, and the possibility for the gamer to discover a new activity of his spirit, his mental, but also his body. And we have the possibility to develop this by a new diploma in education program, higher education by created by Nicolas and other colleagues in Poitiers, and we have the possibility to have a new direction in the education and teaching e-sport management. And thank you for this possibility. Well, I present some direction, and I think it's very interesting, this colloquium, because in about different game we have e-sport research, but we can describe the subjective condition of player with gender, style, or environment. And it's a new possibility to describe how the situation of play create a new condition of subjectivity. And I think Michel Foucault described very well this problem of subjectivation, and by expertise, but also it's very interesting in this correction, and the problem of body techniques, how we use my body when I play, and what is the problem of addiction, or the problem of acquisition, or the possibility to have a feedback of in my brain, in my health, in the relation with others. And I think it's interesting in this structure of international colloquium, we have the possibility to meet different possibility of expertise. The creator of gaming, the publisher, developer, publisher, and it's very interesting because it's not only a bad capitalistic industry, and no, we have engagement of this creator in the reflection, and it's very important with interaction with esports academics, because we have the possibility to make a new relation between the academics and the industrial, and it's very important in a new conception of relation between the production and the subjectivation. And also, we have many discussion in the collection about gamer expertise. And I think it's very important about the problem of agency and the problem of the description in first person and the testimonial experience of the games. And it's very important this conjunction between these three dimensions, I think. But if we have some philosophical reflection, sorry, I am philosopher, and about perhaps the different ontological level of the esport, I think it's very important to make a correlation between, okay, the living data, how the living data of gamer it's engaged, and we have neurofeedback inside his brain, is organatory, and the sleep, and how he can develop a good existence, wellness for his living body. But also, the problem is a he environment and the context and how this experience is in a special room, in the special desk, in special screen. And we have the parental environment, we have the children environment, we have the economic environment, we have the possibility to meet whole people in the same room for the game. And it's very interesting to describe the different influence of the environment in the living body, because this influence is many times unconscious. Yeah. Yes, unconscious. And in this colloquium, we have the possibility to speak about this. Mm-hmm. And also, we have a dimension very important in this colloquium, the mental health, the psychic consequence of this activity, and the transformation of self by the experience, and perhaps the comprehension, the understanding of how we have a new relation with machine, with the game, with virtual world, but also with other person. C'est clair, ce que j'entends? It's very clear. Sorry. I think we have many debates about the balance, the equilibrium or no equilibrium between the body control, the focusing of attention of the gamer in screen, and also we take care attention of himself, because we have all engaged his body in the control of the game, and we have the problem of immersion of symptom or disease or addiction or fatigue. Fatigue. Yeah. And yes, pathologies, and the problem is to maintain this equilibrium between consciousness engaged in the control of the body and the game, and the immersion in my living body of many subtle signs of disease, fatigue, or emotion. Yes. It's the last. Sorry. It's the last. And I think we have two concepts in this collection: health and well-being. And the problem is the problem of discontinuity or continuity between these two dimensions of collection. And I think we have the possibility to make an order between the living activity, organ injury, body injury, or global health, how my living body live by empathy, by engagement in the game, and also what is the effect in my feeling of well-being, and my psychology of emotion, or my degree of awareness. And I think we have the possibility to make now, perhaps in the new colloquium, a relation between this dimension. Because I think we have the mainly specialists here come for anthropology, sociology, psychology, game, perhaps ethics on problem of a medical perspective, and we have the possibility to make a new relation, and perhaps in a holistic comprehension of the game. Thank you for our organization, Nicolas, and our equipe. I see Marie-Philippine here. Hi, Marie-Philippine, and other Gaëtan and other persons.
The organizing committee.
Yes, organizing committee. And also, thank you very much for the techniques. And we have the possibility to see all the workshop. And it's a fantastic adventure for our laboratory and university. And even if we have in virtual relation, I feel your presence and your force of argument. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you very much, Bernard, for your kind words. I will stop sharing my screen, and because I want actually not forget anybody for the end of this Esports Research Network conference. So I wrote my last word, to be honest. So thank you very much, Bernard, for your support throughout this last year, really, because you have definitely always believed that the link between physical activity, performance, health, and new technology and video games had a relevance in our work in the laboratory, really. So, as I said, we are now coming to the end of these 2 days of this first edition of the Esports Research Network conference. For us, it has been a fantastic event, and it has exceeded all of our expectations, to be honest. When the health situation with the COVID went worse during the past year, and of course, we regretfully made the decision to do the event online, we never imagined that we would be able to bring together all these amazing speakers and make this content accessible and available to as many people as possible. As you know, it is usual to conclude by thanking all the people involved, and I will not break these rules. So I would like to thank all the speakers, all the panelists, and all the fantastic people who were eager to share their research during these 2 days. I would also like to thank our 2 keynote speakers, Ismael Pedraza and the Professor Joan Donoghue, for their great insights. I would also like to thank all the moderators and the facilitators of all the sessions, because without them, the conferences would not have been the same. I would like to thank the Esports Research Network board for their confidence when I proposed last year to organize this event. Thanks to Tobias, to Brian, to Maria, to Stephanie, to Greg, to Julia, and to Martin. I would like to thank also the scientific committee that participated in all the reviews of the submitted communication and symposia. Tobias Scholz, Sylvain Laborde, Laurent Bosquet, Seth Jenny, Stephanie Orm, Andy Mia, Juho Hamari, Bernard Andrieux, Maria Tolhonen, Brian Macaulay, and William Partin. I thank also the entire organizing committee of my laboratory, so Bernard Andrieux, Iman Nefil, Marie Agostinici, who actually was the person behind all the communication and the Twitter. Marie-Philippine Seba, actually, who did all the reviewing process and the book of abstracts. Ager Armadi, who did all the program managing, and Gaëtan Guironet, who did all the partnerships, and Jolan Pro, who actually did all the event management. I would also like to thank all our partners, the City of Paris and especially Pénélope Comites, the University of Paris, Ubisoft and especially Emmanuel Martin, Oriane Capella, Virginie Gringarten et François-Xavier Deniel. The 15th district of Paris, its mayor Philippe Goujon and his team, France Esports, all the board of France Esports, the Poitiers, the share Sport Santé de Poitiers, and especially Laurent Bosquet and Aurélien Pichon, Grand Poitiers, and especially Bruno Pinzotti and Ségolène Dubernay. And finally, the possibility of doing this event online depended on our ability to master technical skills that I don't have. So it is therefore thanks to We Are Esports that the whole conference could be held in the best possible condition for all the speakers, but also for the viewers. So I really would like to thank Romain, to thank Stéphane, Manon, and Arthur for their incredible availability during these past months and their technical expertise these last 2 days. To be honest, if you need a team that rocks, it's them. After this list, it's also time to announce that this Congress was only the first edition, and indeed, the Esports Research Network has always wished to be able to gather annually the whole scientific community dedicated to esports. As such, I am very happy to announce that there will be a second edition next year, and this edition will be held in Jönköping in Sweden, the city of DreamHack. Hopefully the health situation will have improved and Brian Macaulay will be able to physically welcome us in his city and his university. That's the goal. So you can now save the end of November 2022 in your calendar. Before I leave you, I would also like to remind you that tomorrow the General Assembly of the Esports Research Network will be held. All members should have received the information by email. If not, check your spams. This will be the occasion and the opportunity, among other things, to tell you a little bit more about this next edition. The last thing to do for me is to thank you once again, all of you, and see you next year in Sweden. Have a great Christmas and Happy New Year, and take care of yourself and stay safe. Bye.